Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet.
Respect
from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Oh, good morning, Dota fans out there, or good afternoon, or good evening, or good night, wherever you are in the world. We're getting ready for another fabulous day of Dota. Trent, how did you sleep? How are you doing? Excited for some Dota? We got a great game to start.
Well, yes, we have a great game. Sorry, they said we had a great game because
our
game was not great. No, we just played a terrible game of Dota.
Yikes.
We played poorly, and that's fine because that's Dota, and these teams are going to play a lot better than we do. But that's how we get warmed up in the morning, you know? It's Crownfall time. Everyone's getting their tokens. The players are getting their tokens. I know Seb's getting his tokens.
Oh, you're not right.
This guy's on his grind.
I was looking because everybody always talks about Seb as such a grinder. And I always think about Jack as like the biggest grinder that I know that's not a professional player. But he hasn't been able to keep up with this guy. Seb has been spamming a bunch of games. Excited to see how they do with the sort of strange strats they come up with.
He won 30 minutes ago, in case you were wondering.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah,
there you go.
He's a gamer, dude. He won a Weaver game. Ooh, hype.
Oh, that's good. That's going to be a good one to watch for. But Entity also, they looked really good the other day. We did also get to hear, I think that this is public knowledge-ish now, Steenie is their coach, which I did not realize, which is pretty hype. So he comes in, the team looking pretty good, playing with him as well, and I'm excited to see where they go from here.
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, Steenie's a great guy. We've worked with him on several events and stuff. Fun lad. Always a good time when you get to do stuff with a Steenie. So the teams keep taking him from us, though. You know, we don't get to hang out with him as much as he's cast. But once he makes it to the lands, that's his other way, right? You know.
I see.
Make it there with the teams instead.
The other way to move forward, actually the only way to move forward, is to win, and that's what Entity did the other day. They were able to make it through in Group A to be there with Nigma Galaxy, and then of course over on the other side was Group B, which we had already seen. I'm a little surprised, not gonna lie, to see MOUZ making it through. I thought that we were gonna be seeing Boom through, or maybe Secret. You know, with Nigma popping off, I felt like maybe there's going to be an opportunity for a Secret versus Nigma matchup. Could you imagine if that would have happened? But it is instead going to be MOUZ that move on, which, again, always good to see that organization come back into the Dota sphere. And that does set us up for our playoff bracket to continue. So the first match of the day is going to be this OG versus Entity. On the bottom side of that bracket, you know, you just win a couple series and you're right on through to that grand finals. You're making it through for all the cash. That's what you want to see in these online leagues, Trent.
Yeah, I got to catch quite a bit of the Secret versus MOUZ series. That one was really good. Secret looked pretty solid, but then, you know, MOUZ, they managed to handle it. And I saw Nigma was playing some Vengeful Spirit. He went for the Avenging Missile, folks. The bonus damage for every creep killed. I was wondering about that. I've been doing a lot of testing. I don't know. I want to take that one because it sounds fun, but the Soul Strike is also just, you know, you get to throw like the classic Dota 1 style of the Venge image. It looks cool. It works with like everything. Like phase boots. You get the good thing of everything, which is pretty sick. So,
better version.
She'll be on the schedule everywhere, Vengeful Spirit, in all 4 of these series. Don't worry. And,
I think so.
Yep, that's where we're starting. No, I really don't. Yeah.
Well, we'll see if we get Avenge. I like the idea of it. I think that hero is underpicked. And I'm still waiting for the Venge Broodmother strats. Feed the Spiderlings away. That way you're increasing the magic missile damage. Dare to dream.
Genius, really. Nature's Prophet, Sapperlings, they're everywhere.
Oh, yeah, definitely. You can see the odds, again, provided by 1xBet for today for the matches that we have. Still some more yet to be decided. And I would say that, like, in terms of my expectations, Maybe I would have thought it'd be a little bit closer together. I don't feel like there's a super clear favorite in either of the two matches that I'm seeing at the beginning. How about you?
I favor OG over Entity more than I do Nigma over MOUZ for sure.
Really?
Nigma MOUZ is a little bit closer, but I mean, for me, OG seems like they should be like in the dream situation. You know, they've got a bunch of grinders. It's a brand new patch. They have the grinder of Seb.
Right.
And they've been on that like steady climb trajectory. Kind of like Tundra was as well, but Tundra, woo, they're gone.
Yeah.
Well, OG, I'm thinking it's going to keep going up, 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 up.
I will say that there's a big roadblock right in their way, and Entity is my dark horse to win this whole tournament. I kind of feel like there's a decent chance here that you end up seeing them pull out well, I guess what I should say is that I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be the final grand finals that we see. I don't want to throw any, water or cold blankets onto the Nigma excitement train that we've been seeing all over the
don't worry,
subreddit.
they don't need any help. You can't throw any cold water on that, buddy. Just
okay.
Don't worry about that.
Right. But I would agree that OG definitely feels like the favorite. But I think this Entity team is a dangerous one. It's one that you cannot sleep on. You got to come prepared. And also, Entity have been building up steam. They have been kept out of so many events this year by all of the other big teams in Europe. And now they finally found at least a solution to Tundra. Do they also have a solution to OG? It's something we got to wait and see.
Yeah. And, well, I'm going to keep throwing Astini's team. I'm going to put all their info out here anyway. Watson's playing Meepo again. I've got, like, Watson tracker, I'm keeping an eye on it because this team, obviously Watson playing Meepo, no one playing Meepo. I haven't got to see Meepo in a pro game yet on the new patch. I'd like to see. We had it banned, one of our games. But I just keep checking. I want to see it come out.
And even those games played, I think that we did see, like you talk about, the ban that came out. So even if you're like the threat of it being in the back pocket there, because Meepo is one of those just dynamic heroes that changes the way that you have to play the game, it makes the drafting a little bit easier. If you have two of your players kind of spamming it a couple of times at pubs, I think even if they're losing, it would be like a little bit worrying. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So,
and the other thing that they've maybe been working on too is that no one. We talked about before he was only playing spirits. Yeah, he's still just played some spirit heroes. And he finished up his officials, and then he was like, "I'm gonna play some storm. I'm gonna play some void spirit." He's in a spiriting mood. And after that series with Tundra and Thompson dominating on the storm spirit, the way that he was able to enable his whole team on it really, I think, showed the power of this hero. Obviously, once it got banned in their next series, they weren't really able to perform that well.
Oh yeah,
they struggled quite a bit. So hopefully they'll get solved up here, folks. We do have all of our players. Well, they were all in. They're just
what's
all
going
their cameras and stuff, so they can see your
Okay.
so you can see their lovely faces. So sometimes
it is going to be OG with first pick, and Entity are going to be having the Radiant this time around. So we'll see what ends up happening with that. But I think, for this OG roster, just to reiterate some of it, they've got some super powerhouses, right? Of course, BZM, Whisper, at various points in times have looked like some of the strongest players in their positions coming out. I mean, I think that, somewhat arguable depending upon who you're asking, but you can't really argue that at various points they have looked incredibly good. Tomato also has been sort of in that grind territory. So amongst the cores, there's a high pedigree from OG. Entity likewise, though. This is the thing that I think people might, need to remember. Watson, number one MMR player in the world right now, unless I'm mistaken. And no one has looked so freaking good. He demolished Thompson the other day. It was insane.
That was not close. It was a complete and utter beatdown. So
crazy stuff.
We'll see if he can continue his dominance here in the mid lane when he goes up against BZM.
It's a different I mean, I feel like even though they're not necessarily from the same era, the Thompson no one matchup is like spiritually from the same era, if that makes sense. Like Thompson was the newer player compared to no one. BZM even more so, much more so, like the newer young gun. So we'll see if the old man no one can keep up with the what's the word, wiles. It's like
he's got wiles.
Yeah, he's
the wiliness.
The wile. The wily whippersnapper.
The wily whippersnapper. New
BZM.
Steam tag unlocked. All right, now I know.
Let's get into this draft because I believe it is pretty close to being underway here in game number 1 of Entity versus OG. I'm ready, Trent. It's all coming together. This is going to be a good freaking series. I'm stoked.
Yeah, we got 2 back-to-back really nice ones, I got to say.
Yeah.
I'm definitely looking forward to this one. If I'm in this series, what are my big priorities? After everything we've seen in this patch, what are your thoughts on the Axe Legion Commander thing? Do you think they're still like first phase bans, or do you think like now that the patch has settled a little bit, the A patch, do you think we'll still see them?
I think Axe has been exposed a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that it's really easy to see how good that hero is early and dominating, and then like forget that, oh, if you actually like throw a Veno in there, if you pick an Ursa, like you mess up his lane and make him have a bad time. Like I think even a Witch Doctor, which is something that we haven't seen that often, can be a really powerful answer to an Axe in the laning stage, and then he doesn't go off the ground. Legion, Stonehole cloak thing or whatever the hell it is, plate that she has, is still kind of nuts. As we see the bans come out here, Io, Spirit Breaker, Bat Rider on the side of Entity, and then it's going to be the Willow Storm. The Storm is the other one that still looked really solid.
Yeah, oh yeah,
We're
Storm's
scared
been
of that.
incredible because it's too much. I'm definitely on Team Ban Storm because
Yeah.
just seeing the mana charges, because we saw Storms with no help doing very good things,
Right.
and that's a problem.
Well, and I think the other thing too is that even if your Storm has a bad game, the comeback potential is insane. The other day I was playing Storm, and I died like 8 times early to a Dazzle in mid. It was awful. And then eventually I just got an Aghanim Scepter, and it's like you can help your team recover in ways that you wouldn't necessarily be able to because of how mobile you are. And then 1 or 2 fights later, your Galvanized is back up, you got mana regen. It's like your game can get recovered so quickly. And obviously it's different in pro games than any pub type situation, but
Yeah.
I think that hero has a lot of comeback potential as Marcy ends up getting taken by OG.
So yeah, kind of. Honestly, this guy I was expecting. I thought that the priority would go down on those 2 heroes, on the Legion and Axe coming into the
Yeah.
Legion is still incredible. She's one of the most picked heroes. She still has a 55% win rate in top tier pubs. That is a big, big number. I don't think she's unplayable, but guess what? This hero is getting more picked and has a higher win rate.
Marcy?
The only hero
or
picked.
TA?
No, TA. The only hero that's being picked higher than Templar Assassin right now is Tiny in top tier pubs. And TA, despite being in 3,369 matches, still has a 56% win rate. Those are disgusting numbers.
God.
Those are Treant Protector numbers when you use that as most broken. Like
That's nuts.
That's a problematic hero right there. So
Yeah.
Entity, they're running the numbers. They're looking at the hero, thinking about like this is a flexible hero in the competitive scene between position 2 and position 1. That's very strong to have, especially when you have the final pick of the draft. And she not only blocks out certain heroes from mid, but she's just hard to counter because of this ability to just shift lanes. So I think it's a really strong hero to open with.
Yeah, TA, still solid, still straight. I mean, if you pair it together with a Tidehunter, it gives you everything. And let's see how they go from here. As Timber, now we've got the ET banned out along with the Weaver. ET, another one of those that you were mentioning, is just like kind of insane with what it gives you. And I wonder now with the Marcy taken, first of all, like in your opinion, the bodyguard versus sidekick conundrum, do you like lead one way or the other in terms of what you want at various points? Or like, is there a reason that you might take Marcy specifically for specific heroes?
I think if it's Ari, if it's position 4, I think you just do sidekick.
Okay.
I don't think the bodyguard has much point in position, like in supporting role. I think the benefits of it are that you don't have to worry about having an ally to get your damage bonus all the time, and I think that is pretty powerful. It's like a core Marcy, you're making moves by yourself a little bit more. Maybe there are situations with like certain heroes on your team that it makes more sense, but in a pro setting, I would assume that the communication to get the sidekick fully functional is going to be more beneficial. To have that lifesteal, I feel like that's going to be better. And like almost every single game, I have a hard time seeing when it wouldn't be.
Okay. Seeing this Veno ban now and having Storm also banned out, I'm kind of wondering if you think about an Axe ban now. because I agree it doesn't necessarily need to be first phased, but now that they've dealt with one of the best counters to it, I wouldn't hate seeing that taken out of the pool by Entity.
Yeah, I think that's more where these heroes are going to slot in. Like, I don't think that Axe and Legion are unplayable or something that everyone was just dumb, but I think that this is definitely where it gets a little bit scarier for sure.
Right. They feel more afraid of the Razor pick, though, so they're going to take that one out. Entity now moving into this second phase.
They did play a lot of Razor, too, right? Previously.
Oh, no.
Good old Wyvern. Nothing beats Wyvern. Nice, reliable Wyvern. Okay, so we've had a love-hate thing with this whole Wyvern thing. I love it. He hates it.
Yep.
So what has been good about this hero is the laning stage is busted now. Being able to shoot out the Splinter Blast onto allies. It means that, like, if the enemy is being pushed under the tower with your creep wave, it's really easy to just guarantee Splinter Blast them, which is really strong. It's a lot of damage, and it's a low cooldown, and that's cool.
Oh, I love this one, though. We have also had a love-hate relationship with this guy. I love Dying Light. You hate Dying Light.
Yeah, a little bit. Hate's a strong word.
Listen, yeah, I guess that's true.
I want it to be good, guys. I want Iron Shell Phoenix.
Yes, it's the greatest. Okay, so the Firebird versus the Icebird. I will say that this kind of feels like it tells me a lot about the way they want to play, right? Wyvern is, I think, much better for the counter initiation plays nowadays. We have seen, obviously, still Blink Wyverns be able to get some good initiations off, but it feels like playing around the Cold Embrace, trying to keep your distance versus, like, Phoenix, Marcy. You're trying to get in there, and with the DK paired together with all of it, stun, jump, drop the egg down, you can kind of see the way that OG's draft wants to function.
Get my coffee poured out. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. It's so nice, too, right? You're in there, you're Sunrang. You're controlling all the space with Egg. You have the Marcy already to help cover the Phoenix a little bit, not only because they can't pick it for the Unleash into just punch Egg, but also Rebound does pretty well. AoE stun. It's good enough to get in there. You should be able to jump off the Egg.
Ooh, I like that.
That'd be cool.
And then have an animation where, like, her foot's burning or something.
Yeah, exactly. She's got boots.
Yeah, that's a good point. I feel like Entity there. You can already see like that. Like I talk about that first initiation, DK stun, Sunray comes out. You need something from Entity that like allows you to take a punch in the face and then counter punch. And that Centaur is that hero perfectly, right?
Is that guy. Yep.
I like it.
Right. Yeah. If the fight is not perfectly initiated from OG, suddenly problems start to arise. Now there is Mars still in the pool here, and it's Whisper.
Yeah.
And you have
I
Phoenix.
like that. Oh, God. It's such a good Mars game. Oh, man.
It's a pretty gnarly Mars game. Downside, you have to run mid DK, but DK's been looking great, so
you're playing against T Wyvern. Like, yeah. Give it to me. One time. I like that pick a lot. I mean, now, Entity, you also... like, am I crazy for thinking I want to see, like, a Silencer come out? All right, they're going to go for Grim. That's probably just like the better version of the hero, but I like the idea of being able to stop the initiation.
I see what you mean. Silencer is essentially the easy mode of this. Much more reliable in a sense, but more limited in the versatility that the hero can actually do. Whereas Grimstroke, you're going to have that Dispel save. You have double saving supports now. You have some wave clear on both supports as well. Because both these heroes can farm up quite well, which pretty much since we've had the patch of the Twin Gates and the expanded map, most supports have wanted to be able to farm. I mean, Undying got damage on Decay so that he could farm a little bit. You know, we're at that point. It is really beneficial to be able to clear waves and clear camps because of just the size of the map and the way the game can be delayed now because of that.
Mm. Yeah, I hear what you mean. They're going to get the Tiny here at the 8th pick for OG.
That's probably for Tomato.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, OG, they're putting together some pretty scary stuff. You've got two now giant tanky heroes. And to be honest, Marcy also, her strength gain is kind of insane. And you pair all that together with the Phoenix. I feel like you need some, like, I mean, I guess Centaur can buy Shivas, but you need something that's, like, reducing this healing and finding a way to chunk through things, because right now, I don't know. I'm not sure if TA is going to be able to freely hit enough in this game with all the little instances of initiation and having Marcy jumping on top of her. Like, I'm worried that the main damage dealer in this game right now is TA, and that's kind of it.
I'm trying to think, with the new way that refraction works, Avalanche should be pretty good, right? Because the problem was that all the old instances of damage were rather small amounts of damage.
Right.
How small are the intervals? Maybe they're too small in Avalanche. It's like, what, 5 instances? No, it might be enough. I think
you might burn through them.
Yeah, you might be able to burn. It'll be close. It might not be, actually, at max level. It might end up being that it takes 2 hits of the Avalanche to burn through 1. Still, man, new refraction is very frustrating to play against, I gotta say.
And it's after reductions too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is, or else, yeah, it'd be pretty bad.
I think you need to ban out like some Underlord or something here. But the problem is there's always going to be like another Pipe Greaves hero. But that type of hero for OG, I feel like just ends the game. And I mean, you still also kind of need Mars taken out too, though. I don't know.
I mean, same thing with Viper. That makes sense, you know.
Yeah.
There's some very direct counters that are still in there. This also could still just be off-late DK. I don't think there's anything wrong with it looking at these heroes. Right? You be paired with the Marcy, you do the mid-tiny, and then you pick a position 1.
Is there any reason that you... I mean, I guess that they don't have last pick on OG. It's Entity that have the final answer.
Yeah.
I
still
feel like
the Mars.
Yeah. Well, and even if you take Mars, that could be BZM 0 if they needed to. Although, be real, it's probably going to be... Whisper if they pick Mars. Maybe you take Zeus out of the pool now?
Yeah,
Zeus, I think, solves this.
That's another good hero. You have Centaur on your team, too, just to help his positioning. They're in the midst of the fight, heroes are a little bit lacking. Like, it's basically just like Centaur's in there.
Yeah.
And T's like, you know, she's a half in, half out kind of hero. So a hero like Earth Spirit, that would have been pretty solid. Maybe a Spirit-esque hero for no one, like a Void Spirit's still in.
Mm-hmm.
The control's not crazy. It's like stun into... I mean, he's got a lot of jumps, though.
Right. I mean, that's the question, is like, do you want to over-index on damage or being able to get into the fight? But yeah, Mars... it's hard to look at this draft and not like the Mars.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, Entity.
Yeah, that seems solid. Now, here's an interesting thing, though. If he goes for the, I don't know if he will, the blinding arena, Stampede is one of the few things that can actually help someone. But unfortunately, of course, arena is like the thing that counters Stampede.
True.
If you guys haven't messed around with the blind arena, he probably won't even take it. I don't know if I'm talking about it. You can't use hero portraits or anything either. So, like, if you cannot see your ally inside, you cannot help them. You don't have their shared vision. So things like you can plant a ward inside. That can help. If you have a hero that can make summons, that can help. Like you have Venomancer. I've seen that before. Those are the ways you have to try and get some help there. But
they swap it.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, if you're not going to counter our TA too hard in the mid, then we'll just pop in the old Templar Assassin. With the DK. I mean, DK's happy. I think TA's fine. And he did go for the Bloodsport. Oh, well, actually, we don't know. It shows us the facets at the very beginning when they grab their hero, but they can still change it, so we'll have to wait.
I will say I think that the Ursa is a really good answer because what I wanted was both more damage and a hero that could kind of get in there and make the battling happen. And it is sort of both of those things. Yeah. So I think it's a pretty solid draft overall. Still some worries I think you have about like how these team fights play out, like a Mars arena and an egg. If Ursa can't hit it, it's going to be a problem. Like they're gonna win every team fight that happens there, and you're just gonna have to like give up one hero for dead probably. So that's tough.
Yeah, but like you said, I mean the bear's in the middle of the fight, and you have this Winter Wyvern and this Grimstroke, so like you found a way to make these saves better. So that is nice. That is a big part of it. And of course, the lane, I assume, man, it's been so long since Ursa's been meta. I actually don't even remember last time we saw a MOUZ versus Ursa, because MOUZ has just been in like the scene forever, and Ursa, like, he's been in pro since since he got introduced, and Ursa's just been gone for so long, actually. But I assume it's gonna be very similar to Razor in the sense of the using the spear to just push away once you're in danger.
Right. Well, and honestly, I think that for a while there, I remember Ursa, and the big problem that people had with this hero was like Cornucopia going for Battle Fury was not enough mana regen to make up for what you lost with like going Ring of Health previously. And the fact that like Ring of Health also got nerfed like crazy over the years means that like you had to buy too much regen on Ursa to be able to survive the lane. And then even if you end up like having a good lane, you're losing out on the regen wars. And the like MOUZ or Underlord or whoever it was, these heroes that you used to counter from Ursa, it no longer happened. So I don't know if that's going to be the case again, if maybe like you can make up for that with your support bringing out extra regen or something, but it feels like you need to be getting kills. And I'm curious, you know, if they decide to send the Phoenix there with MOUZ or if they did put it with the Marcy. I could see an option either way being kind of good.
Important information, Whisper was the MVP in his last match, folks. He played Sand King. That's what it said.
Nice.
Yeah,
Love
there you
that.
go. That's what the intro thing said, at least.
Well, we are paused right now while we wait
But
for
now
the
we
game
can
to
see
get
the real
underway.
facets. So that's
Yeah.
good. Okay,
Perfect.
so he did go for the Arena of Blood. He will have the obscured vision.
Okay.
So that's going to be pretty cool. Also, MOUZ is innate. I totally forgot about this. Dauntless. MOUZ and allied heroes within 2,000 units get more HP regen the more they are outnumbered by enemy heroes in that area.
Oh, right.
So you get 25% bonus extra regen if you are outnumbered. So if you leave your MOUZ alone in lane versus two heroes, he gets 25% bonus HP regen.
2,000 units is pretty far. I mean, that is a rune check, though.
Yeah, you gotta like go to mid basically to gank. Yeah.
Well, and then I guess it's also a way to tell if somebody's ganking you. If suddenly your HP regen starts going up and you're like,
surely it's vision. Sure.
I don't think so. I think that it's like it's pseudo Slark.
Dude, there's no way.
I
mean, you're right though, because it can't just be vision, or else it'll be so bad. You just hide. No, it has to be vision based. It has to be.
I don't think so. I mean,
2,000 units is so big.
It is.
So I can just be jungling and see just watch my health bar the whole time.
Dude,
because that's all I'm doing if that works.
I mean, so the problem is that in the late game, this isn't abusable, I don't think, because like you're gonna be sitting as 5 with your team, right? You're not going to be 2,000 away from your entire team unless you have something like a Zeus or a Spectre. But I feel like that might be a possibility there.
That's
I mean, we'll watch and see.
Yeah, we're going to have to watch for that. Marcy has given the couriers their levels, of course.
Love that.
And does have the sidekick, so as one would expect, especially that. DK went with the Frost Dragon. Okay, I was watching the Frost Dragon. That stuff's crazy. I was all on the corrosive hype train because I saw a lot of people going for it. The Frost.
What's the Frost Dragon again? What's it do?
It gives move speed slow, and it is crazy.
Okay.
Like, when you're in dragon form, like I watched a guy tag someone just one touch. He was level 6, and he just tapped the guy once, and it was like getting hit by drow arrows. And just like, oh, you're just dead. Like if your team's not gonna fight, it's over. You are not escaping this DK.
Scary stuff.
It seems pretty good.
Okay. I'm down with it.
We don't have the dying light. I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's messed up, man. Because it's Seb too. I feel like hurt as a person because Seb, the Darkseer player, didn't take Ion Shell Phoenix.
Yeah.
Dying Light is where it's at. But I do believe that we are getting ready to go underway now as game number 1 has been unpaused and we are starting. Do not blame us. Blame these players. God dang it. As you take a look at the 1xBet odds coming out. An Entity slightly favored after the draft. Interesting. Okay. Mass tips.
Wow. A Steenie buff.
Oh,
There it is.
poor
They're ready.
baby.
Oh my god, dude. Y'all need to stop tipping. What's going on here?
Nah, keep them up. More and more tips, please.
I I don't know how far 2000 range is, but that keep an eye on it to see if you see that happening.
Well, you could set it in your marker as Mars, right, with that new Dota Labs feature.
Can you?
Yeah, there's a new feature in Dota Labs where you can set one permanent ring around your hero.
But I don't know if
just like that old console command sheet, and you can set it to 2000.
Oh, I see. You can set how big you want the range to be.
Yeah.
All right, keep an eye on him over here as we watch. And he's all the way back behind the tower. Dude, he is so far. What are you doing, Whisper?
He's investigating, obviously.
Okay. All right, because they're coming this direction. Dude, he is inside their base. Homie is not trying to get caught here. Very, very safe play by the MOUZ.
So they must have seen their replays of how they like to move, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense.
He was on that one.
You probably actually should be able to see it when he comes to lane. Because if he...
I'll keep an eye on it.
All right, I trust you.
All right, he's at 6.3 now.
Okay.
Now he's at 3. Oh, wait, that's a tower. I was like, that's way too far.
Oh, Fishman starting things off right, giving Ari a little bit of a tag along the way. And yeah, we won't see it now. Meld Strike misses on the beginning hit for BZM. Always feels a little bit rough. But we'll watch and see how this lane matchup works its way out. Obviously, the Dragon Breath, super annoying to contend with. And TK, one of the better laners, is Watson going all the way in the slowdown. That's first blood. That's huge.
That is tough. I'm not even sure how that happened because he had already used Dispose. I was looking mid. That's crazy. This is an Arctic Burn walk down, man.
Apparently. But you can already see how much regen they get. As they will manage to kill off the courier. So nice takedown there by Seb. And Katomi forcing back the Tiny. I mean, we talked about Entity's laning stage. It's dangerous.
Man, flying couriers are only 320 move speed. It's only a 20 movement speed buff. That is so much less than I thought it was. Between walking and flying. Is that just me? I thought it was way better. That kind of puts a damper on this Marcy innate ability, I'm not going to lie.
It's just I think the harder to kill the creep thing is the better part about it.
And you get your speed burst and stuff earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Which is nice, but...
Seb, slowed down. They hit level 2 Inkswell, but he gets it. Oh, they should have glyphed the wave. Dude, I'm never going to not say that now.
Lyrical would have glyphed.
That's right.
Oh my goodness, Ari God. He got that was his first blood boots. That was the lane winning boots.
Damn, man. Yeah, Watson gonna be upset about that one. And
that's so impactful, actually.
Although he's gonna take a lot of damage from this. The other change, the Arctic Burn, makes this easier to mess around with. He hasn't taken a skill point yet on the Wyvern. Does he want to try and throw one out? Doesn't look like it.
Oh, Splinter Blast, you're saying makes it easier to mess with. That's true, actually. I didn't even think of that.
Suppose. Fishman. Trying to get his way away. And the jump rebound does have that skill point still saved if he wants it on Fishman.
He just used it.
Okay.
Golden Embrace, yeah. Okay, well, how's this mid lane looking anyway? 15 to 12, 4 denies, 5 denies, with a couple creeps still sitting here for an 0-1, so pretty even here. And in terms of the regen, it looks like the spend has been a bit more for no one, just judging by things.
Yeah. He does have a courier coming out for himself, though.
DK has like the same regen as TA with a Tango running.
Yeah. That hero's crazy. And, I mean, you can see here, too, Watson. He's constantly sitting at, like, somewhat low HP. So, like, if this lane turns into a trade wars, you're probably going to lose that a little bit on Ursa. Although, the Wyvern helps it, I guess. Arctic Burn and Cold Embrace spam will make things a little bit easier.
Yeah, Wyvern's been getting a lot of buffs over the past, like, 6 months, it feels like. Because Cold Embrace now actually just heals early. Whereas before it was just, it felt terrible.
That was nothing.
I think partially because like nukes have just gotten so much stronger. So down bottom there.
Ooh, up top. Tomato in trouble, goes down. DM finding that kill. Nicely played.
And Whisper barely survives, just limping back to the tower.
Ari, Whisper! He couldn't get the spear off. Oh, man, Watson played that perfectly.
Rank uno.
That's right.
He's showing it, man. I mean, this is where if you expect someone who's rank 1 to crush the lane, right? Because guess what? The lane, it happens every game. And sometimes with limited levels and at the beginning of the game when the heroes have less levels and less gold, that's when you're the most similar to everyone else, even when you're a pro. Down bottom, spear into the tower.
Now Watson keeps the pressure on. They blood grenade. Fishman in some trouble here. Will go down. So OG get the return. Dispose paying off as Seb. Oh, the Inkswell to stun mid-dive, and he will fall to Katomi.
That is the Instigate facet you have to take on Grimstroke to get that now, but well worth it, of course. I have a hard time imagining taking the other one. Like, the curve and stuff, it's just... You'd have to make such a good ability to make not having... Because everyone got used to having the manual trigger.
Right. Yeah, it's a pretty big move to not go for that one. As we get close to the 6-minute mark, you saw down bottom the back off. Ursa's having a fabulous game already. All of the lanes seeming to go fairly well, though Whisper is not far behind the Ursa. They're bringing in 3 heroes from both teams, 6 heroes mid. And will they be able to make anything happen here? Ooh, he gets the invis, bottles it up, backs away. Sentry already down, though. Fishman nearby. They turn onto Ari, pop the refraction, looking for some kills. They're going to find it. Can they bring it down? No one now, though, and dive through. The silence comes out. Oh, the turnaround play. Seb, he's backing away slowly, and Katomi, he might not be able to get out of here. That slow is pretty devastating, although another Cold Embrace comes out, keeping him alive for the moment. Now, no one shows up, decides he wants to fight on to BZM. BZM dropping lower and lower, and will they go down? Yes! No one finds the kill thinking they could get Katomi, but they get punished hard.
Man, early points in Cold Embrace doing work.
Yeah.
Well done. Nice save again. And new TA, let me just say, if you haven't played against it, please steel your minds and your nerves, folks. It's going to be really frustrating because it's so much more difficult, at least as somebody who's played for a longer time, to deal with these refractions. I'm sure it's messing with everyone, especially with the way that it shows, because it's like it gives you like the one barrier, but then you have to like get through it, and then it makes another barrier. And it kind of looks like, I wish it was like a yellow bar with segmented chunks, because the way it displays now, I find really hard to manage.
Yeah. It definitely messes with your brain, like you said, because of that like built-up knowledge of how it's worked for so long. But I don't know, we'll see. It so far has been working pretty well for no one in this mid lane and across all their lanes. Entity having a very solid game. Ari will get double bounty runes while Watson heads off to pick up his cornucopia. So a little bit of regen there. No one finishes off this stack, which was built up. You can see how many stacks are being built across the map. 8-minute rune will be spawning, and it looks like OG again set to secure or try and secure this one with Ari nearby. Drops down the trap, and no one. Does he get lucky? Ari? Oh, no! Connects for the finish, and it's a haste rune taken by Katomi.
I think this TA hero is just insane. I think watching this hero's farm is going to be disgusting.
Yeah.
Like, these refractions and the way that the amount of time it takes to burn them down.
As stun, another round of double edge, and the finish. Stampeding on the dead body, DM. Just for
accidental swag.
Good sake. My God.
Really wanted to make sure nothing came out there to save him, I guess.
Dude, this Ursa was a really good last pick.
Yeah, I mean, right off the start, too. Like, gets the first blood. Even though he lost the courier, the immediate kill with the boots under the tower. And now having phase boots, it's, oof. They were ready for the Mars. They knew. They knew if they picked the Centaur. Like, they left it in, right? They didn't ban it. They were like, it's fine. They wanted to secure TA's game instead, get rid of the Darkseer and the Veno. Or, sorry, the Viper.
Now, no one can retreat back, finish up a little more. No Stampede means
to
DM. He's
help.
going to be in trouble. Although Whisper dies at the same time down bottom. So both supports from both teams making rotations to kill off the offlaners. Seb ends up picking up that kill onto DM as Fishman and Katomi thinking about another gander towards the mid lane. It's a 2,000 gold lead here at 9.5 minutes for entities. BZM starts to make some rotations, but
He just farmed that triple ancient camp so easily
yeah,
with a blight, with Blightstone treads. He didn't even have the blade yet.
he sees this too. Oh my god, they're gonna go for Whisper again. Drops down the ward. He's waiting. They're on him. Inkswell, silence. No answer here at all. And Watson finding another kill. DM liking what he's seen.
This is the dream bear situation too, because you have these supports that enable you to be aggressive, and you're building a battle fury at the same time while you've got 4 kills. Like, there's not many heroes that get to say that, right?
Can they do it to DM now? Nope, that is a Centaur. Although, no, they're not going to go for it. And that's a rotation from BZM at this time too. Look at mid. TA is still pushing in as Entity. Are they thinking about trying to make a counterplay now? Oh my god, if they get the kill on Tiny, they're going on him. Oh, Tomato, you got to run. He gets away. Oh, Fishman still chasing. You're forcing it now. Don't do it. Yeah, they back out. That would have been like close to GG moment right there.
Yeah, Tiny dies again. It's like, ooh. I mean, they don't feel like leaving. They've brought up some wards now. They have great wards, by the way, everywhere right now. We saw them drop one behind the tower down bottom. They've been watching all the stacking that they're doing off to the east. They know that the entirety of OG are just farming in the jungle at the moment.
Watson thinking about it. Waits for
supports are
Tomato
so
to head
fast.
by, and now they're right onto him. The slowdown is there. The rest of the team coming in, though. They got to be careful about the Mars Arena, all grouped together. But the stun, it connects now onto Whisper. Winter's Curse onto everybody. Do they have any follow-up after the fact? EM goes in, wants to get some damage out. They don't have vision. They can't see inside of it. But there's enough heroes that they make up for it. There were enough heroes to find the egg. They find that kill. 3 dead, and Whisper only going to have to look on in dismay. Is he going to be able to chase him down? Watson anticipating the moves. Get over here, buddy. There's an angry bear that wants to see ya.
It's like he's just covered in honey. You can smell him.
My God.
Watson is a beast, man.
What a masterclass of an early game from Entity, honestly.
Man, OG, I mean, they're farming up their stacks. This is what they've been doing in here. The vision has run out, but they're just going to find them instead.
Soul bind. Stomp. Double-double. The double-double. The damage out. The double-double. Woo!
Like they
They're
went to
farming
Timmy's.
stacks. Entity, they're farming heroes.
Picking up a couple of Timbits with a double-double. Easy peasy. Dude, again?
Yeah.
More? He's like, you
Why
want to see
stop?
a slow?
This is a bear that's going Battle Fury, and he's just... Oh, no, they missed that slow. Although...
Don't even need it.
Yeah, they don't. Battle Fury phase Ursa killing heroes in behind the mid tower.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2024.
Absolutely.
They are so farmed. All 3 cores, top of the charts. Fishman, level 7.5. Katomi, level 8.5 on this Grimstroke.
Yeah.
What is happening? He's out-leveling the Mars. But seriously,
it's
is it...
crazy.
Wait, is it the... No, because they only got 1 Wisdom Rune. They didn't get both. They are really up high level.
They're just killing him. Oh, huge performances. And of course, you know, something that we didn't talk a ton about, but not necessarily grudge match, but former teammates, DM, playing against his old org and putting on a solid performance. You can see it when he's been tipping, he's only been tipping his own teammates.
That's right, motivation.
Motivating them to
Not
push them further
degradation.
ahead. Oh, I like that.
Yeah, there you go. I need to go back and watch this replay and see how Fishman and Katomi got this much XP. Because like that's been a thing for a while, though. Like, even when you're stomping like this, your XP never goes this nuts. Like, was it stacks that was giving to them? Were they just constantly around the lanes? That's kind of what I feel like it was. But kills are not usually the way to get this much XP.
I mean,
6 stacks for Wyvern, yeah, 3 for the Grim.
I think it's a mixture of that and then, like you said, also being involved in the kills. So it's like they've just been massively efficient with everything they've done.
Yeah. I mean, that's really impressive. Because it wasn't unusual to be stomping like this and still have support stuck at, like, 6 or whatever.
Right.
It's kind of how it's been for a while. But, well, if the bear was harder to get away from before, he now has a Blink Dagger, so good luck to y'all. And that is 4 points in Inkswell, a bear jumping on top of you. I'm sure TA Shard will be here soon. They've
That
lost
kill.
their Wyvern.
That's the type of thing that you need to get. Any little kills right now to slow down. Because, like, it's not even necessarily the gold or experience that you get from the Wyvern kill. It's that it stops a couple of minutes of Entity being able to, make the full plays happen. And you can see they're off on a killing race. And if you, too, want to check it out, you can participate at 1xBet Esports Twitter. Write your guesses, replies, and win yourself some nice little cosmetic items there. You can see
Yeah, that's right.
the Rubik. You love to see it.
Saw a DM, his mouse was stuck. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes. His camera froze with him lifting up his mouse looking at it. He's like, man, why don't I guys make kills with my allies? Watson's he's just eating everybody up. I want some kills.
This is what you want out of a last pick. Like, it's everything that you could want from it.
Yeah. I mean, this guy's going to have a basher.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, I mean, he can go and farm their ancients when they respawn. Like, they're positioning on the map. Like, look at where they're playing. They're boxing him out of OG's own ancients. They're also taking all of the tier 1 towers they're down.
They're
and, like,
fermenting their wisdom rune because for their Wyvern. They're going to save that for later.
Absolutely. I didn't even realize that they haven't taken theirs.
Yeah. Too busy on this side of the map. Someone needs to die.
In the meantime, the bear will come and take this area. OG, this is the type of play that could be huge for them. Last time the egg died in the arena, but still with this smoke, maybe they can find an opening.
This is a good fight for them because TA's not here.
Oh no, the winner's curse reaction! They get him onto Ari, but now finding and killing Fishman. They couldn't see where he was, and now Soulbind. Oh, you gotta be careful, the bear is angry. He wants to give you a hug. The Stampede, it's stampeding on their corpses. Triple kill, give this man another. All right, come on, let's go. Tomato, come join the party. They want a rampage.
He's hobbling away. Rocks! Get me out. Oh man, great curse there from Fishman. He's just stalling, because like, no one is TPing in trying to get there because he just picked up the shard, which is like the best time to fight is when it comes out. And yeah. Yup, replay coming up here. Flip back a couple of pages. What a curse. What a curse. I mean, it starts out kind of good. You're like, yeah, there's the spear cave. Get the Wyvern down. Nice. But then, nice. I mean, look at it. The support's doing so much work here. Like, they're really just controlling this and making life so easy for the cores. From the curse to delay things out, the Soulbind to trap him on the stairs like that. And then little body blocks and silence traps there from no one. The little chef's kiss and mwah. Easy.
11,000 gold lead, 22-5. I mean, Entity, this team is back, and like again, if there's a time to turn up at the end of the year, it's now, right? Like after everything that's gone on and being gate kept continually, it feels like out of these tournaments. Is Seb gonna try and escape? Looking to be slowed by the trap. They get the silence onto him. No one's still on the chase and just gonna drop. Oh my God, BZM again.
We can't keep up with them all.
Oh no!
Swag.
That was pretty cool. He should have dropped the TA trap to Psyblade off of.
Oh, true. Yeah, the deny. Yeah, I'd like to see one of those. So, there's a Tiny in this game. Do you think he'll ever get to do anything?
I don't think so, man. It's been a rough one. He has really not been able to do, like, I feel like his damage numbers are going to be nothing in this one. It has been rough for Tiny. And it's not necessarily his fault, right? Like, this is what happens when you drop 3 lanes. Seb? getting vision back behind. Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to take a fight. You still need Phoenix Egg. It's still just level 1 egg, too. Oh, they're on to Whisper, though. Oh, God. All right, Seb can only look on in dismay.
Oh, wait, the courier. The courier.
Oh, did they see him? Oh, they saw him?
I think so.
Fishman. Ah, how's it going, buddy? Get on over here, friend. Oh, no. Dude, look at how much damage he's doing to him. What the hell is that?
That's his, that's the Dragon Sight. That's the facet.
Oh.
It's a lot of damage. He has no damage items, folks. That's the guy with Arcanes.
Now up on the high ground, ready to start taking out some racks. Here at just about 20 minutes.
That was actually a great time to see that. You're right. He did 800 damage in right clicks right there.
They will get the glyph off as Tomato taking some damage himself. And the hits keep on coming as Tomato is dead. They will try and go now onto 2. Watson says, yeah, fine, I'll take this fight. Moves forward, gets the enrage off in time. Spear to push him back. He's going 1v4 on the bear. Now finally in a bit too far. No one, they don't have vision of him right now. Needs to go and get out of this one, but he's in some trouble. Well, maybe not. No, and they're in trouble. They are actually the ones in trouble on OG. No one's dropping low, but the silence was already out from the trap as Watson takes down BZM. Seb just has to run away. And no one goes in for the finish. Dude, that was 2v5, 2v4, and they came out on top. No one now turns to the side, started to drop low, but the save! Last second by Fishman. GG, it's over.
Yeah, top left. There's a little arrow you can click. Bottom right, disconnect. Feel free. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. This was an utter smackdown by Entity. My goodness. Oh, yeah. The bear. Oh, we got to put out a warning. Bears are in the area. Lock up your food. Put it up high. Do not attract the animals. It is vicious.
It was scary. I mean, I don't know, man. That was one of those games where it nothing felt like it was going their way. I'm gonna, have to get ready and break down some of these damage numbers.
Would you like to submit any apologies to the Wyvern? I'll let you.
No. All right, the Wyvern is pretty
No, you don't want to talk to the Wyvern?
The Wyvern was pretty good. Wow. Nobody... the highest damage in that game from OG was 6,000 by Seb. That was a rough one, man. That was a really, really rough one. Everybody on Entity did more damage than everybody on OG.
That's not surprising.
Look at that.
They also received, no damage, by the way. I mean, obviously, because they did no damage on OG. Those are some sad damage numbers. Those are some of the lowest damage numbers. And, we're talking, almost 5x across the board there,
yeah.
Right? That's pretty tough. No one 4x the damage of BZM. Same thing, really, from Watson and Tomato. I mean, that's a total and utter beatdown.
And I'm trying to think again, it feels like some of it, I guess a huge part of it was that last pick Ursa maybe changing up the lanes or just not anticipating how bad that one was going to go. I don't feel like the first blood on Ahri, that did not snowball the lane completely in the way that it might have, right? Because they were still able to kill the courier and he didn't get boots.
Yep.
So it obviously it still went well. But it felt like even in its conception, it wasn't just that there was a bad misplay or something by OG. I think it was just a draft issue overall.
I mean, they got beat.
No?
I mean, the draft might be
fair.
better, but you don't, draft doesn't
That's
do
fair.
that. They just crushed
fair.
They killed their ass. Just dude, no one, this TA, the fight in the mid, that's a bad fight to lose, right? TA's getting multiple kills. She's got this max refraction. She immediately goes to the jungle, farms up these camps. Stacks are all there. Yeah. They swarm the lanes. They just didn't make a mistake on Entity.
Right. That's a true point. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I think the draft didn't do him any favors, but you're right. It was still, at the end of the day, an understanding of what OG was wanting to do and then just countering them at every step of the face. Well, we gotta take a break. We gotta
No more
recover
TAs.
ourselves.
The bear's a red herring. No more TAs. She's the real problem.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see if they decide to give it to him in game number 2, which is going to be right around the corner. Stick around, everybody. NC versus OG right after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're here for our next game, and my God, that was a rough one to watch. As any OG fans out there, condolences. It's gonna be fine though. You know, game 2, just ban out the TA, we'll just reset things. It's gonna be good, right? Surely.
I mean, considering we started like almost 15 minutes late, the fact that we're on schedule is not a good sign for OG fans.
No, you're right.
We're like ahead of schedule. It's like, wow, game 2 starting. It's not even been an hour. Yeah, that's what happened.
They did not look back, and it looks like we are going to have a swap up as well. So Entity, they're gonna have first pick. OG end up with Radiant this time around. Were they Radiant last time? Yes, they were. No, they weren't. No, it was Entity that were Radiant because they were the ones that ended the game on Dire side. Right. So a little bit of a change, and it does change the dynamic in terms of the drafting a little bit too, because now I mean, if you want to take that TA out, you can't even like try and steal it and give it to BZM, right? They won with their first priority last time. Yeah. Going the other way. Can I get some Dino dances in the chat, please? This music's bumping. It's really yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. We have a promise starting on time from the admin, so I'm personally holding our admin responsible if we don't for things that are totally out of their control that could happen. Man. But I mean, coming off a game like that as OG, this is a game where you want Seb on your team, right? You know? Oh yeah. He's gonna give you the whole thing. We all know what he's saying right now. He's like, it's one game, it's a new patch. Forget about it. It doesn't matter. We have our heroes. We're confident in. You know. I wouldn't be surprised if we even see like most of the heroes banned out from last game, just so that there's not even like that mental association with what happened. Like, just try and purge all the bad feelings. I do think that they probably let the Winter Wyvern through again. That would be my guess, is like of the early picks that we saw, which ones they end up taking. But we'll see as we get ready to hop into this game number 2 draft. What are they gonna choose?
5 seconds.
Ha.
Right there.
I took a look between the games. One thing we didn't talk about last time was the Spear Breaker, which is the very first ban here from Entity. And I was like, because we didn't talk about it. But if you look at Ari, because I was wondering, because he played Marcy, which he's played a lot, and I thought, what else has he been practicing? His last 4 games in pubs were Spirit Breaker. And I'm guessing someone either watched them or was in those games and was like, oh, please no, because it went well. Yeah. Oh, he actually, he played against Tomatoes. That's kind of funny. Take that, teammate.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Stealing some MMR from his carry.
Love to see that.
At least I think he's his carry. I couldn't really tell last game, but maybe
it was a tough
maybe
one.
this game we'll find out if Tomato's still the carry.
I mean, to be fair, that game was lost well before.
Yes, as Fear famously said multiple times while we were in Malaya. Just say, if you lose before 20 minutes, it's not the carry's fault. Okay.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, that's carry.
No, it's true.
That's carry player cope right there.
Hey, what's he supposed to do?
I know. I'm just kidding. It's true.
These freaking Wyvern's Grimstrokes are running around at like 6 minutes, killing 4 heroes across the map.
A higher level
Tomato.
than him.
Yeah, like, what are you supposed to do? Yeah, it was a rough one. They do ban out the TA. They're going to take the Willow away on OG as well. So other bans, then stuff that gets let through, notably, Io is still in the pool, Timber, Storm, Weaver. Some of those are going to be there available for Entity. Yeah, along with, of course, the Marcy.
The Weaver's an interesting one because we did see it. It seemed like it was their go-to strat almost in terms of like supports and stuff that they wanted to do. So I'll see if they opt for it again. I mean, it's obviously a flexible hero, looks pretty solid. So there's this idea of like if you have last pick, you can open up with it and stuff, or maybe even if you don't have last pick, you can use it to like do a really late flex. But they actually banned the Marcy over the Io, so they still believe in the hero quite strongly on OG.
I think OG is going to get Io, and I think Entity are going to take either Wyvern or Storm. I think you take Wyvern here probably. I can't believe I just said that. There it is. That's right. That's the better pick. Take the Storm.
I mean, no one's Storm. Like we saw it with Thompson. We saw it with no one. It looked good. Yeah. I'm down.
It does, of course, give them IO. But they're going to go back for the Tiny.
This is going to end up being for
Interesting.
Ari, maybe. I mean, they have last pick, so it's a really good flex, because I do think that it's still viable on 1, 2, and 4.
Yeah.
And probably 3. Didn't Whisper play some Tiny, too, I want to say?
Yeah.
I think he was one of the offlaners that was willing to rock it a few times, and now it should be even better in that sense now.
I kind of like it on 4 when you see the Storm this early. It's like, it's one of those heroes that, you know, if you get to the Blink Dagger, you can like try and shut this guy down and really mess with them. Because again, a lot of like the defensive options that you have on Storm and you tend to go for don't really work until you get BKB.
Whisper actually has 20 pro matches on Tiny. That's quite a bit. I mean, he has 21 pro matches on Edge, which is also pretty impressive. Remember he used to play that all the time, too? The off-late Edge? That was a good one.
Yeah. I love this, by the way, because everybody on broadcast got to see that I sneezed, but only you and our observer got to hear it.
I was wondering. Yeah, I was like, that was loud. It's a quality sneeze.
Shout outs to all y'all folks out there. I'm muting up for it, but not for them. They get the special treatment. Void Spirit. Interesting. I mean, it is a BZM classic.
It's BZM classic. It's really broken right now, I think, with the stat change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, seems good.
The IO ban also prescient.
Yeah, it is interesting that he's not really worried about like puck though, which I mean we've seen it, right? Like they actually lost their game to Nigma when they tried to counterpick Storm with puck.
Right.
So
I just had to Google prescient to make sure that I used that correctly.
well done. It's a long ban. Really,
I mean,
really trying to figure out what they want to do this phase.
Yeah, it's into the pick.
Radiant team pick.
It makes sense. I feel like they're gonna get Venoed.
Let's see. Who has been taking down Storm lately? According to the top tier of pubs, the heroes that are currently doing the best versus Storm are Meepo. That makes sense. Disruptor, still solid.
Yeah.
Wyvern, Legion, Axe. It's mostly jumping heroes. Mostly jumping, which those don't apply quite as much in pros, unfortunately. That's where you have to take your stats with a little bit of a grain of salt because you're less likely to get caught out. People tend to play less greedy, and they're more communicative in an actual professional scene. So, and notably, none of those are laning matchups, really.
Right.
Except for the Meepo, I guess.
Whoa.
Dude, you called it. You actually called it last game. Your belief in Silencer was not misplaced.
I've played against a couple of Silencers, and it does feel pretty insane. The amount that you like, and the issues that you run into nowadays in terms of like one, how much damage you can do, but the other big thing is the change in the double silence. Is it? Let's see. It's probably not going to be the irrepressible.
Well,
but
I mean, it's Storm Orchid.
It's the reverberating.
No, but it's Storm Orchid. Because so maybe it will be.
No, I think so. It could be. You're right. It could be. But I think reverberating silence is better because think about what Storm builds to deal with global.
Yeah,
right.
That's true.
And like, if you BKB and then you get a second global that happens right afterwards that pierces that BKB, you're just stuck.
I think.
So I don't know.
I think he's taking it. I'm gonna call it right now. He's gonna take irrepressible.
Okay. Either way, they have global to deal with Storm.
Yeah.
I think this hero's a lot better than we've seen. Ooh, that Grimstroke is an interesting answer, but I think it's actually not a perfect one. Because again, if you global, you can't automatically pop the Inkswell. I think this Silencer is like kind of a devastating pick.
Okay, so here's something interesting about it. Because I haven't tested the reverberating silence. Because, so wait, does it lower the... So it lowers the actual... Oh, I see.
Yes.
So the way that works is the first duration scales from 3 to 3.5 to 4, second duration to 1.5, 1.75, 2. So it's still the same numbers as normal global silence.
But 2 rounds of it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, I think I think that's really good against Storm.
Okay, yeah, you might be right. You might go that. Maybe if there's a second silence, he'll be like, sure, but yeah, no, it's... You might have to take
Dude,
the reverberating.
Think about like refresher silencer now too.
Yeah.
You've got like essentially 4 globals. I don't know.
But if you never get
It's
it off,
interesting.
it doesn't matter.
Right, but like just sit in fountain. You know, honestly, like what else is this hero doing?
Well, we were saying that they might ban a lot of the same heroes, so we didn't see some of the similar stuff. And so far, that's true for some, but not for others. I mean, we already got the Grim, the Centaur, and we obviously can't get the Wyvern or the TA. So right now, Entity's still looking like they've got a fairly similar lineup. I wonder, Fishman, the Veno, looks kind of okay here. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what the answer is for this silencer, though. Because, like, again, you kind of need 2 items to deal with global now.
Maybe Clockwork?
Or you just tank it.
You go Clockwork and you get a ranged carry for Watson. So then you have, like, Flare to help find the silencer, Hookshot.
Yeah, I could see that. I like that.
And then you have Hookshot versus the Enigma, too. That looks pretty good.
I think you're right. I think the answer to this is to not play defensively, but to play aggressively and force them to react. That's always been the best way to deal with silencer. If the globals are defensive,
Yeah.
you're gonna have a good time.
Yeah, you definitely. Yeah, exactly. You want to stop them from being able to just like initiate global. But they think the matchup of the Nog Siren is more important, so they're gonna grab that first.
Ooh.
Basically, just trying to avoid everything that OG have here.
I mean, that's pretty nasty.
I haven't seen a lot of Sven either, by the way.
No. I wonder if that's going to be a position for Sven.
Radiant team ban.
Like, the way that it's set up.
I don't think so.
I mean, I'm unsure. Like, you're already doing a silencer pick. Like, everything's weird in OG's draft. You know what I mean? But, like, I could see the lane matchup being where you have, like, a tiny carry and a silencer 5, and then you have, like, this frontliney Sven to be in front of the Enigma. A nice stun. He has, like, a free Crimson Guard, basically, which is kind of cool against Naga Siren.
With the facet, yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know if it's good or not, but it's something.
5 seconds remaining.
OG, they're going to just deal with some classic supports here. I mean, Rubik versus the Enigma. Fair. I mean, Bane is still in. That could be... I mean, it's Bane versus Sansa. That's pretty bad, so they probably don't have to ban that. I think the Clockwork ban makes the most sense.
Turn to ban.
Ah, the Fishman Chen. We haven't seen it,
That would've
but
been
we know
deadly.
it can come out.
Yeah, they need a way to deal with the Eidolons. Because even if it's Sven or Tiny, either one of them, they still have to deal with the Enigma in lane. And Naga's only half the equation.
10 seconds remaining.
Meanwhile, their bans here for BZM makes a lot of sense, right? The Zeus.
5 seconds remaining.
What else would be solid for them? Ari. I mean, it's going to be Tiny Enigma for sure in the lane together. It'll be 4... Because you can do the toss onto the Eidolons and everything. That's all really good. Good lane matchup. They need a jump. It has to be a jump.
Entities turn to pick.
Primal Beast. That would have been pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that as an option.
Like good wave clear and illusion clear and stuff.
Radiant
You could just go the BZM Invoker at the end.
Oh,
Whoa!
the big dog.
Dude, against the Eidolons? If you kill one Eidolon with, like, all of the fatal bonds on him,
10 seconds.
or the other thing is just having upheaval out, because any
5
hero
seconds
that or any creep or anything that dies under upheaval will then summon one of the imps.
Yes.
Which will
Yeah,
then
yeah.
like turn into an explosion.
Those are hard to deal with.
Dude, I freaking love Dota. What the hell? This is so cool. Wait, Axe? Dude, what is happening? What is this draft? Is it Axe mid?
The Seb's taking
Seb
the Enigma.
4.
Ari's taking the Silencer.
Oh, BZM Tiny. Yeah, this is garbage. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Maybe it's good. I don't know.
The lane combos got a little bit funky. We'll have to see because my initial thought is that you're gonna do Tiny Enigma because obviously you that's a well-known lane combo. Toss back on the Eidolons, good control, lots of damage. But instead they're gonna have the Silencer and the Axe, which is a lot of damage over time, right? How did they rework it? It's like the old version of Silencer. This is where like being around for too long is confusing. I have to reread his changes to that spell.
I'm actually I've been doing so much with PGM, but I'm gonna need to look at the heroes so much in this game because I have no idea what's going to happen. Like the picks are super bizarre. The choices of talents are gonna be interesting to watch because the other thing is now like also Warlock is the answer to Enigma. I wonder if they decided that they had to switch up the axe for the Enigma to deal with the Warlock Golem. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like put less priority on the Enigma.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's so hard to keep it up versus the Warlock. I mean, this is an old school counter to Enigma, but Warlock's been dead for a pretty long time. And
yeah,
Fishman wants to bust it back out here. He's a gold tier Warlock too, kind of unusual. Because he's not a hero you see pro players play a lot in pubs because he's just been bad and he doesn't really offer any practice for them. And I have such good news, everyone. He took the Black Grimoire facet.
That's pretty fun. I think the other one is more funny and cool, but it's probably better to go the Black Grimoire.
All right, so the Black Grimoire, if you guys want the info here, it is an item that can be consumed to gain experience for each kill Warlock participated in, and it starts with 1 charge.
Okay.
And yeah, basically you get 250 experience per charge. So if you can wait, get a bunch of kills, stack it up, and then consume it, and you have to hold it in your slots. You can't be dropped. You can put it in your neutral slot though.
They take away the ward right away. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. And I think also you can see the 1xBet odds favoring Entity for game number 2 as well. Both heroes now, the Storm and the Warlock, having a hero that like really functions well with kills. If like a 5-on-5 engagement right here at the beginning would be like awesome for Entity.
The battle begins.
It's actually
Whisper?
true. Forcing first blood's really good.
They have enough to get him. Gonna go for the body blocks with the illusion. Oh, Whisper, you're in trouble. They have enough damage, though. It doesn't quite look like it. Fatal Bonds won't be able to finish that one off. But Whisper, he's gonna have to walk all the way home.
Man, Watson kind of crazy.
Hurts.
This guy's kind of good. I think he plays a lot of Dota. I'm gonna throw it out there, folks.
You're not wrong.
Oh.
Well, in the mid lane.
Dude, he's doing
We'll
it
see
again
how
up top
this
here.
goes.
He's body blocking Ari. Dude.
Careful,
Dude.
careful, careful,
Dude.
careful, careful. All right. Couple more hits. Watson underneath tower trying to take him down, but it won't be enough. And instead, it's Watson taking some return damage. Still, the amount of pressure they're applying. Actually,
Nobody got the first wave.
Yeah. They didn't get anything from that.
That's crazy.
I think it's actually better for OG.
I mean, yeah, probably, because he didn't just get to sit on the wave.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, so top will be the battle of just DOTs. Down bottom here, it'll be the battle of keeping these Eidolons up and pressuring. There is the level 1 stroke, and then, of course, the hoof stomp. So Seb just have to watch the positioning. This is not a free Eidolon lane.
I think it is better than it would be up top, though, to be honest. I think that was a good dodge by OG to make sure that they didn't run into that. So,
yes,
swapping up the lane situation a little bit there, or the priority, like you said.
Yeah, that's true. We didn't even talk about that. Yeah, the whole Warlock thing versus Enigma is really important, but yeah, even more importantly is the lane matchup. Being core Enigma versus core Nagasiren is a bad time. You just lose all your Eidolons to the Riptide.
Yeah. Blocking out the camp there as Tomato going to just create some separation. Seb took a lot of damage, but will be tangoing back up. Need to be careful with his movement as they'll try their best to deny out as much as they can against this Sven as BZM picks up his bottle. Gonna get the refill there, and no one off to a pretty decent start. Looking pretty even across the board.
It's so important that they try and get BZM moving this game. You know, like he just has to get on a roll. Notably, he went for the insurmountable despite being a mid tiny, which is the one that gives you the status and slow resistance, but not the bonus toss damage.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I
kind of
guess
interesting.
Just wanting to be more the carry.
Yeah, because we kind of envision like, you know, getting that toss damage, your nuking style, you're moving around the map, getting these kills. 'Cause we've seen the damage, and it is big. Like it's very noticeable.
Yeah.
But it does, of course, have a bigger fall off than what you get from insurmountable.
Yeah, and you know, I think no matter what you want to say about this OG draft, if they get to the late game, I think they just win, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Just win. Lol.
Like I don't know. It feels very, very strong to have like a position 5 Enigma with the silencer in the game, and then like, you know, Tiny Sven. You are still dealing with Storm Spirit in the late game with the Naga Siren too, but
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels good, I think.
Yeah, it is going to be really interesting, too, because of that reverberating silence, like you said, because since they went for the Naga Siren, too, I mean, that just cements it at that point. The fact that she can't just, you know, she's going to have her Manta, obviously, like, for sure, so it's very interesting. You can't even just, like, Manta and then, oh, Illusion's nice. Good play here from
Damage, and no one in trouble. He turns for the hit, but the Fairy Fire, and that's going to be first blood taken by Ahri. Nice rotation in, and
He got the
not something
steal.
that we've seen. No one's struggling in lane.
Yeah, he's got the glaives.
Whisper.
Wait, that's just as innate now, guys. Never mind.
Oh, neutral creep. Wait, does he get Black Grimoire stacks for that? On Fishman?
No.
Oh.
He wasn't a part of the kill.
Oh.
Wow, nicely done.
sad.
That's actually big.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. The saddest Fishman.
But yeah, that's another big buff to Silencer, obviously, is that you, because it's an innate now, you don't have to have the skill.
Yeah.
Is under attack.
So he's just building up and getting to be smart early. Katomi? DM there. Double round of the Inkswell kills the Eidolon, and DM just standing tall. 25 and 10 right now versus 14 and 4. Well, they get the kill on mid. Centaur is demolishing the Sven.
Yeah, this is one of the things about Grimstroke is that even though it's a weaker rotating position 4, it is a very strong lane 4. Like a lot of 4s that are good at rotating are just really weak in the lane. Even like, you know, you just can't do much. It's down bottom again. They're under the tower.
Can they get him? And whoo, does look like he's gonna live.
I mean, it's a lot of action.
Scary
They're
stuff.
also wrapping around onto no one in the mid lane. Like, I mean, they're just going everywhere at the same time right now. This is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to do what they can. Whisper doing the full pull. And I think he's going to head back and pick up the other creep wave now as well. But, I mean, Naga Siren is sort of free to farm up here now. And Fishman is going to come through the gate and maybe try and make something happen. They could try and go into Seb here.
Yeah, he wants to be active here because, you know, his carry's safe, so, you know, you have to be
Right.
doing something with yourself. So he comes down, steals the Lotus. That's pretty cool. But unfortunately, you're a Warlock, so rotation's not your strong suit.
They see Seb here. BZM moves in, has the Inkswell play, gets there for the stun. DM now getting ran at. This haste run doing everything for him. BZM looking for another toss. The stomp is there, though. That stops any extra action.
Yeah, not much opportunity to do anything there without another toss, so. Level 1 cooldown is brutal. 20 seconds.
Whisper getting hit a little bit. Watson having a perfectly fine time on this Naga Siren.
Yeah, this will
And
get
he
Whisper
can
back in time to stack and get his Wisdom Rune, though.
Although
Oh, actually,
no
they're
one's
coming to
making the
steal it.
move. They're going to
Radiant's
try.
courier has been killed.
Kills off the courier. 5 seconds away. They're bringing everybody. Oh my god, the Inkswell in. And the stun. Able to take it. Double Wisdom Rune. And now going for more. They're going to get the kill. And that still doesn't quite have level 6. But, I mean, with 3 heroes in the area, I think Entity can get out if they want to. They want to keep going for more. They can no one pretty far. But his stick, if he needs it, just going to Avalanche onto Watson. Gonna go for the mirror image and the run out play. First, still more damage to Katomi, but Watson's just gonna TP away. And everybody gets out scot-free.
Oh man, and stealing your Wizard Rune. That is
Yeah.
oh, aggressive play there from no one in the crew, but it works out. I mean, to even bring Watson down as well.
I mean, that's a really important moment right there. Because again, it's like levels. It's everything, you know.
Radiant's middle tower
And
is
more
under
galvanized stacks too for the Storm. He's up to 6 now.
Oh, that is true. Yeah, you get the +5 for leveling the ulti, so.
Moving in. No one. Full step forward. And now, look at the little golems. They're going to spawn. They're all dying. Oh my god. Yeah. Yep. The both heroes getting involved in that one too. So Black Mar and Galvanized.
Least threatening God Strike I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. Oh, can't do much here.
Fishman walks in tower range there. That's going to give away their
It's
ward.
the ward. They're really they're making the moves.
Dire's middle tower
It's all
is under
like little things like that, you know. There's just they're just getting everything, taking the wisdom runes, coming down, pressuring the safe lane, forcing a God Strength out for the guy to go back to the jungle. And again, BZM has to get enabled. Wait, we need this Tiny doing stuff. And oh no, he can't find anybody.
Radiant structures.
Trying to make a move.
Look at that vision.
Golem? Oh man! And now the Stampede. They're in on him. They're ink swelling the Golem. BZM, he is going to drop yet again.
Defensive
now
ward.
moving forward, Ari, they pull him in. He's getting body blocked again by Watson. Keep him alive long enough for the Grimoire stack, for all the stacks.
Whisper.
Ari in trouble, and they're going to silence Mr. Whisper.
Radiant's
Oh, he already
middle
consumed
Bro.
it to get 6. Ah,
okay.
Cool.
Interesting.
Yeah, I missed it when he did it. Man, that's I mean, great ward. Like that, there was a ward up on the pillar there. It spotted the move. That's what helped save no one in the first place. Ruined BZM's initiation.
Yeah. He maxed upheaval too.
Slacks would be proud.
Man. Losing his golem, maybe? No. I think this static slide has really just changed the way that Storm plays these early lanes so much.
Yeah, he got big buffs, I think, in this patch. That's a cool facet, and the galvanized is just too much. Those numbers are getting tweaked for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I'm going to lose more or what, but
I think even just the idea of it, it's like, it's... I mean, think about how much mana regen that is, you know? Like, I don't know. The idea of building mana regen just by being around those kills and being involved in them for that hero,
yeah, but it is fun.
it's too much. It is. It is fun.
How about if you kill him, you get the charges?
Oh, okay, I like that now.
Now everyone has
Toss back. Fishman shows up. In some trouble. Stampede to get him out. Try and survive. Not going to happen. No one low on mana. Has to be careful with this move.
Okay, this is a good idea. I'm just saying. Ice Frog, come on. Give me the Galvanized if I kill Storm Spear, and I'm so fine with this. You don't have to tweak the numbers at all. That would be so hype, actually.
Inkswell pulls him back in. Oh, Silencer has never wanted 6 more. Oh.
I actually
Just has to
forgot
sit
that he's
there.
not 6 yet.
He just has to sit there and watch it happen.
Oh, where's my Black Grimoire? Where's my Wisdom Rune? Team? I mean, it's those kind of plays. Like, because as a Storm Spirit, you're trying to snowball. You're trying to get ahead. So going in like that, taking the Wisdom
Bro.
Rune.
Oh my god. And now they've got this upheaval going. Maybe a chance, maybe an opportunity, desperately wanting to take down no one, but oh, is it going to be enough? Yes, they managed to kill him off. I mean, he is very slow right now on everybody.
Oh my
Drops
God.
the golem! Says, fine, you want to battle me? Let's battle. Is Seb going to be able to survive through it? Yes, he will. And they actually killed the golem, too. All right. It was a little bit of fake hype there, but I was excited.
Dude,
Big black hole.
I will never be able to resist urges like Seb can. I can't believe he didn't black hole that Source Spirit. Like, I know he was low, and he had no mana, and you can see the mana very clearly now. You don't have to click the hero. I'm still black holing there. I'm just so... like, maybe I forced out the goal over something early. I don't know, but, like... Oh, he was just like, no, we got the kill. It's okay. This guy's been tormenting your whole team. But look at Ari here, under this tower. Oh, yeah. He doesn't miss last as we're watching. Don't worry.
He's
See?
getting it there. Oh, he's
my
still
God.
not 6.
How much?
Come on.
It's 5
it's
XP.
I know.
5 teeny tiny XP. Imagine he dies and no one rotating right now, smoked up. He's coming. Ari, hurry!
Oh God!
Hurry up!
No, he's got it. He's got 6. He's got 6. That's gonna save this. Oh, they should have glyphed the wave. They should have glyphed the wave. It's not gonna matter. It's
No,
dead
he's
anyways.
just dead anyway. Never gets old.
It's the thing, you know. The jokes, they just get funnier the more you tell them.
I know. Yeah, it's like a parabola. Like it gets you know, it goes down. It's like worse, but eventually it comes back up.
It's only up for me.
Sorry, my bad. Asymptotic then.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Blink Dagger is done for Tiny and Centaur. The save are completed for working for this man, working towards it. Watson trying to get that Manta done. So this is going to be the first instance of reverberating silence that we see. Will they be able to bring down the storm?
Well,
This is... Jump in. Waits on it. Global use now. Round. Second round. Gone. It's the... Oh, but wait a minute. Oh, and now they're all upheavaled. And now Watson moves in. Oh, no. They don't have another answer. Oh, God. Silencer doesn't do anything. Oh, no. Okay, maybe an opportunity. Whisper moves in, but Tomato, Whisper, chasing DM. Still have more on the tank if they want to go for it.
this guy has 2100 HP.
It's the Cole. And Yum tries to run away. The Inkswell, the stun, it's not going to come out in time. This is working.
Dire's middle tower
OG, they found an answer. Off the back of killing the Storm, the rest of Entity is not doing the damage that they need. So Silencer pick is working. Really well done.
It took a while to get online, but it is there. You know, we finally have moved out from actually cosplaying as a Rock after 2 games. Tiny, not just sitting there doing nothing as a Rock would. He actually is able to get involved. As both teams win as the Maroons, still sitting here. Desperately needed by OG, so that's going to get scooped up in a second by Tomato.
Right. Or not.
Yeah, no, he
Yeah.
grabbed it.
Okay. Oh my God.
That's
What the hell?
It was the Eidolons, right? Is that what it was?
That is insane. Black Hole immediately canceled out, and they move in to finish up BCM. No one almost gets him, dude. He's not doing enough damage, and the Avalanche is barely there.
Oh, the blink.
They're going to get the kill. He blinks out. I cannot believe that that worked. I thought for sure he was dead when I saw all the Eidolons dying.
That
But
was so
look at
much
this.
damage.
OG back from the dead. I mean, he did take a ton.
Yeah, I'd have to see that again to see how much damage that came from those little Eidolons, but it looked like a lot of it. But man, they have got no one down. Now he's down to 3 galvanized charges here because he's losing the kill race, Lyrical. That's what's happening.
Well,
I have a quiz for you. How many galvanized charges does he have left?
well, you can bet on it right now. Head on over to 1xBet Esports Twitter, scan the QR code, join the quiz, win some prizes. Like they're going to potentially win this game. OG off the back of an unorthodox drafter. Looking solid.
Still down. Still a 9,000 net worth Naga Siren in this game. Don't forget.
I mean, but they got, you know, Nigma, position 5. All right, BZM, they couldn't get the kill last time. Couldn't get the kill last time. Can they kill him this time, Trent? Will it be possible? Looks like the answer is yes.
So interesting, I guess. Status resistance presumably does nothing versus the upheaval, right? Because it's just constantly applying.
Yes.
That's annoying. But the slow resistance should help in theory, right? Because it's a slow per second, so it should help.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not confident enough, but I trust you.
I mean, it doesn't do much. It's only strength to status to slow resistance 20%.
Yeah.
So his current slow resistance is 22% at the moment.
I did see a little interaction, by the way, in the woods there. Whisper came over to farm a camp, but Seb was already farming it, and Whisper walked away and then went to go farm a different camp. I think it's a testament to what is going to be happening in this game a little bit. Seb almost has, I think he's about to have Greaves. Has him done. So
that's big. He's going pipe after.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Seb Classic. He is going to have a really big impact on this game. With Black Hole off cooldown in 25, the bigger thing is having these like team fight oriented items to keep his buddies alive, particularly against this Storm.
Can I just say that I'm actually on team not Black Grimoire? Is that crazy for the Warlock? Because it's a facet that you just lose it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just gone. I don't know.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like you don't get to have it for the whole game. The other facet at least keeps your golem stronger the whole game. You're just banking on that one level 6. And it was impactful. Sure.
Yes.
But I don't know.
I mean, the flip side of that, imagine you lose your wisdom runes and you don't have it.
It's true.
That's the thing that stands out to me. Katomi nearby now. They're going to have global up. They're going to have everything. The team fight from OG is pretty terrifying. And there you go. Immediately onto him. But take it off. Global's still there in response. And the taunt, the kill. They come in with Watson. Naga Siren trying to turn this one back around the other direction. Fishman, Upheaval doing some work. Good damage out, but they break the Upheaval, toss him back in. The call, but the Song of the Siren, the heal. It's not going to be enough for the save. They have to run. Huge. OG coming online.
And that stinks to use the song basically just to save Fishman. I guess Watson didn't have a TP either, so in theory it's kind of risky to try and get out. But to no success there. And yeah, look at that goal for Whisper. 674 on the match. They're going to jump on the BGM.
Trying to bring him down. There's no global. Still is a black hole, but it's just going to be another tiny dead as he is really dropping down the net worth neighborhood. No one comes back, tries to get a ward taken out immediately. Thought that they saw him, but was not the full vision that he was hoping for.
So this will be the test for our Storm Spirit, though, because his galvanized charges are low and he has no help.
Yeah.
He is getting really aggressive on these dips. I mean, he's just playing like he just does not care, huh? Why is he playing like he's a regen move? That's crazy. Dipping all over the place here. Wow, we're dead even on the odds, huh?
Yeah. Not 1x bet right
That's
there
cool.
with them. Feeling it could go either way. And again, it's this reverberating silence makes it so that there isn't a clear itemization answer. I guess the thing is that if you have like BKB, wait, whoa, 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 they are in very far right now, and they're gonna lose Katomi. Looks like DM gets out of trouble, but a very different game this time around from what we've seen in game number 1. Barely able to get away from that one.
Yeah, this time they don't have all 3 cores absolutely crushing. I mean, they're still ahead in net worth and everything, but their support's quite poor this time. That was the big thing. I feel like they were carrying pretty hard in game 1, setting up fights and everything, making the lives of the carries really easy. But this time it's going to be Watson who is the carry here. Ari has to glimmer away and hope to survive.
Looks to escape from there. Watson still just sending all those illusions all over the place. As Tomato is going to spam out the wave. I will say the danger is like the main damage dealer in this game is feeling to be Tomato. And, you know, there's still the worry that this happens as you see him like almost dead instantly.
That was really close.
Yeah.
Oh, look, he's trying to bait. Watson knows. Watson, you know this. You know this is a bait, Watson.
They have more friends nearby, though, coming in with the rest of them. Get it. Inkswell out. Silence is there. They pop the global. He's got a haste, though. He's running away. Storm. This is the fight that they're looking for. Still need to be wary of Black Hole. But do they want to keep going for more? It doesn't look like it.
BZM taking out the Warlock is a big help. That could have been bad.
Yeah.
He got him during the global silence because that's one way they end up losing Tomato there potentially. No one at Omi's still sticking around. They're going to go for the Inkswell play.
No global.
Nope.
No, they're not going to tow it.
Nope. Thought about it?
I mean, actually, I wonder if this opens up Roche for them. Because the worry is you have Black Hole, but if Warlock is back alive again, they can take a fight right now and immediately go into the pit. I think they want to take advantage of no global. Going on to Seb, looking for him, jump, pull. Does he have enough to stay alive? Does not look like it. Whisper, now the Stampede, still getting some separation. Jump in from DM, the damage is there. They drop the rock, huge hit. As it looks like the chase down is gonna be there. Stun, breaks it, looks for more. Can they find the rest of these heroes? It doesn't quite look like they're gonna be able to get them online.
Yeah, get this tower. And I like what you said. Go get Aegis. Try and give no one some help.
Radiant's top tower.
It would be so nice for them.
I feel like, I guess, that they can't really do it quickly enough. Which, I mean, I guess fair enough.
Radiant's top tower.
If they can work their way towards that, that would be a huge get. Because, I mean, obviously, buybacks are the big answers to big ultis, but the other thing is Aegis.
Yeah, exactly. Him being able to fight through it would be so helpful with the Aegis versus global. And he is going back for the Orchid. He's been waffling a bit on no one, trying to figure out exactly what to do. But
Yeah.
working on Watson already. No one wants to get one too. Because defensively, like you said, there's not a great option outside of EKB.
Right. And even that doesn't fully solve your problems.
Yeah, because it does pierce debuff, right?
Yeah.
So it works. So it still works the same way.
I believe so.
So yeah, skill works on invisible and debuff immune units, but gaining debuff immunity will remove its effect. So it is the same thing. So if you are hit by the first silence, you BKB, the second one will still hit you.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So classic.
They have Lotus from DM. They have, like, other ways to help try and deal with this, sort of, with, like, I think even making sure that they have Stampede ready if they don't have the immediate hard lockdown on Storm. You know, you need, like, the call or the Avatos into global to really ensure that you take out Storm.
Do you want to see something really sad?
What's
Ari
that?
is 1-2 and 11, but he's only stolen 8 int.
Oh my god.
That's sad. Like, he's actually involved. I mean, I guess it's not.
No one?
He's always involved, but-
No one? They got the call. Avatos dead. Didn't even need the global.
Wait,
And they got the courier.
wait, he didn't get any int, though, because he didn't hit him.
Yeah.
He didn't
that's-
steal.
That's sad.
Bro, get your brain drain on, man.
Brain drain. They're going to take the Aegis instead. Interesting.
But he did 43 damage with... Why didn't he get the... Well, he wasn't within 975 range? Like, he just wasn't close enough, because he did do 43 damage.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
And that's depressing. Help a guy out here, man. He's 975.
Whatever.
I guess he
He
was
doesn't
just... No, he does! Stealing 4
He's a
in from this
global.
storm?
He's a global.
Yeah, but I want...
Whatever.
I don't care about him. I mean, taken away from the storm, dude.
I guess that's fair. That's fair. Blink away? Maybe still looking for a fight. They don't have their Storm here, but have a lot of other heroes. Hello, how's it going? BZM. They end up finding Ari off to the side as the global comes out. Gonna find and kill off Fishman. So global being used in this instance does not net them a kill onto Storm Spirit. Can it get him a kill onto Watson? No. He's going to gate head on through to get out of trouble.
It was a potentially worrisome situation. Like, it could have been a
Yeah.
bad fight. I think that's an okay time to global. They had a lot of heroes there.
Well, if you want to find an opportunity to find more heroes yourself, of course, check out the 1xBet mobile app, which is just something that I'm going to say there as Tomato. Man, my segues are on point. I gotta love it.
Say, yeah.
They got a BKB out of him. He is Aegis. A little bit of maybe a preemptive one. I don't think there's any way to kill the Storm or the Sven right there.
Yeah, but he doesn't know how many allies are around.
That's fair.
Could have went down. Vindicator's axe for Tomato. That's kind of sweet. There's a lot of silences between these Orchids, so there's a decent chance that he actually gets the bonus damage.
Oh, speaking of which, I don't know if the bonus damage is going to help him here, though. No BKB means that is an Aegis claimed. And are they going to go for more? Oh, they find him, and now they catch the Axe, too, keeping him out of the fight. Oh, wow. Avalanche toss tries to make something happen in return. They also don't have Song on Watson, and there is the black hole. It only catches on the Storm, and they're not going to kill him.
No, they put the damage into the Naga Siren. They were
Naga
trying to kill him.
lives through all of that. Oh my god, 8 seconds until Global's back up too, and they're not going to be able to get anything.
Oh, that's the deal. And of course, Storm immediately smokes up Kataomi in the well, and they're running back because that's the thing about Storm. There's no cooldowns.
They have a regen rune too. Storm, Watson is like, that'd be nice for me. No one's like, no, get the hell out of here. We're smoking. We're battling.
Now there's
Battlers.
there's no God Strength here, remember? No black hole.
Oh, man.
This is bad.
Yeah, Entity, they're ready to bully. If they show, they're on him again. They got him right away. No black hole. Seb can only look at it, but the call, is it a big enough one for them, though? No, Whisper doesn't quite have enough. The Global came back up, and they do kill the Storm. Dude, the call from Whisper, given signs of TI-8 as they make the turnaround play happen. Watson off in, though, and Tomato beating into them. They drop the Golem down. All the Fatal Bonds. Oh, do they have enough damage? They jump in with DM. The big stun, the double edge, the turnaround. Entity doing what they can to take these heroes out. As Watson runs in, it's a triple kill for Fishman. Oh, the Fishman, he cometh. As BZM is going to be rooted for a very long duration. They go for another toss play, but they don't have enough damage to make the difference. Inkswell done.
The false hope of that fight, man. So much false hope. Like, you're coming in with your resources are just trash in comparison. You have nothing that is going to help you. You have Global, and that's it. Like,
but
Black Hole's not back up. There's no God Strength. The calls are amazing, but it doesn't matter.
They almost got it. He almost did it there
that's
on
the false
Axe.
hope.
It is. You're right.
Oh,
I mean, 5,600. It was big. It was as good as they could get, but in the end, it wasn't enough.
Also, we haven't talked about it too much. I think DM has played almost flawlessly this game. He has had so many good stomps.
Yeah.
Like, consistently. In that last fight, he did as much damage as the War. He actually did the most damage in that last fight. But constantly, he's getting these big jump-ins every time, exactly where they need it. And, like, yeah. It looks close. You think maybe we're going to do it. But the answer's no.
I mean, I think the big thing is Watson being able to re-engage. They have to commit all of that stuff to kill the Storm, and afterwards it feels like they should be able to get it. But this right here from Fishman, 5 heroes bonded together is just devastating.
Oh, what a hero, man. When it's a good Warlock play, it feels really good.
And turns, Black Hole back off cooldown. He's silenced, though. Watson was there, Global the turn, and now they have the Black Hole ready if Seb can get into positioning. Just barely off the mark. Superman Sven chasing Katomi. BKB out onto him. There's the net to control with God's Strength going.
Toss to Black Hole.
Looks for the toss back, but no! They jumped on the Black Hole! Seb, he couldn't get there in time to help him out. Watson backing away, trying to separate from Whisper. They're hiding this fight pretty well, and it's just not quite enough damage. Watson, he doesn't have enough, and now no one is running wild. When you deal with one of them, the other comes in clutch as they are going to take down 4 Entity. They're weathering the storm, and now coming up on top of OG.
DM.
Oh, man.
He knew. He saw the plan ahead there from OG. He jumps in the back, stuns the Enigma, followed up by no one. They take him down, because that was the call, right? Chase the Naga, toss her back, Black Hole. Fight's good, but now they're sitting here. They're forcing high ground. He's threatening the Golem. Fishman just tapping the base a little bit, letting them know, I could do it. Yeah, drop the base, Fishman.
God, it was 1 second away from Black Hole when he got orchided by Watson, and I guess his Greaves were still on cooldown at that point. That's the only thing that I could think of that, like, because he almost had a chance to try and turn that back around and get a Black Hole off.
Yeah.
But wasn't quite there in time, and now a full lane of Rax is down. 5 seconds until Sven is back up. It has been a disappointing series, I'm sure, for Tomato in this one. As you can see, the swing in the odds from 1xBet pretty heavily into their favor.
Remember when things were even?
Right? It's been a little bit.
Katomi gonna pick up the Blink Dagger here on this Grimstroke just to increase the survivability of no one, pretty much.
Thinking about it. Misses the stomp. But the zip-in pull onto Tomato. Buying some time. Tomato holding that BKB. Now Watson walks forward. They're not leaving yet. Now they're finally going to TP out. Roche capable of respawning in 50 seconds. Gotta make a play as OG. You have to.
Yep. It's, everything's up, so time to go. Good luck, soldiers. Fishman gonna
Look at
find the
how sad
amplify
this
damage
is.
rune. Let's go, Fishman. Fishman, take it. Take it. He's pinging it for his team. Yes, yes. Let it consume you.
And now the stomp onto Tomato again. Toss to try and save. He gets the BKB off. Now the turn. Watch out, the amp damage is going to go crazy. Fishman, he's coming. He's ready. He's moving forward. Song of the Siren is out. They kill off Tomato and just going to even go for the upheaval. Did not get a chance to do what he wanted there. Katomi giving the tips over to Whisper. What'd he do? As they go in and going to take another lane of racks.
Man, when your Warlock's ready to drop golems the whole fight and doesn't have to do it, that's bad. That's a bad sign for your opponents there. Well, Tiny did not have a good series.
Oh, Deso bought by Storm.
Damn.
As he's going to go in to finish this
My
game
dude's
off.
done. He's like, I want to sneak in some matches before later. I got to go play some more Spirit games. This guy has played Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit, Void Spirit in his pubs. He's going to go get in his Ember game now.
On to the Ancient. They need everything here. Black Hole going to be back up again in 9 seconds. Entity trying to end this game before they're back up on Seb. Of course, they have all the answers in the world. They find him. Ori, well, Hurricane Pike trying to get away. Do they have enough damage here at all? The silence, it's out on a boat. They're just getting eviscerated. And GG is called as Entity take the victory over OG. What a series. What a 2-0. My God.
Yeah, that's, I mean, this game, obviously a lot more even than last time. OG even having very good opportunities heading into this mid game. Like they managed to keep it even enough that they're hitting this timing where we're thinking, okay, this goes a little bit late, feels good. We got global silence, good control. It's really hard to deal with it. But the jumps were just too good from Entity and the coverage as well. This ability to use the 2 defensive style supports 2 games in a row to really enable their cores is working out very well for them. Because DM and no one just jump into fights with full confidence because they're just getting saved.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's really cool to watch. Watson, I think maybe 1 death the entire series so far.
Did he die on the bear?
I don't remember. He might have. He might not have, though, to be honest. I mean, I know we joked, or I should say that I joked at the beginning of this that the draft like trash.
He did not die. Actually,
he didn't die.
No, he did not die this
man.
series. My go.
Damn.
Watson's insane,
what a
dude. What a day.
But I don't think that that's true, actually. It was a little bit of a meme joke at the time. I actually think that they had some really cool answers. I think this silencer, based upon what we saw in that game, I do think that there's some value to that against this Storm. And the only issue is, like, is this a hero outside of global, right? What's your thoughts on that and the way that you saw him play? Does he provide enough in some of these other ways? Because the global is obviously amazing. It's even better than it was before.
Yeah, I think surprisingly, I do think you actually need more hours on the hero. I think Ari hasn't done enough because there were situations where he should have just gotten the steal. And it's the situations where I probably wouldn't have gotten it either because I didn't realize like the range is pretty small. It's only 975 when you're assisting. So I think getting those steals is pretty important to further slow down those heroes. But overall, yeah, I think we'll see the hero a little bit more. I don't know about it in this sense because like it was like a 4 and it wasn't that strong in the lane. He kind of just had to just ditch. His XP was really poor because they lost their Wisdom rune, and that is a bit of a problem, right?
Yeah.
So I think overall you just have to work more of your overall game plan around the silencer, but yeah, I think we could see it again.
Well, I think this Entity team has really proven to be a problem in this tournament. And again, I said this at the beginning of this series. I think we're going to see these two face off again in the grand finals. I think these are the two best teams that are still in this tournament. Obviously, MOUZ and Nigma have something else to say about that, but I would not be surprised to see these guys playing out together against each other in the grand finals. We'll have to wait and see, though. Still a lot on the line. As we get ready, we're going to head on off to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have another series. 4 series today. Stick around, everybody. More from FISSURE Universe 2 after this.
Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet.
Respect.
From 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect.
Oh, hello everybody out there. How you doing? You ready, Trent? We got it. We got another banger. Good
We really
stuff
do.
coming up.
Yes, thank you everyone for returning. Just so you guys know, we did win our game this time. So better than game 1 of the day.
Let's go.
Our game 2 went a lot better. So shout
was
outs to our
fun.
incredibly toxic Andy Mage player. My God. Turns out Turbo at 7 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. on the East Coast, 4 a.m. for
over
Lyrical.
here.
Oh man, not the best.
Or-
Not the best. They're not sending their best.
What's
to
crazy
Turbo
is that
time.
we reported them, and like instantly it was like, yeah, you guys are right. So I don't know what that is. Anyways, we got a great matchup for all you fine folks out there. Nobody getting reported in this one, hopefully.
No.
Nigma facing off against MOUZ. Trent, it should be a solid one. I saw so many different things. We're so back. All the rest of it spammed out. You can
So
see
back.
even the odds favoring them from 1xbet. They're feeling like it's Nigma's day. Now, will it actually be? That's the question.
I don't know. They're powering up on MOUZ, right?
Yeah.
Like they take down Secret, they move forward, they get the next win after that, which I for some reason can't remember right now. Boom, it was Boom. They beat Boom.
Boom. Boom.
Yeah, those are nice stepping stones, I think. Right now up to Nigma Galaxy. I think similar power levels right now.
Okay. Yeah, and I think in either case, both of these teams, you always wonder what's the disparity between the two groups. There's definitely a chance that like maybe the other group is just stronger, the people that come through, or one side of the bracket's a little bit stronger. But I think that you definitely cannot write anybody out of this tournament. And the very international squad are going to be getting ready to get underway in just a few minutes here. If I'm not mistaken, they've already made their choices as well. So it's going to be first pick for Nigma. MOUZ are going to be on Radiant. Yeah, I think towards the later part of some of those games that we kind of watched from Nigma, was there anything that stood out to you that you felt like was integral to their victories? The Veno comes to mind a little bit in terms of what they ran.
Yeah, the whole argument over Veno and trying to figure that out was kind of cool. Like if their opponents tried to take it, they couldn't have the same impact in securing sort of like a good game.
Right.
But, I mean, if I recall correctly, things weren't going that well in game 1, right? It wasn't like Sumela kind of struggling, and then he got online, then he got a storm game 2, and life was just fine.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to remember they did 2-0 Entity, who have looked incredible, so maybe I'm just underestimating Nigma because we've just seen them a little bit less, because they just got through it pretty quick. And they really struggled in that series versus Virtus.pro. Like, I thought they were going to lose that series. That took some serious some serious dropped passes there from old Virtus.pro. Like, they missed a couple easy alley-oops for a win, which was, I guess, why I was a little worried about Nigma, but Entity looked incredible, and they stomped them. So,
Right.
there we go.
Two players, if I'm not mistaken, that are on trial also right now for them, both Supreme and Bengen. We'll see how they put things together. I'm excited to see Force. I always love to see this guy. He feels like one of those players that sort of is a throwback of the slight clowniness that comes out from him. If I remember right, in the DPC from Southeast Asia, he had like the most voice lines used by any player across all of the DPC.
That's impressive.
A very expressive player on Force, as we are ready to hop into this game at number 1 draft. Just now getting underway. Let's do it. It's happening.
As per usual, one team's going to have first pick, and the other team will be on Radiant. That's what we've been seeing a lot. So it'll be Nigma, first pick, Dire Side, MOUZ, taking second pick, Radiant.
10 10 seconds
Okay.
remaining. Radiant team banned.
Lesh
Dire
banned
team
out. TA taken out of the pool. Brew. Quick picks. What you want to see?
So, MOUZ have been doing
10
very
seconds
targeted
remaining.
bans. In their series versus Boom, they first banned Ember all 3 games.
5
That is what you
seconds
call
remaining.
respect.
Right.
That is
That's
actually
good.
crazy.
Team banned.
love
I
to
would
see
not
that.
have expected that, but they didn't want to give Dark Mago the power, apparently.
Fair enough.
10 seconds
That
remaining.
man's dangerous.
We'll see if they have any
5
similar
seconds
ones, I guess, here,
remaining.
right? I mean, right
Death
away,
Prophet.
getting rid of the Brew really early?
Radiant team
Have you
banned.
seen much Death Prophet?
No, but yeah, no, I haven't. That's kind of interesting because am I crazy? I
10
thought FBZ
seconds
played a lot of Death
remaining.
Prophet as well as Brewmaster.
They did
5
get
seconds
a
remaining.
nice little buff to Death Prophet, which was basically the bonus big spirits that you get from it on her ulti are now
Dire team banned.
global. So if anybody dies in the game, she gets
Oh.
the big spirit.
Oh, really? I missed that. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
I'm
10
gonna double
seconds
check if that's the
remaining.
case.
Yeah, FBZ has 55 pro matches on Death Prophet. He actually has more matches on
5
Death Prophet than his
seconds remaining.
Brewmaster. That's a lot
Whoa.
for DP because she did have like her heyday for it was like during COVID, right? And China was playing a shitload of Death Prophet, then it kind of came over to us, and she
Yeah.
was in a lot of the games. FBZ, like he's pretty known for his Brewmaster, so if his
Right.
team is banning the DP, that's very interesting. They must have some ideas about it.
Yeah, I hope
And
we
they
get to
used it
see
twice versus Boom as well.
Okay.
From MOUZ. So obviously, just respecting it quite a bit here. And it was run, let's see here. They did play it in the middle.
Okay. Understandable. So got to take a look at those games and don't want to run into it. IO taken out of the pool now. So the big ones, Legion. Although I think Legion went unpicked, unbanned last series, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They just weren't picking her up. Spirit Breaker again taken out of the pool.
I'm thinking the scrims have been showing some Spirit Breaker here. I mean, MOUZ did play it.
Yeah.
So they've already popped it off once. And then it did get banned in some of the later matches. So I guess for now, just more bans. But hopefully we'll get more than just that one game that they had on it.
Dire team
Presumably, MOUZ likely going to get themselves the old Witch Doctor, right? That's his goat.
Yeah, I would think so. The Gree. Gotta get it.
He'll get it. He loves it. He spams it. He loves the hero. Even when it's bad.
10
What do you
seconds
think about
remaining.
this, though? Because this is a little surprising to me. You got Sumail on your team. You're opting to give up Storm in exchange for Primal. That feels very specific. I mean, I think that there's a decent chance coming into this that I was anticipating a Storm first pick overall for Nigma, but they decided
Yeah.
not to take it.
Maybe it was because MOUZ have not been playing it. Other teams have banned it, but they hadn't picked it yet. Maybe they thought it might slip through and they get a
10
chance for it
seconds
after.
remaining.
But yeah, I would agree. I don't think this match is particularly great for the
5
Primal Beast
seconds
across the
remaining.
game. But yeah, I
Radiant
mean, maybe when you have
team
BKB, you can really hone in on the start. That's insane that they're banning Witch Doctor. That's crazy. That is
Yeah.
some massive respect on just banning a comfort hero. I mean, other teams
Well-
have done it before, but still.
Well, particularly when like Shadow Demon is in the pool now against
Radiant
Primal.
team
Yeah.
dire team pick.
Yeah. Good call,
That-
Lyrical. I mean, it just ruins him. If you get ulted, you cannot onslaught. Obviously, you're being slowed down. It's a bad time. You're saving someone who's caught inside the ultimate. He truly is the best one-to-one counter, it feels like.
This I think was an oversight. I can't think of anything else
10
but that.
seconds
Like
remaining.
I will say, the lane would be worse. If they plan on giving it to FBZ, the
5
Witch Doctor would
seconds
probably lane better versus the Primal Beast than Shadow Demon does.
okay.
Right?
That's something. I think I hear what you mean, but I also think that the potential of stacking up camps and like retreating back afterwards.
yeah.
I guess if this is the answer that they're going for, you have to go so hard right now. You have to go from winning the lanes into stomping it out after the fact, because this Shadow Demon, it destroys their first pick hero overall. Like you if you're going to take a first pick hero overall, you have to protect it in the bans. And like you said, this Shadow Demon is,
Dire team
I don't know. When I've seen it, it feels unplayable. I like this decision. Okay, go for it all. Go for the Chen. Start bullying.
Okay, but Lifestealer? Chen, Primal Beast, Storm Spirit on your team. You have the Shadow
Yeah.
Demon.
Yeah.
That looks kind of sick. I would be
10
feeling that.
seconds remaining.
I mean, you do have the Tusk, which is like somewhat not necessarily an answer
5
for
seconds
a life
remaining.
stealer, but it gives you some options.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think in 25 minutes we're going to be looking back at this Shadow Demon pick and being like, man, they should have let them get the Witch Doctor.
You might be right. Now, the question is, do they want to give this as a 5 or a 4? Depends on their hero. I think if it is 4, a Crystal Maiden looks incredible here. She's really good versus Chen. She's really good versus Primal Beast. It gives you mana for your Storm Spirit. To me, that's good enough to straight up make this Shadow Demon 4.
Radiant team picks.
Yeah.
I'll start with the
Ooh.
Timber first. Another great hero versus the Primal Beast. Makes sense. Really good versus Chen. Doesn't have to worry about the Ice Shards as well. Can just Timber Chain on out of there.
Yeah, I think just trying to pick stable things, okay? Or you don't go stable, you go a bounty hunter.
Oh.
Great. Is that a
Alright.
force hero?
I don't
no,
know,
there's no
actually.
way. No, it has to be a support.
It feels like with the changes that support is going to be more common. That would be my assumption,
Yeah.
at least.
10
What were the
seconds
changes
remaining.
again? I don't remember bounty. I gotta look them up.
Recently, it's been angling back towards more of it. One thing that's kind of cool is the through and through, where the Shuriken Toss hits all enemies it passes through. You can
Right.
jungle really well. I did try that a little bit. That was sick. The cut
Jungling
purse,
bounty
though.
hunter? The hell's wrong with you?
No, well, not. I just mean, when you're moving, not just
Okay,
jungling
got it.
straight up. It just lets you kill neutrals and waves faster. It's nice.
Dire
Okay.
team back.
Yeah, I was just jungling bounty. But then there's also the cut purse where you just get gold every time you like track people or hit them with
Right.
stuff, which is also really interesting. But the support oriented changes were that you no longer get the critical strike, but you increase all damage taken by the target. So you're amplifying all damage, not just from yourself.
5
So it's
seconds
much more
remaining.
supporty. You
Interesting.
don't have to go for these critty things anymore, and that's huge. The
That
damage
is
was
crazy.
also increased on Shuriken cost, or sorry, on the Shuriken toss. So, this idea of just like nuking and tracking and being annoying is kind of back with the bounty. And back in the day, it used to be like a mech build. You were sort of in the fight, casting your
Well,
spells, that stuff.
And I can imagine a world where this bounty hunter, I mean, this was one of the answers that you used to have way back in the day for Chen, right?
10
Chen would be out there
seconds
trying to farm a little bit in the jungle,
Yeah.
and then bounty would just chase him around. I
5
think that's what they're
remaining.
going to try and do.
Yeah, sort of leech some XP, mess with him, provide vision for the storm to just jump on top of him. I assume it'll be a 5, which means you need a really strong position 1. I like the CK ban. I think Troll could also be something. I feel like you need a super strong laner.
I don't care what the last two picks are. I'm taking MOUZ's
Radiant
draft every day of the
team
week.
back. Dire team back.
Like,
It-
honestly.
Okay, but don't forget, this is a Chen still.
Yes.
All
That's
right?
fair.
Chen's pretty insane. We still know this. The hero's definitely really strong. You have a Weaver as well in the game, so you can be a bit aggressive. The Hand of God can go crazy with this hero because you already want to play really aggressive, and you're trying to get everything to kill this
10
Weaver,
seconds
and their
remaining.
disables aren't the best right now for like a full-on kill of the Weaver before he's able to get off the
5
time
seconds
lapse.
remaining.
Right. No, that is going to be one of the problems. But I think the answer that you have for MOUZ is you just take overwhelming damage, and if Weaver can't feel free to hit in the fights, like Timber and Storm are just going to run at him.
Yeah.
And then your Weaver, like, it doesn't matter that you can't catch him because he can't hit you.
Dude, do you know what would go absolutely nasty for MOUZ? Are you ready for this? Are you ready,
What's
ladies
that?
and gentlemen? The time zone.
I was
Imagine
thinking
leashing
about it.
Primal Beast. Imagine
Yeah.
leashing Weaver. Imagine leashing Tusk so he can't use the snowball save. Guys,
Wait.
guys, the time
You can,
zone.
you can still Sakuchi out of leash, can't you? Or can you not?
Yeah, but he's still gonna be like, all, yeah. You can still Shikuchi, but he's still gonna be. You're right
He's
though, because
gonna
then
be
when he actually
moving
gets
fast.
Shikuchi, he'll still be able to go fast. You're right. Fine. But the leash versus
The
Tusk and Primal
time
Beast is still
zone.
insane. The time zone.
The Zeus is interesting. It's a lot of damage. I did really like Miracle's Weaver when I saw it before too.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
he played really well. Time zone.
5 seconds
Time
Are you
remaining.
ready for the time zone?
I
Imagine
don't
the
think it's
attack speed
happening.
with Storm Spirit too.
I do still like the idea of like or time zone being an answer for Storm too. I think it could be really, really solid.
Yeah,
if
that
you
sounds
ban
actually
out,
terrifying.
yeah. What are we gonna go though?
We're going for the time zone, Lyrical. Don't even think about it. It's just the time zone. Okay, it could also just like what if he just
He
you
could
know,
just
Chronos?
Maybe
I've heard that's
better.
pretty good versus Weaver.
Honestly.
But there's Hand of God and stuff. So, I mean, there's also just like Gyro because again, he needs a strong hero in the lane because he is a bounty hunter, presumably going to be the 5, I think. All right, the Lifestealer is still in.
Select your
I
hero.
forgot
We
about
talked
that.
about that at the beginning.
Yeah, I thought
Easy.
that I'd take that instead of the Timber.
I'm very concerned about Nigma's draft. I think this is going to be a tough one, but if they're going to do it, it's going to be like some fast movements, FBZ making plays happen all across the area. Sumail is on his Zeus, so some cool stuff potentially.
Did he switch facets or is he on? I can't see it anymore. Is he still going to keep Divine Rampage? Because I've only seen the live wire. I don't think I've seen this Divine Rampage one. I know I
It's
should wait till the end of
pretty
the
cool.
game because you can still change. But basically, yeah, it chains from the lowest HP to the highest HP, and if you kill someone with it, it then gets more powerful as it continues hitting targets.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I'm a big fan. I think, I mean, you can see the odds still favoring a little bit Team Nigma here. I think that they are in a weird position in terms of, like, if that bounty is able to disrupt the Chen, because so much of what we've seen as Chen being, like, this big problem hero is his early momentum of taking towers and getting like a mech online and then making some plays happen around his level 6. If he can't get to level 6, if he can't get that mech because he has a bounty tracking him around the jungle the whole time and maybe even stealing gold, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
what if he takes Cup Purse and just starts stealing gold constantly? It's going to be a problem.
There is a problem you run into sometimes when you play bounty where they actually run out of unreliable gold. in the
Oh,
lane.
okay.
But that won't happen versus the Chen. Because if they have no
Right.
unreliable gold, you can't actually steal anything.
That's true.
But Chen will keep getting unreliable gold because he's going to keep killing creeps. So there you go.
All right, let's get into it, see if they have come up with the answer as we pop into this game at number 1 upper bracket. Continuing on here, and it is going to be actually the through and through for the bounty. So opting for the other one, and as you can see, the odds for 1xBet still favoring Dire here. See if they can get it all done. As Force is out in the mid, and they're kind of wrapped around on a Miracle. The smoke is going to break, and Force will retake that area over as Miracle just runs away.
Oh, por Dios.
Por
Good old Blue.
Dios.
Shoutouts to Blue.
Blue's the greatest.
Yeah, lovely lad.
30
We like Blue.
seconds to battle.
Pommel
Not the other casters,
Gates.
though. Everyone else,
Yeah,
Cap. Ugh, imagine.
Terrible.
Kazu? That guy?
Wait, so they do take the Promulgate, which is on the Shadow Demon. If they lose 15% of their health, regaining half of it after the effect is lifted. So it's like an instant bring down burst, which is kind of
Yeah.
cool.
It's kind of like old Soul Catcher stuff.
The battle begins.
Narman. It's on over. It's going to be 3 bounty runs going the way of MOUZ. Oh, Sumail. Get punched! Ah!
Oh,
He
nice
misses
body
up his
block.
block.
Oh!
Oh,
It's
man.
over. That's actually really cool. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
that
lie.
is sick. That is it's a way to help out your mid, some impact.
That's such an interesting interaction because in the old days that would never work because of how creep aggro and stuff used to work. But
Right.
the last time bounty was support, I don't even remember. Like I think creeps could still be aggro back then.
Yeah, that's super interesting. It won't work on subsequent waves, obviously, because you're not body blocking, but also, oh, you got to be careful. Oh, Narman.
Oh, the courier, it's running.
Narman.
Yeah, I mean, he has a ward up there too for this.
Yeah.
He's acting all coy. He's like, "What? I was just grabbing the wave. I don't have a ward."
Don't mind me.
All right, so this was my main concern with the bounty hunter. I will say is that they took away the ability to be aggressive in both lanes.
Right.
I think, because I was hoping for like they basically just have like some going even lanes, which is fine, but I don't know. I was kind of hoping you could apply a little bit of pressure with your Timber Saw.
Well, he's going to try and find another courier kill as he heads back up top. Kuro taking some damage from the illusions, and never mind, he's going for GH instead. Disrupting what he can do. But you imagine that in this one, Bounty is going to be a bit of a problem. That one, is he going to come in and be able to find that sentry and take it out? He will.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, this is also why you take the Timber Saw, right? You take the Timber so that way Bounty can eventually leave this lane and they won't run into any more issues.
I tell you, Valve has just made our job even easier with all these facets. Though. There's just so much to talk about. There's so many interesting things because Kuro, he took the Satyr convert this time as Narman is snowballed on, but just, again, pulling the wave. Last time we saw him, he took the Hellbear on the Chen, but this time with the Satyr, pretty cool. You start with either a Mind Stealer or the Tormentor.
Wait. Oh, no, that's the other. He got the other creep there. Right.
Yeah, he just grabbed the Troll Priest from the camp.
That Troll is so nice to have, but it is probably going to die? No, it's still living. For now. For now, Kuro. Playing out in the off lane for a bit, and we'll have a lot of heals there for FBZ.
So the Mind Stealer is the mana burning one. So presumably he wants it just for nuisance mana burning reasons.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you can't choose to get the Purge creep. I think that would have been way too strong.
Yeah. No, it's a very... In certain lanes, it will just end your lane.
Well, also, you could just imagine just getting it in the mid game too. Like if you could like somehow toggle it or something, or just like create Mind Stealer constantly, that'd be wild.
Right.
So many times for a gank that'd be useful.
Narman making the move towards mid and might make a move onto Sumail here. He's thinking about it, and he walks up. Was not anticipating that. Goes for the jump away, but one more hit, and Supreme draws first blood. Bounty Hunter, he's doing it.
I take it back. The roaming's working. I did not expect that to be successful. This completely makes it all worth it with the laning setup because you have picked one of these tankier heroes. If you want to get an aggressive roamer who's trying to like track the Chen or go mid, you need your Tides, your Timbers, your Centaurs. They've got one of those heroes, so Narman can be cheeky, and now he's down bottom.
Yeah, Kuro's mega dead. And the other thing too, right? Galvanized. I mean, Supreme, he is going to have an amazing game if they don't manage to shut him down. I think for Nigma, you have to like really push to start finding some way to kill out this storm later on. And the other issue is like there's a Shadow Demon. So if you like bring Primal mid or something to try and find a kill, you've got disruption saves.
You know, I'm looking back through the game so far in this tournament, guys, and I'm starting to put something together here.
What's that?
Storm has not lost a game.
Oh my god.
Oh wait, he lost one game. I'm sorry, he lost one game. He lost one game,
How
and it was
dare
MOUZ. It was Supreme. I'm sorry, he lost one.
How dare you? Well, doesn't bode well for Supreme, but the way the game is looking is boding pretty well for him. Gonna get some wards down here in a few. While Sumail playing a little bit of catch up for himself in the jungle. Will head in with the bounty. And just going to try and soak some experience while he can place down a ward.
That was a remake. Never mind.
Okay.
That was a bugged remake.
He's won everything then.
He's won everything. He's 7-0. Oh, that's crazy. Dude, I knew he hadn't lost a game. I knew I wasn't crazy.
Force. Chasing. Oh! He gets away. No, he doesn't. Miracle got last hit out there. So that is the price of having your bounty run around in the jungle chasing after a Zeus. While FBZ going to get open wounds and ran at for a little while. Narman walks into tower range.
Sumail, man.
Yeah, he tries to get away, but it's not going to be so easy. As Miracle TP's in, they're going to instead go on to Narman again. And doesn't have an easy way out of this, but just keeps walking. Eventually, they bring him down. Still,
Sumail
is not happy.
Yeah, and that's, again, now 8 charges of Galvanized for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
So he's already up to 6 mana regen.
This is a spooky one. He's 1,000 gold ahead of Sumail. They need to find a way to kill him.
And meanwhile, their last pick, well, almost it was last pick, right? Lifestealer is just living life.
Yeah.
He's under the tower, just punching FBZ 2 levels up on him.
Does
I
not
mean, he's
seem to
almost
care.
5, but still. Dude, he could potentially go for an invest kill after this.
Thinking about it. Infest. Punching
Yeah,
him.
he's dead.
Oh my god. Wait.
Wait, they're not going to go for it.
Oh, Narman's going for the wisdom rune.
Oh, he doesn't want to reveal. He's like, bro, we might not get this kill. I'm getting this wisdom rune.
Oh man, poor Kuro. Dun, dun, dun. And then they go for Kuro kill. No! Oh no, it's not supposed to go like this. Is FBZ in trouble too? Maybe. As Supreme, he gets the pull onto him, and now they find and finish. Bro, double kill for Narman. Oh,
Okay, the good news for Nigma fans, GH did go and get the other wisdom rune. They went in
Miracle?
aggressive. They killed SD.
Force? I mean, you got to be careful. He's in trouble. Chakram back up again.
he's
Not
the
going to
goat.
connect.
He's the goat.
That was
He's fine.
close. That was really close.
Lyrical, it's miracle. It's okay.
That's fair.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Narman's game has been so good. This is like some Xingqiu Monkey King impact where you're just
Yeah.
like, I believe, I instantly believe, and I want to queue and play it now.
Yeah. It looks really, really good.
And to think that you also have this damage amp too when you get 6 is just so nice.
Yeah. It makes a huge difference. That's an amp damage on Supreme. Disruption as he tried to get away. Still in trouble. Snowball onto Illusions. There is nowhere left to go for GH. And another kill going to be gained for Supreme.
11 charges.
11 charges at 8 minutes is crazy.
And then he's going to get the 10 talent too where he gets the mana regen and oh baby.
Yeah, he's really already moving quickly. They almost have mech on Kuro. But gotta make some plays here. But I don't even know. I think as Kuro you need to just jungle until you get mech. Right? Like, oh, and they're blocking his camps. Bro, oh, this feels so bad. He's gonna stack the camp.
Yeah. I mean, Kuro, like, one thing that we compliment him on is meta game.
Oh no, it didn't stack. Oh god. What are you gonna do?
I'm sorry we were watching that,
Leave him
Kuro.
alone. Leave him alone. Oh, jeez.
Shambles in the chat right now. Just shambles.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, that's...
That I mean, this has been a brutal couple of minutes here for Nigma.
It's fine. Everything's fine. Zeus ulti online.
Okay.
Okay, Kuro will get his 6. Look, he's dewarding.
GH can't really do much to force here. Oh, por Dios is the call. So you're right. They do manage to get that camp back open again. Narman now level 5.
Narman.
Narman. He's such a fun name to say.
It is. It's good. I need some eggs, Narman. Made some eggs, Narman. That's Fargo. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Chakram out. GH. Buddies. Buddies. Drinking buddies. Miracle shows up. If they get this kill on Supreme. Or Narman, it's pretty good. Disruption is out already. FBZ, he has level 6. Goes in for the finish. But immediately taken off. And now he's got to run. FBZ, get out of there. Big damage coming from Force. He throws out the second Chakram. Won't be able to do anything else there.
Okay. Defense there from Nigma. They get on back to the lanes. Can keep on
Got a
farming
kill.
with that speed. Yeah. They also got a sweet D-ward in the middle of that too, so that was a lot of bonus gold.
Yeah. The drinking buddies is pretty cool.
Yeah, we haven't... I don't know. I don't think they keep this going on for us. God, GH needs 6 so bad. Yeah, so... Both Tusk and his ally gain bonus movement speed and attack damage.
Right.
And mostly the movement speed I feel like is... Well, I mean, to be fair, the damage is nice too.
Track
But
is
it's only
online.
one person instead of the debuff style effect here.
tracked. Miracle when he shows. Gotta be careful. Stunned, pulled back in, tracked, and killed. Yeah, that's 2 track kills back to back. 12 galvanized stacks.
They've done a really good job taking control of this game. Because it's not only the fact that this bounty hunter is now getting track kills and gold, it's this. It's Kuro on this Chen. Like, this is a hero who, he's supposed to be rich. He's supposed to be the richest support by a decent margin. And he just can't because of the way that they moved into his jungle, the reach of this Storm Spirit to punish you. The fact that he's up to 12 galvanized charges.
Yeah.
He has 10 mana regen right now with Oblivion Staff. And he still hasn't even got the talent yet.
In the meantime, you see what Bengen's doing, just stacking up cants the entire time. Yeah, they're looking very, very strong right now.
This is
double
crazy.
Stacks. Oh, Narman. Turns. Throws out another track there. Needs to be careful. They're going after him. Can they bring him down? They will. Well played, well played. So a little bit of an overextension by the side there, and they get punished for it.
Supreme showing off his Orchid for a second there.
Oh, yeah. And track still on him. GH. The mech is there. They try and keep him alive. He's still maintaining vision. The snowball zip away, and as Chakram comes back out, they manage to bring down GH. Bengen will die for it, though.
Yeah, that pretty much only happened because Supreme used his Orchid for a second on the Weaver up top and didn't have what Zip did. But that's okay.
It still was another track kill, though.
Yep. Wait, was it? No.
I think it had still maintained long enough.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right. I think it did.
And Supreme stacks just keep on coming. As FBZ is doing the smoke farm. You love to see that one with the trample.
It's a 30-second duration on track. Damn. That's annoying.
That's pretty hard to deal with. Getting down some good vision. Kuro will back away, although Supreme could go for these creeps if he wanted. Decides not to. A little bit too afraid of people that could be coming over that direction. So, as FBZ farms out the Ancients, a very grouped together Nigma, afraid of the potential pickoffs that could come their direction. Bengen just going to farm out. I mean, this is all sort of one time, it feels like, at this point for MOUZ.
Yeah, you would think that they basically just want to go aggressive now, take over their jungle, take all the towers, and just sweep. Should be the plan here. They're coming in with Sumail, though. Arcane Rune.
Infest. Inside of Supreme, a smoke of their own now. The Bounty Hunter leading the charge forward. Smoke breaks. They spot Sumail. Immediately onto him. Now zips forward, tries to find a target, and he's onto him. Do they have enough damage? Can they bring him down? Snowball save. Big play. Supreme zips to the side. Snowball connects, and they have enough to kill off that storm, but Sumail's going to drop after the fact. Supreme could think about from the grave for the moment as Chakram out on FBZ. Lit tries to get away on this Life Sealer. Arma Toggle, not going to happen. Force misses one Chakram onto FBZ. They're still tracked on both of these heroes. Narman moves in, waiting for an opportunity to hit the stun, and then Chakram run through. Force is on a killing spree.
Yeah, good play there to clean something up for them. So with the track gold and the trades, it's it's gonna go relatively even here for mid and off laner and mid and carry.
Oh my god, he found him! The track! It makes the difference! Anybody there for the save? They managed to get him in the end, and Supreme barely gets out. So the track lasting that long keeps them in the fight, and they get another 2 track kills. Disruption, maybe a third. Sumail, he's silenced. He's chased underneath the tower. Gonna fall. Kuro, you're next, buddy.
Dude, no.
Nowhere left to go. 4 dead for nothing.
Oh my god, we've all done this. Save your buddy syndrome. It's contagious and it's painful.
Against Bounty in particular.
864 gold, baby.
Bro.
Bounty eating good.
That is I mean, it was not anywhere near this gold lead before, and my God.
All of that from a track onto Miracle and that
Yeah.
humongous zip from Supreme.
Yeah, and all of the stacks are back. Like, yeah, it's that was a really rough fight for Nigma.
Oh, 15 mana regen, 15 galvanized stacks. Orchid even has a bottled illusion rune, so we can just go a little bit crazy again here.
Yeah, he's strong. So we take a look. The kill race, that's what we saw in that last one as well. And of course, if you want to do that as well, participate, head on over to 1xBet Esports Twitter. Write some of your guesses and replies in on the kill race. But man,
Is under attack.
game feeling difficult. FBZ is there. Track onto 1. You're not killing this guy that easy. Disruption is, oh my God, they're all together. Dude, there are going to be so many track kills. They're all starting to fall. Mech is out. That's not going to save you. GH, run, hide,
Uno.
get out. That is
Dos.
another one. Yeah.
High risk play there. High risk,
And-
right? You try and blow up the timber first.
And you know what's like making this even like tougher now? Look at Timber's build. Like he's going. He went like mech with arcanes and has a pipe. Like they're building to just end the game almost. It feels like.
Oh, that's vicious, man. He's actually unkillable.
Yeah.
With a Shadow Demon save backup.
Like there's no way they kill Force. Jeez.
What's funny is that your Life Sealer is still like, yeah, he's just Armlet and Corrosion because he's just trying to get his Radiance. Like, Ulna has so much dead value
Wait.
on him.
Also, can we just say real quickly? Can we look at the Shadow Demon again?
Dire's top tower
And
is under attack.
look at his facet choice. And he has not skilled the ability that goes with his facet choice. So this is just pre-patch Shadow Demon. Like, they haven't skilled Disseminate. He doesn't need it. It's all just the same stuff. That is hilarious.
Doesn't even want it, yep. Jeez, how, isn't the other one where you get the cool illusions? Man, that would have been great in this game.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
is under attack.
Oh, Miracle. Oh, Miracle. No. Dude, this bounty is actually owning them. It's so sick. Narman MVP. Look at that
Watch him
man
dig
right
up, Watch
there.
him dig up this bounty rune right here. Here it comes.
The face of
he's
a
too busy.
murderer.
He's not shoveling.
He's
Would
ready
you-
to
would
go
not
for
be
some
happy.
kill. No, he's not. He's too busy trying to chase down other heroes.
That makes sense. That's where the real gold is. It's in their bodies.
It's got to just unveil it.
What is happening?
Yeah. Look at Force. Look at Force. He pops pipe. They can't do anything. He just walks away.
I mean, he's hitting them double chakras just like on their stairs, and they just can't move.
Yeah. Lifestealer's pushing top. Just farming. All right. Mouse is the
track.
truth. Drinking Buddies in for the save. Trying to keep him alive. GH is not going to do that. The only thing that stays alive is long enough for track. But they take down Supreme. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Don't call it a comeback. Opportunity here to turn things back around. Force losing armor. The bug is on him. But with Lifesteal showing up, everybody has to run away. Yeah, get out of there.
Oh, those britches. Well, he was a little too big for him right there. Getting in, gets hit by the Onslaught, the Thunder God's Wrath, and the Bolt. I think even immediately after, like, he just got blown up. Just went a little bit too deep.
Radiant's
Just a
done,
bit.
though. And Greaves completed now for the Timber.
Notably, no Eternal Shroud for the Storm this game. I'm surprised by that. This seems like the perfect kind of game for it. Maybe it's because his Timber's invested so much defensively that he feels like he needs the damage.
Yeah, I could see that.
But I feel like that
real-
has still looked really good.
I mean, he would have survived there if he had Eternal Shroud.
Yeah.
Making another move. They've got a Radiant Storm. Ready to battle. God, you gotta find some way to, like, shut down this bounty, the vision that he's bringing to this table. It's like, oh, you see him. Oh my God, Miracle's right there. Drinky Buddies, though.
Nice
The
Drinky
save, the save, disruption. He's gonna be fine. Oh, they almost had enough for the kill, but it's not quite going to be there. Now Walrus Punch, Supreme, he gets out. The Greaves, the pipe, and now he goes in for more. They find Sumail. He will not be denied. And
God,
in
force.
for Kuro. Why not? Wait for it. The track, it comes out at the last second.
Turns out it
Ooh.
stands for Force Field. He
Yeah.
is just able to block all of the damage for his friends. Easy peasy between the saves and the buff up. I mean, that's why Supreme's going mad damage. He has actually queued into the Eternal Shroud now. Thank you for listening to the cast, Supreme. I know you need the advice. I got you covered, buddy. And in the midst of all that, while they're trying to focus down, look at that damage from the Lifestealer. Between the Radiance and just clicking on people.
Yeah. It's pretty devastating.
Dire's
Also, I think that he opened wounds, and that probably helped to bring Storm back up, too. That's the other thing I hadn't thought about. Pretty big moments here. As 23-9, a 14,000 gold lead. MOUZ, I didn't give him enough credit. This team is looking solid. Dude, every time
really
Miracle shows, though, it's like... It's just really scary. He has not come up with an answer for the Orchid.
You can see where GH is standing, and you know why. Like, he
Yeah.
has to be there. Oh, no, track.
They go in. 1x bet odds, telling us what we already know, that this is not looking good for Nigma Galaxy, as GH is also dead, looking for more track kills. And they find it. Look at FBZ. He just stands there. No! That's what we were talking about. A triple kill for Supreme. This man is not going to stop. He's going in for more. Don't make him stop. Going in for the finish. Narman steals the kill away, as you do. Underneath the tier 4 towers. One more timber chain just on the dead body as 5 are
Por
gone.
Dios.
You said it best.
He's not wrong.
27.
Dude, it's
Oh,
only
man.
32 HP regen, guys. Okay, it's not a big deal.
Mana.
It's all right. Sorry, mana regen. Yeah. Why not both? I mean, you know, that's Timber's HP regen right now.
Yikes. I think a couple of really cool things happening with this MOUZ draft. Obviously, the Bounty Hunter stands out, but Force's decision making on items is like, I feel like I haven't seen a Timber play like that in a while.
Agreed.
Like-
It's perfect this game too.
Yeah. It's one at them because it just enables this Storm to go absolutely crazy. And Narman, position 4 ahead of the enemy carry. Higher net worth than everybody else on the enemy team.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice that you know, breathe it in, guys. This is the last Storm Spirit game we're going to see.
Yeah.
Because
No,
it's
gone.
over.
It's
It's
gone.
over. This is it. Yeah, enjoy your look at the little blue hero because he's done.
And if they have not banned him out, somebody is making a mistake. Force, can you even kill him? He force staffs to the other side. Seems appropriate. Narman, another track kill onto FBZ. Now jumps forward onto Zeus, finds more kills. Why not? Kuro's dead. Miracle nowhere to go as he's going to try and actually Sakuchi out, and they will let him go. Okay. Decide to get him out. Man.
Well, I mean, the Nigma fans, they like saying we're so back. But can anyone be so back as MOUZ esports? I mean, that's
Right.
a long time since they've been back. You got to
That's
start
true.
off being back.
And in what type of fashion is this? Man, GG has called 25 minutes in an absolute masterclass performance. Super solid to see it.
What a draft.
I mean, again, when I saw that pick, they ban out the Witch Doctor, and then Shadow Demon comes out. We saw it up there, right?
Yep.
Compare the two first picks in this game. This is a primal beast. 11,000 damage done. Storm 26,000 damage done. Like, it's not on the same tier. If you're gonna take that primal, you gotta protect it. Can't let him get a Shadow Demon.
It's also just the fact of like the control that you had by the end of this game for a Storm Spirit. It's one of those situations where it just doesn't feel like it's okay to end your draft with that little control, especially with how insane we've seen the hero be now. Like we're all aware that he's busted, I think.
Right. Man, I'm really impressed. Yeah, I think. Is there any way they let the Storm through? I guess the other problem is that Nigma had first pick overall, right? So you probably have priority on MOUZ. Maybe there's a chance that they don't, but I think you have to ban Storm.
Yeah,
and
there's
maybe,
no way.
Maybe we see, like, honestly, maybe we see Primal come out again, and then they just ban out Shadow Demon. That could be a possibility.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that this game isn't necessarily on too many of the heroes. I think overall their draft is still winnable and stuff, but they just had really good answers like 1-to-1 in a lot of these situations, like the Shadow Demon versus the Primal, the Bounty Hunter versus the Chen, getting in there, ruining things. Also, you think about the impact Narman had in the mid lane. A lot of that comes from the fact that you have this Timbersaw in the off lane who's allowing this Bounty Hunter to roam so easily because Timber's not going to get shut down.
Right. Yeah, Force is definitely the unsung hero when just looking at this game on its face, between his itemization and also what he enabled Narman to be able to do. Like, him not feeding in that safe lane was really important to making sure that Miracle didn't have, like, a snowball-y type game.
Yep.
Love it, though.
I think my two big heroes right now are TA and Storm Spirit. I don't want to see either of those. I think those two heroes are way too strong. Even first picked right now, they feel like they're really hard to answer. And if you are able to, like, if you fully devote your whole draft to dealing with them, you're still in for a hard time because you just, you're going to have holes elsewhere.
Right. Yeah, and that's what we saw in that last game. We'll see if they're going to be able to come up with some answers. So we go to a quick break, and as we get ready for game number 2, thoughts of Storm Spirit rampaging through your dreams. See you guys in a bit. Howdy, everybody. We're here getting ready for some more Dota 2 action. Mr. Trent. Do you like that? That was
Yeah,
great.
no, it was really good.
I got pretty good at that laugh for a little while in high school, just because it felt like it was a good thing to learn how to do.
Necessary. You really needed it, I guess.
I don't know. It felt right. What can I say? We'll see what feels right for the style of gameplay in this next game, because last one, man, high tempo, fast action, fight. The bounty hunter, I think, might get banned out. I think you do need the timber saw to enable it, but if you're like in that second phase of bans, I wouldn't mind seeing bounty hunter get banned, or steal the timber.
Yeah, I mean it's possible. I think it was very much a all the pieces coming together to make that so insane. Like I think it is harder other than Storm. That hero's got to go.
Yes, get him out.
He's done. And coming to this one now, this is interesting. Lyrical, we have a problem.
What up? What's happening?
Dire team
MOUZ has first pick and are on Radiant.
Radiant team ban.
That's new.
That is a good point.
Okay. Yeah. So most teams have
10
been
seconds
either
remaining.
picking first pick or picking Radiant when they had choice.
5
I
seconds
missed the
remaining.
selection this time. I guess I should have checked because I was not expecting that.
The only thing that makes sense here to me is that
Dire team ban.
Nigma wanted they wanted second pick.
Yeah, they just wanted second pick. Is the only thing that makes sense.
Or they
10
wanted
seconds
Dire,
remaining.
which it could be they wanted Dire
5
if it's
seconds
like
remaining.
maybe Coddle that they end up picking or something. I don't know. That always is a weird one to me. Is there, because like the I think it's slightly more defendable. Maybe it's not. Like, it's not as easy to rotate from the safe lane
Radiant
or from the
team ban.
offlaner supports into the mid jungle on Dire side. Like, it's easier to run into mid
10
and like
seconds
disrupt
remaining.
those stacks being made. I feel like if you're playing Radiant
5
position
seconds
4.
remaining.
So I'm looking through every single game of this tournament.
Yeah.
There has only been one other game where the Radiant team had first pick, and
Okay.
that was versus Nigma. They had it same situation. They gave it up. They were Dire second pick, and they did win that game.
What did they pick first?
Dark Willow
Okay. Willow's
Uh,
banned.
was in their 9. They went Willow and then eventually into a Brewmaster. I do have to
Okay.
check a
And
couple.
that's banned too.
Yep. Yeah, they're looking. All right, then there was wait, no, that was it. I think.
Radiant team pick Dire
Oh, wait, there were
team.
two games. The other one was also Nigma. They did the same thing. They took second pick. They ended up getting a TA, and that was versus Virtus.pro, and they also won that one. So they're the
Interesting.
only team that has made this occur in the entire tournament to allow the Radiant team to have first pick. That's really interesting.
God, I'm just hearing slacks in my ear. It's like
10
way too early in the
seconds
morning for that. The Dota play right there.
Seconds remaining.
Okay. Well, I guess now we've seen the Leshrac get picked up.
Yeah.
I'm not
So-
sure what this is going to tell us going forward, though.
I mean, what it tells us is that they really like Dire side, presumably, because they've just been Dire, Radiant, Dire, Radiant, Dire.
But why would they ever be Radiant? I guess if they wanted first pick.
Yeah, for a certain matchup, I guess.
I think that what this tells me is that
Or
probably
they wanted second pick more. Yeah, I don't know.
No, I think probably what happens is they prefer. It seems like they prefer Dire
10
side
seconds
because
remaining.
I think they chose first pick last time.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
They
I
either
guess you're
like
right, yeah.
Dire more or they like second pick more, and I'm not sure
Radiant
which one it
team
is.
ban.
Guess I'll talk to March.
Right, figure it out. Okay, Razor gets taken in response to the Leshrac, which I kind of like this idea. It's sort of a weird dynamic, right? But I think that indexing on scaling your magic resistance against Lesh is easier to do than all of the damage amp that comes out from Razor, particularly if you get to like BKBs and refreshers later. The like Link and then double Eye of the Storm that you sometimes see can dismantle people.
10
Particularly if
seconds
you're just
remaining.
standing right on top of the Lesh. I feel like he's going to kill him eventually.
Yeah, we started this tournament with a lot of Razor. It was
Yeah.
like the hero in our first series, which I think
It was
was
Sumail.
Yeah, it was Nigma versus I want to say it was
VP.
Entity. Oh yeah, I mean, it was VP. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. But there was we had some battles over the Razor, so we'll see how well it goes. I remember not being impressed by it. I wasn't feeling the Razor.
It was a couple of weird games because Kiritich was playing as Pudge first, and like they were owning with the Broodmother, and like
yeah.
all like in both of those games, Kiritich just kind of fed a little bit. It was a tough match for him. But after banning out the Tusk and the Veno, the Tusk looked good with the Drinking Buddies last time around. By the way, I liked it a lot.
Yeah, that save is nice. That's really cool, actually.
Yeah.
Getting like
Grim?
an Aether and being able to pull people even further, that could be really interesting.
Yeah. Grim is still in the pool.
Yeah.
If they want to take it for Nigma.
I mean, Entity made it look really strong earlier on Kataomi. And, of course, it can
Dire
still be just
team
flex to a 5 or a
pick
4.
Radiant team pick.
We'll grab the bat. They get rid of a hero with a natural Dispel of the Naga Siren. Just also a pretty solid hero versus Razor. That has left in the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, can we get a Narman Venge again? He's the only only player I've seen play it. It's versus the Bat Rider.
10 seconds remaining.
Bring back the
Could be kinda
Venge.
Cool. It could be down. I think they want to leave it open. To be honest with you, I was thinking about this. Even if they don't see the Chen, I could see them having some bounty
Radiant
play
team pick.
with Force's Darkseer. But no, they are going to go for the Venge. You called it. You liked it.
Bring her
You're gonna
out.
have to talk to me about this a little bit once we let's save this conversation
Oh, yeah.
until we get to the game.
I'll
'Cause
wait till we get the
you've done
facet
some-
chosen.
You've done some research, and we'll talk about it.
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be
10
excellent. But
seconds remaining.
yeah, looking forward to that. Narman has played it once already. We'll just say that. They played it as the 4.
5
Presumably, they're
seconds
willing to
remaining.
swap it, I would guess, with this Venge. So we'll see how that goes. But like you were saying, the idea of the bounty, it is still there, I think. But I don't think you can take it this early, especially with like a Leshrac. The comparison to like the ability of the Storm to actually assist you.
Dire team
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no Storm does change stuff a lot. But now they have this Tiny.
Okay, he's back. Tiny, somewhat okay for us, but some really bad games, especially this morning. 2 quick losses for
Yeah.
OG trying to make this
10
Tiny
seconds
work, both
remaining.
in the mid and in the carry role.
And it's likely not going to
5
be
seconds
support because
remaining.
Narman's the one that plays the Venge like you're talking about, right?
Yeah, but I mean, again, you can definitely make it 5, especially in a bad counter pick. You know,
Okay.
I think there's actually the additional value too because you have the swap versus the Link.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Well, we'll see if that is indeed what they decide to go with. I like personally the tiny support more now. I feel like the lower you can get that guy on the position totem pole, the more value you're going to get just because of how much damage that toss does now.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm with you on that one.
it seems strong.
Dire team pick. Radiant.
This was the
Alright.
other one I was wondering about. So we got a GH hero and a centaur after the fact for FBZ. Interesting.
It does enable your Bat Rider, right? Not only just in terms of the lasso pull, but just being able to run all over your opponents. You have a Razor on your team too. It makes it so the Venge might not get the swap off if you're quick.
Right. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, the Stampede after the lasso to try and make them get away. I am a little concerned, I would say, about the ability for Nigma to force fights. Because you've got the Supernova, you've got like Razor Link, which if that happens, the fight, as long as he doesn't get blown up on Sumo, is probably going to go pretty well. But can they actually like force the rest of MOUZ to fight around a particular area?
Radiant team ban.
It's a little tough.
Oh, and do you want to fight the big bear as he returns? We already had one insane bear game this morning from Watson, crushing it in all aspects with his team.
Scary stuff.
Yeah, it was horrifying, and yeah, I like what you're saying. I think the Razor mid, that's always gonna be one of the problems, is you don't add a control element to a draft. So I mean, you do with the shard eventually, but it's relatively weak. So you kind of have to make that up somewhere else.
Dire team
And with a
ban.
Phoenix 5, kind of the same problem again. So yeah, position 1 who has control, great ban. I think get rid of the Wind Ranger, good matchup versus the Ursa,
Bro,
that kind of stuff.
I got the answer.
Are you in the
right here.
9th dimension? All right, speak to me.
Last pick, Undying.
10 seconds
Tiny
remaining.
position 3. Just destroy this
5
Centaur's
seconds
game.
remaining.
That sounds dirty. Venge Tiny dual offlane?
Dire team ban.
I don't know.
Yeah. You're
don't-
going deep. You're going too deep.
You don't
Look, they
think
just
that
banned
would roll?
Darkseer. You're supposed to be talking about Darkseer. They just banned it.
Yeah, I think the Darkseer ban would have been pretty strong if they would have run that. But I still think that there's like, I don't know. To me at least, I feel like there'd be a lot of value because like I feel like you have everything else sort of sorted on the side of MOUZ in terms of things. So just shoring up your lanes and making that a little bit of an easier transition. The other thing that'd be great about Undying is that then they could level 1 Roche. That's the
Radiant
real
team
winner
ban.
here.
Have you tried any level 1 Roche?
I haven't tried it since the patch.
Yeah, so you need to try it. You need to test it out. See if any of
I'm
these
sure
things
it's
actually
fine.
work.
I mean, it definitely will work. It's fine. You have innate abilities now. How could it fail?
We needed someone to have a
10
Roche related
seconds
innate.
remaining.
That would have been cool. Like, you can always see inside the Roche pit.
Ooh,
5
that's
seconds
interesting.
remaining.
I mean, Dawnbreaker, right?
It's true. I actually didn't even realize that. But that was kind of,
Yeah. a
maybe
little
that's what
funky.
we need here.
With Phoenix.
Well, if you picked it for MOUZ, yeah, every time the Phoenix
Yeah.
goes off at nighttime, you're getting the free vision.
Right? That's kind of cool.
Is it good enough here? I mean, it would be kind of hype.
Dawnbreaker sounds fun. Yeah, the
Don't
Norman.
think it solves many of their problems, though. I think they need like a little bit more reach on whatever their thing is. I feel like they might just pick Enigma, honestly, on MOUZ. If it looks good at the end of this draft, because they'll just have tiny Enigma lane, you get Blink, Black Hole. They only have Egg to deal with it, which is like kind of
Well,
okay.
They have Lasso too. There's a
That's-
couple.
That's a
from-
hard one, though. On support
Yeah.
bad, I feel like.
Radiant
That's what I
team
agree.
pick.
I think
Dire
Underlord
team
could be
ban.
cool too. Oh,
Boom, he's in. I actually forgot they weren't last pick. I was thinking they were last.
I like that. That sounds pretty sick.
All right, so why do you
Yeah,
like Underlord?
I think just another pipe Greaves carrier that allows you to get into these fights quickly. And
You just want the ulti, don't you?
10
I mean,
seconds
the ulti's pretty cool, definitely. But I think that, like, honestly, it was just a pipe Greaves carrier. That's it. And, like, he's one of the ones that's left that's the hardest to counter and, like, can
Yeah.
probably have a good lane no matter what.
And they took the Ursa. They banned the Jug.
Ooh.
Sorry, they banned the Monkey King, and they're gonna end up taking the Jug. Classic Miracle Hero. I knew they were gonna pick Jug, but my main thought was it doesn't answer anything. Like I saw
Yeah.
Jug coming. Like once they picked the center warmer, I was like, this looks like a draft where they would pick Miracle Jug. But I worry again about them. Like their way to force stuff is like doing objectives now with Healing Ward, and that is a viable way to do it. But their
Right.
control just does not feel incredible.
The other thing is he needs to be, I think. So here's the thing. I've played a couple of these Underlord lanes. You actually need to be super careful about that Healing Ward and making sure you're getting the max value out of it, because otherwise Miracle is not going to be able to sustain in this lane. Like, even if he goes like Cornucopia, I don't know what it is, but like this has been, I think, the real folly. Like if you remember the game we had earlier today, Watson, if they didn't get those kills consistently and he wasn't like keeping up his farm, he was going to fall behind the offlaner. I think that's the case in almost every Underlord lane. You need to kill, and I don't think that they can kill. So if he doesn't want to fall behind and farm, he needs to like make sure he never loses that Healing Ward. Miracle. It's a tough one. What's up?
Miracle.
What do you do?
Miracle.
What's up? Tell me.
The bird. The Phoenix.
The bird?
The Phoenix. GH
Did
is
you have
doing
Dying
it.
Light? Yes!
He took the Undying Lights.
Let's go. The Dying Light is so sick.
Oh my god. All right. Dying Light Phoenix has been chosen by GH here. So we've had players going back and forth on the Sunray. Is that good? Do we want to be lowering HP and getting this like mini Ion Shell effect? And GH is going to try it. He wants to farm it up a little bit here. We're going to take a look at it. What do you think, Lyrical? Should we hop into this?
Let's hop into the game. So talk to me a little bit about this, because when we started this broadcast, as we can see the odds, even Steven across from 1xBet. Hopefully there won't be any kills early, although there might be. No, they're running away. They don't want to be around each other. Surely. You were talking a lot about this Venge and the facet choices that you have. So tell me what's going on with it. Oh my god, that's a lot of text.
Yeah, I can't wait for this guy, by the way, too. Once we get into him. We'll start with the Venge. So everyone's been talking a lot about the Avenging Missile versus the, I don't even remember what the other one's called. The melee form one that you just basically you just get better base attack time. You attack as if you're a melee hero, and basically you get all the positive benefits of being melee. And one of the coolest things about that is that you can get like all the best movement speed from phase boots. You can use Echo Saber, you can use Basher and stuff, and you do a significantly more damage, honestly. And it's a lot better for trades in the lane. Everything about it feels better. The one thing is just this missile thing. Like, I don't know. It's hard to justify because I understand Venge. I play a lot of Venge. I really like the hero. And Missile is like, it's your beast, right? Especially because of the shard. So with the Avenging Missile, you're going to be doing more damage the whole game based on their last hits here. They're getting some hits here, but yeah, it's not going to be enough.
I can't.
And then when you get the shard, you're throwing out 2 missiles. All your talents affect the missile. If you eventually get an Aghanims, you're throwing out the missile twice in the fight. So I think if you can get an Aghanims and everything, then this whole missile build, like you have Ag Shard, the missile build feels incredible. But I think it's hard to justify over all the other benefits that you get from the other version of Venge.
Right, and that's the thing that I think is maybe what you're talking about is like, obviously everybody thinks about the ways that more damage can be good with the missile, but it's harder to like contextualize what does it mean becoming a melee form hero. How good is that? For instance, that might have been a courier kill right there from Bengen. If he was able to step a bit further forward, can have like ranged courier kills, that type of dynamic.
Yeah, it's really strange.
So I think that there's definitely some value to that. We are going to be seeing the Avenger Missile this time as Kuro is forcing Narman back all the way to the side. And I think they actually get this connection, the full wave back behind the tower. This is what you want to see.
Yeah, dude, and this is the Abyssal Horde on Underlord. So this is lore appropriate if you've read your comic book like Lyrical and I did this morning. He's coming with the Abyssal Horde. They got to stop him. And, they're going to have to deal with that as Nigma now.
I actually think the cleave might be better, too. I've been looking at that. The cleave becomes enormous.
Dude, Kuro.
Whoa. Force? Bro, Kuro with the solo kill. He says, what, you think I don't play pubs? I'm killing a courier, too, taking them all out. Oh, let's go,
Who is this man? He's changed. We have the evidence. The camera's there, guys. It is Kuro in the chair.
Unbelievable.
He's a beast.
That's huge.
You know what?
Okay.
Maybe he was listening. We were talking about this like Hall of Fame thing that was coming out for a certain other video game. We were naming people that would be in it, and we didn't actually mention Kuro.
No, we didn't mention him at all. Yeah, he's like.
He heard. He knew. I mean, he's up there. Sorry, Kuro.
Oh no!
I'm sorry.
No.
I underestimated your game.
Force! Oh, he's up and down. You don't have enough though. Oh, and Miracle's gonna take a lot of damage actually. Oh, it went from really good to really bad. That's scary.
It's so interesting to see Styx again versus Batrider support. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
to be this based off of Sticky Napalm now instead of the Flame Break and just like running over them. Have we got to cast much Spat? I feel like we haven't, right? Because it keeps getting banned.
Yes.
This hero, like, I tried looking at the numbers. Like, I feel like you just got to play in order to do this. And I haven't seen a game, I haven't played a game yet of Bad. So I'm really curious to see how strong it feels.
Bro, homie is level 1. He has atrophy aura. Like,
he's literally
what is happening?
He's a bot, dude.
What is happening?
We got Force bot in the off lane here.
This is terrible. No. It's so sad for them.
Hey, well, they had a rough last game. Okay, they need this.
They do. Absolutely. Listen, if there's anything that can help you out of a slump, is the 2,000 gold lead at 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Force just got freaking Firestorm, and his life has gone infinitely better, but I don't know if it's going to matter. 11 and 10 denies on this
Kuro's
jug.
going for it up top.
He's thinking about it. Stun. Meanwhile, on the other side, Narmit. Oh, gets out. Barely able to get away with that one. Well, Phoenix is very low.
That actually would have been really close to killing because he took level 2 in the Wave of Terror.
Not going to be able to get him yet. You have to
No
watch out,
snipe.
though. This dying light is dangerous.
You're right. It's online.
He's ready.
Oh, wow,
The
look at that
damage.
creep getting annihilated.
Oh, the dying light. Get in close. Get in close, GH. Hug him. Hug your friend. The blood grenade not going to matter.
Yeah, but it boosts his dying light because he
That's
loses
true.
health. He's a genius.
He's killing it. Oh, nice juke away from that one.
A loss
All right,
so
so MOUZ get their
small,
first kill of the game.
the world will hardly notice.
And, I mean, look at the net worth for Force, man. I
7 last hits.
like, normally it doesn't matter that much, but this early game has been so bad for Force. And, well, he's going to TP away. Does he have enough to escape? He will.
I mean, he TP'd
Ooh.
home, too, though. This wasn't even like some like salvaging, I'm going to TP to the tower and get XP and stuff because there's no wave coming his way.
At least he has boots.
Yeah.
He's going to get out there faster. Oh. Goodbye, GH.
Right,
What's crazy is that Narman's still leaving him alone. I guess there's no way you can win the lane with Tiny now. Like, he
No.
doesn't do anything to help him, so you might as well just let him get solo experience and play it the best you can. Oh,
Yeah.
or he jungles.
Yeah, he can't go back. He actually has the jungle. Like, the lane is over. He'll just get run down by Bat.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Bat can make some moves around the map now.
He's under a ward right now in the mid as we watch on that. Haven't dealt with the center war runner in a rotation, but they're backing away.
Force gonna stack up the Ancients. Maybe his bear can eventually take him. Oh, he didn't stack the Heart Camp. That's unfortunate. Meanwhile, Supreme picks up an Arcane Rune for himself. Still nursing this 2,000 gold lead right now for Nigma.
Oh, GH looking to die and light these creeps.
Oh, yeah.
So get Tranquils, farm camps. That's what I'm seeing.
I think it's pretty good. Another spin used. Force survives through it. And a big wave coming in. He's got to try and clean this up as much as possible.
Never has someone tried so hard for last hits, but yet he has to just stand on the high ground and watch for XP. This is so depressing. Yeah,
Yeah.
Kuro's there, zoning him back on Narman. This is
Oh,
painful. Yeah, they're going for it.
yep.
All right, they're
Bringing
TPing
in
in.
numbers. Supreme tosses him back. Miracle can't stick around that easily, so They will manage to pick up the rune, and that also buys some extra time here. Oh wait, MOUZ? No, GH got the wisdom. Okay.
Yeah, he managed to get it. Yeah, Force ran up and just grabbed the full wave for himself as well as Sumail battling out with Supreme here in that Radiant Ancient camp.
Slowed and gonna be brought down. Nicely played by Sumail.
What made him stutter back like that? Am I crazy?
I don't know. Maybe he misclicked on the minimap or something.
I literally was like, did they change something with the shard effect? Does it like happen just randomly?
Right. I think it was just a misclick, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I just missed something. Certainly wasn't helping his case though.
Nope. Bearman trying to get towards the Battle Fury as Supreme makes the move over. They find GH there. Stun, not quite on the mark. They can't quite get him.
I mean, this is a Leshrac with 3 points in Edict, though. They want to keep this pressure up on down bottom as we watch Force waddle his way.
Yeah, it's going out there. I mean, the early... There was a pretty big misplay, I think, by Narman to leave. It was between Norman and Force. Somebody should have realized that Bat was going to be able to kill him under the wave. But whoever's decision it was, they definitely misplayed that one, and it has sort of set the tone for the rest of this game, it feels like, where ever since that death, like he was stuck at level 1, Jug's getting out of control.
So many deleted comments right now in the match thread. Kuro carrying this game. They can't believe it. They're just like,
yeah, they're killing it, man.
He's getting multiple stacks off. There's a level 5 Underlord sitting there. Kuro's almost level 5.
Having a great time. He is not going to be able to farm this, though. That is the one side. Bro. Look at how little it does.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, he's testing it. I mean, but I know he's not playing pubs. I hope he's in demo mode.
Yeah, he's
pinging it. He's like,
yeah. Yeah, come on,
all right,
Miracle.
don't watch that part, right, man? Put the comments back. It's fine.
I warmed it up. Yeah, warmed it up for him. He just brought it down to half HP so Miracle could come clean it up. That's efficiency right there.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Narman. And Sumail in 2-4 punished and killed.
That's a gift?
Wow.
What was the goal there?
He wanted Narman.
Oh,
He's pissed about the bounty game.
Yeah, take that, Watcher Miracle.
Oh, and another stack on the Ancients for Force. Dude, if Ursa gets to a Battle Fury unobstructed and he gets that entire Ancient stack, that's how you pull this game back right here for MOUZ. Right now, though, it's still a huge win. I know.
I'm still at the point, though, where I don't feel like this is that bad for MOUZ, and that feels really bad for Nigma. Because I don't trust their heroes.
Yeah.
Like, is that just me? I don't trust them being able to force this lead in anything bad. Look what just happened to Sumail. He tried to kill a level 5 Tiny and died under the tower.
Well, and we should be clear with what you mean by you don't trust those heroes is that you feel like there is so much potential that if you die once or twice, the game just completely flips on its head.
Yeah, I just don't think the matchups are that good overall. I don't think that their cohesion as a unit is that strong. Oh, nice
good reaction. Well played. Supreme realizing the danger. Oh, just TPs out. Barely survives. It does force 3 TPs top, or rather 2 of them, and then they already had 2 heroes there. Now Narman tosses back onto Miracle.
Look at that toss damage.
And they're just going to drop the Omni.
Wait, hold.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Narman. Narman, blood grenade him, Narman. Another toss. A toss and turn and burn. No, all right, Miracle spins. There was a chance there. Like, the damage coming out from toss nowadays, he almost could have killed him.
Yeah. Yeah, toss is wild, folks, if you have not seen this facet. We're ready for some swap gaming here from Bengen. If anyone ventures too close, they have a ward that spots Sumail rotating in here. Yeah, Force. Get back in the game.
Yeah, it's going to take him a little bit.
This is all under a ward, but of course he has the Abyssal Horde ready to go with the Fiends.
Oh, yeah.
If his team needs him.
Ready in a moment's notice. Miracle just keeps spamming denies right. Oh my god, bro. Don't take that from him too.
What a
That's
jackass.
4 extra denies.
Swap.
Damn. Chance. An opportunity as they stun and kill GH. MOUZ finding windows. All right, Jug has
Easy.
38 denies. Like, he is just making sure Force gets nothing.
Yeah, it's like I said last time we had the Jug game. It just feels good. It's a great
Yeah.
attack animation. I just want to use as much as I can.
Well, the gold lead brought down to 3,000. Oh, he's trying to take it himself on Force. Really?
Guys. He's gonna
Oh,
obfuscate
dude,
it.
this is gonna get stolen. Oh my god, they're gonna come in and steal it. Oh, Trent.
Now that ward that he played so long ago from Kuro. Oh, my
Oh,
god. Oh, dude.
no.
Alexa, play Despacito.
No, run. He's digging.
That is so sad.
Look at
he
Force's
got a bounty.
thing.
He got a bounty.
Okay.
It's fine.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dude,
Keep it together, buddy. You're fine.
Kuro has done so much this game. Like, that's his
Yeah.
ward. He planted that
Absolutely.
a long time ago. And
Yep.
it gives them that whole ancient camp and, again, ruins Force's life.
Radiant's top tower
After last game where he played all for the team and then was,
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
absolutely owned, it's only appropriate that he's getting bullied in this one. They're trying to make sure that he can't have a free time.
Imagine his heat map this game.
Yeah. I know. He's spent more time by the tier 2 than farming
He's been,
out
like,
anything.
He was like in the jungle in his ancients. He went mid for 1 second.
They're
This
about to
guy's never
steal his
even
wisdom.
seen water. He's a landlocked hero. He's so thirsty.
Banging. Swap to try and get out of there, but is going to be in trouble and killed. And the wisdom
Oh, wait, the
rune-
feeds gate!
Oh, Force! You oh, por Dios! That's so sick! What a winner!
He's
Oh.
stone faced too, dude.
Even when you're down, you're not out.
Let's
Just
go.
for if ever there's a moment in your life where you're feeling down and the world just hasn't done you right, you feel like everything's against you. Remember Force and his fiend gate.
Oh my god, it's good. I'm with TP. See ya. Oh, por
Oh,
Dios.
por Dios. Jeez, that's sick.
And he's right back to farming ancients. All right, team is making moves.
Yep, they're trying to make something happen here. Miracle, Ava, toss back, stun. Miracle gets away, but not for long. They take him down.
What do we say,
It's-
Force? Where is it?
He's out of
voice lines on cooldown. Voice lines
Oh,
on
he's
cooldown.
digging. he's just playing a PvE game mode right now.
I knew it was coming
Man.
in one of these updates. Force has found
yeah.
it.
Yeah, we've been waiting. It was here the whole time.
All right, it's still a 4K lead. Narman, Blink Dagger, with the ward.
Big. Another one.
Sayonara.
Oh, finds the stun, the
Oh,
last.
no.
Oh, but he gets the egg off. What a turnaround.
Oh, por
Unreal.
Dios.
Oh, that was beautiful.
I thought he was
GH
so dead.
barely able to get that. I mean, yeah, that was crazy. Could have made all the difference in the world. And, of course, can take the quiz on how many por Dioses you're going to get. As, of course, shout out to Esports Bet Twitter. Take a look at it there. Take the quiz. Scan the QR code, and you can win yourself some nice little skins. And, well, maybe even a little bit of gold. We'll see. Narman. They jump forward on to the Ursa. Toss to break the link. Stampede comes out Forts with his buddies, the Abyssal Horde. Look at them. Look at them come out. They're so strong.
Not yet. They're kind of weak right now.
Oh, they're going back through with them. That's good. Oh, Sumail just farms them a bit.
Radiant's bottom tower
Oof.
is under
Oh
attack.
boy. All right. I mean, that failed gank mid helped them a lot, I think, for Nigma, because that was like potential pressure onto the tower with a Leshrac, but Everyone was there, ready to defend their mid tower. They know that that is the gateway to which MOUZ take over more of this map, and then it opens up more space for Only to farm. So I think defending that is very important.
Only if you can get into those items. And the other thing is, like, you can even think about maybe sneaking a Roche at some point.
Radiant's middle tower
Trying to hunt and find somebody.
They still have this ward that's been using to attract force off to the left. It's going to see Ulnit now.
Dire's top tower is under
Although, with the camp dead, he's just gonna get out of there. And they hit the scan, actually. They know.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
All right, so in a game like this, how free is Miracle to just roam? He's just safe, right? He can just spin TP out of anything.
I think so. The only thing he's gonna have to worry
Oh,
about
wait,
is,
swap.
actually swap.
Swap. Yeah, we got swap. Swap,
And then
swap.
bash eventually from the Ursa, too.
And just raw damage, of course. Yeah, so that's huge. Having the swap's really good. Speaking of which,
He dropped it down, though. The swap to get him out. And look at that. Oh, por Dios. The man is back. Listen, if there's one thing this hero does well, it's be a big fat slug that's willing to soak up a lot of damage.
Yup. Can't move like that Timber, but he's still tanky like him. Bengen getting a nice D ward there. All right, so let's see. The Avenging Missile right now, in theory, 0.75 per creep. So
Right.
if he hits Jug, that's quite a bit of damage.
Dire's top tower is
It
under
is.
That'd be
Wait,
a
does it count
bonus.
denies, too?
Oh,
I assume
I
it would,
actually
right?
don't know. I guess it does. Wow, he's
Jumps
reaping.
in. Finding it. FBZ gets brought down.
That's a great question. I guess we can test, because if it does 112, that would be for 150 last hits. But if we add 40, he's already up to 200. Oh,
Dude. This is some nice damage here into the Roche pit. And an important Aegis. I feel like Supreme is probably the best bet on this one.
yeah, I would say so. I mean, to be fair, Ursa has Blink. You could do either.
Okay.
Dire's top tower
But yeah,
is
I
under
like
attack.
Supreme, because, you know, second life, more mana, more damage. You have Swap, too, so it's not as... Because sometimes Leshrac gets the Aegis, and they die once, and, like, there's just no hope on the respawn. But with Swap, Underlord Pipe, it is a good opportunity.
Yeah, I think, I mean, the thing that's tough about this is, like, we talked from the beginning about MOUZ's draft and the way that they want to sort of play it out. And obviously, the, like, laning stage was horrifically bad, but it doesn't really stop. Once they've been able to recover now and they've sort of gotten back on track, everything that we talked about earlier kind of has to do with it again, right? Like, now you're in a situation where Nigma, I think, need to basically not make any mistakes over the next few minutes here. Otherwise, MOUZ is just going to start closing out the map.
Radiant's
I think their biggest problem has been making Sumail feel relevant. Every time that he tries to get aggressive and moves in, he's just getting blown up and dying, which is why you're getting this Treads Yasha into BKB build. Feels like they just, like,
Yeah.
mistimed their power spikes with the hero. Like, when the hero could feel strong.
are scanning.
Haven't been able to get that
Oh,
involved.
this is good, though. They scan. Nigma know that they're coming this way, and they're immediately backing out together. They could go for a re-smoke themselves. You don't
Dude,
really
they-
want to fight into the Aegis, but...
The BKB is coming to Sumail right now. They do not want to fight. They need this BKB. Oh, this
It's
could
close.
be so bad. It's so bad.
It's right on the way. They're going to run into it before the BKB's there. Sumail staying out of the fight for the moment. He walks right in. Supreme gets swapped out. Still fine. BKB delivered. Now they can take it. Venge already dead. Can they find any more? Bit in trouble. Force. The pipe has already been used. They will toss in Miracle.
Oh, shit.
Force is going to be brought down. They try and go for the stun play. Now they've got a second life on the Lesh. Up to the high ground, and that's going to be able to live through it. Supreme trying to survive, but the blade mail damage
Nice
is
play.
insane. And with the BKB delivery on timing with that one, Nigma win that fight handedly.
Oh, that could not have gone better.
Yeah.
They lose that fight with a BKB for sure, because, like, the Link goes off. He saved his BKB for a long time. Sumail played that really well, and he made sure the Link stayed consistent, and he's able to get the perfect range where he gets all this damage onto him. Like, look at the damage. And then that toss, too.
Yeah.
That was kind of wild. Nerman's just like, not me.
Yeah. I was a little surprised by that.
Radiant's middle tower
I
But, you know-
literally, for a second, was like, GH is tiny? And then I was like, that was my reaction when I saw it happen.
Not so much. Yeah,
No.
That was a strange one.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, that's yeah. Well, that worked out well. Damn, Nigma, they're back again. They're back in just a game.
Exactly. Miracle manages to get the spin away. 22 minutes in, a 7,000 gold lead. And again, like, you think about the ups and downs, the swings that have gone back and forth in this game. With that Aegis, it was supposed to be the window where you were going to make things start pulling together, but Nigma, they win that fight. 1xBet odds into their favor. See if they can keep it up.
Yeah, and it is still a situation where I feel like it's very losable.
Right.
Tower is under attack.
I still don't have full trust. The fights, they just look more difficult for them. And then this is, of course, before Ursa has, like, the Aghanims or a Basher.
You know how we know that this is starting to go well for Nigma?
How?
There's no Oh Por Dios.
There's
no more.
quiet.
There's no more Oh Por Dios. Force has gotten a little bit quiet.
All right, there's the shard. Picked up for the bat.
Yeah.
They already have it on Phoenix, so it's okay in that sense. But it would have been nice to get it onto maybe Centaur, I feel like.
Yeah. No such luck. As Force will TP out. You know, I just realized actually that could be kind of hype. I mean, it probably wouldn't end up mattering. I was thinking if like there was some way you could, you know, pop out of the gate for the Underlord and then like have the demon summon the Horde to like tank the Omni Slash, but I think you wouldn't be able to get through in time.
Yeah. No. I mean, there's just a chance they mess it up in the fight.
Oh. Armin shows for a second. But no. They won't be able to connect here. Good recognition by MOUZ. Nigma trying to keep up this pressure. They're getting close to Octarine on Supreme.
Radiant's
Oh, wait, no.
middle
Is
tower
that Bloodstone?
under attack.
God, my freaking brain. Those two items are too close. God dang it.
It's
Bloodstone will be big.
Yeah, Bloodstone's the play.
But they're just
Yeah,
playing
they're
it
they're
super
lurking.
safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was a little bit scared to leave their base here.
To farming up the rest of this. As it does look like Nigma will make another move through the gate. Every one of these moves where they're not finding the kills is actually pretty nice for MOUZ.
They just
But-
don't see much right now on
Yeah.
MOUZ. Like they, and then there's a really good ward here from Nigma that's gonna spot where they're all moving to.
Yeah. This is going to be Bloodstone done. Still a ways away from a Crimson Guard.
Now it's nighttime
Miracle.
as well.
He's halfway to Aghanim Scepter.
Radiant are scanning.
So that is one of the issues right now for Nigma, is that they're kind of like on the way to a few big items. There's a little bit of dead net worth that's populating the 7k gold lead.
Yeah, 2k on the Razor. I mean, I'll just empty like point booster and stuff. Doesn't make you too crazy powerful. Again, their catch, right? This idea of forcing fights. It's pretty much just all on Kuro right now. They don't have. He's the only one that can really go for the big jump. I guess you could just like initiate with FBZ, but they're not able to track them very well right now. Like they're getting a ton of farm all over the map. That's just Dota right now. It's really hard to lock in teams for any hero lineup. But humongous gain. The Aghanim Scepter now on the Ursa. That changes so much in these fights.
Yeah.
Just gives them
Making
some
sure he's
confidence.
going to get the Enrage off. And the other thing, too, is that I think almost every egg has completed. It's going to be a little bit harder for GH to make sure he gets the Supernova off and it completes. They're going to need to get some help from the rest of the allies. But in towards mid, they're starting to go. They just TP out with the Centaur. He shows top. And Kuro... Whoa. Swap. Got him. I don't think you take this fight without the Batrider. He's been too important in these fights.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, man, what a weird game.
It is indeed.
They're on the hunt again. Not going to be able to find that Centaur. Miracle 3 They're 700 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter.
If he gets stunned, he just dies from Miracle though. Like if he's vulnerable, because he still only has 2,000 HP.
Yeah.
You know, in the modern day of Dota. He is not one of these big strength carries that we're always talking about. I mean, to be fair,
Yeah.
same thing with the Ursa, but of course, he's the Enrage to work with.
Well, and also, he's got the bonus damage during the Enrage. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
So right now, 31 damage. I mean, it's going to be pretty scary. As you can see, next Roche has respawned. It's up here on the top side. There's a relatively fast one, if I'm not mistaken. They see it's up. And it looks like they're going to go for it. Ooh, Defiant Shell.
Rush running all the way back out. Yeah, they're not going to find anything. No fight happening here. Wow.
Take a look again. If
Quick
you
Roche.
are interested,
Quick registration.
That's right. Your esports betting experience. Download 1xBet mobile app. Click on the link down in the description below. As Aghanim Scepters are delivered. And Wisdom Runes going to be traded off one apiece. Cheese Sumail, Aegis Miracle. MOUZ going to need to be playing a little bit of cat and mouse in this one.
Haha, they are certainly the mice in this one. That is definitely true.
Yeah.
But Nigma, you would think, should be feeling pretty good. I would imagine top tier 2, farm up Ancients, mid tier 2, keep that wave going. Might want to push that out right now if you can for MOUZ, but they're feeling scared.
Yeah. It's dodge time. Well, still farming up the rest of the map. They'll use the glyph on the tier 2 tower. FBZ ready to jump if somebody happens to show up in this one.
They're staying
But-
really tight right now.
Yeah.
Like, Narman's too scared to even blink out and kill that wave. And likewise
Well,
for
they're
Nigma.
also, yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? They're playing much more tightly together on the side of Nigma, anticipating that MOUZ is going to come on over and try and fight them. But this is allowing MOUZ to get a ton more farm on the map. They are going to have to come back and defend, though, because Miracle's hitting their tier 3 tower. That's full
They're trying
Crimson
to
Guards
smoke
completed.
in behind right now. Underlord's going to go into the high ground. He's going to try and get a leash, but they're at least that was the line they drew.
I
This
mean,
did
that's
not
a tier
work for
3
MOUZ.
tower done. They have to get something now.
I guess to be fair, they probably weren't going to be able to stop him just hitting a tier 3 anyway, and in this case, they were trying to catch someone coming mid.
Do have tossback plays, have the stun at the ready. Supreme shows himself for a moment, and that should stop the push now.
Yeah. There's
From
just nothing to
Nigma.
gain, right? You might as well just go back, push mid, get the tower there too.
Yeah. And building this lead. You know, taking that tier 3 tower, this is what you want to see for Nigma.
But look, MOUZ, they know what the play has to be, right? Come back, hit this mid wave. They're trying to lurk around it. Ursa
Yeah.
Illusion gets pinged out.
And Narman, a little bit too afraid, is going to blink back.
Ooh, spooky. They're just waiting. No scans available for the Radiant. There is one still left for Nigma, though. Miracle. 2.5 minutes on this Aegis.
The range on Aghanims is still not, like, that good for Jug anymore.
Yeah.
But you could still run in if you wanted to. And it looks like they're thinking about it.
Dire are scanning.
Huh?
Radiant's middle tower is
Smoke up, and it's just going to be sitting behind Miracle at the moment and letting him hit that tower.
I mean, the safe play of Nigma, sometimes it could be punished the way they're playing super tight, but MOUZ have been also just lurking, hoping that someone would do the greedier thing and try and move around a little bit, but they didn't.
Right.
And so they
Yeah.
weren't able to actually like decrease this gold lead very much at all.
No. You can see the betting odds still into the favor of Nigma, starting to grow that lead a little bit. After a fabulous laning stage, losing a little bit of momentum in the mid game, they have reestablished a pretty good control over this one. I think it's still like that level of, I mean, you can see 71% win probability right now. it's that level of play where if something goes wrong for Nigma, it can go catastrophically wrong, and then they lose all control over the map. But if they win one good fight or find one or two pickoffs, like maybe on an Ursa here, oh, if he goes in, oh, that is a wise decision.
The
Scans
scan.
behind, and yeah, I guess now getting the hell out.
We need a who scanned, not who glyphed right there.
Right.
Because that was big. Even having that ward there and they can't get that kill. It's kind of disappointing for Nigma, honestly. That was a sitting duck.
Yeah.
Oh, hold it. Not gonna. Oh, yeah, he's gonna rage for it after, I guess.
Yeah. He's going to go for the first shot of rage. Bam. Great shard.
Tiny.
They aren't going to have an answer for this MKB, though. Or for the butterfly on Jug.
No, that's true. That might be a saving grace here versus this Bash that's now finished.
Ursa, kind of a tough matchup for Jug. Or rather, flip that. Other way around. Jug can run into some issues if you're on equal footing, but 4,000 gold ahead is going to put Jug in a pretty happy place.
All right, but his total assets now. 423 if we count denies.
Okay.
Times that by 0.75. That puts us at. Why doesn't that work anymore? Why does Windows have to?
Okay.
Damn, dude.
Yeah,
Like, it wanted me to type equals. It wouldn't just let me have it, you know?
No enter allowed.
No. It's 330. That's 330 damage. That's pretty cool.
On top of the base?
Yes, on top of. So it would be 690 damage from a magic missile. And then take away 30%. So yeah, that's a lot of damage. It's like 600 damage. Holy
That's
shit.
pretty huge.
And again,
Supreme.
he's almost into the eggs where he might get 2. So
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
You
attack.
might get 2 in another fight. If the fight goes long enough. BZ. Dude, heroes have not hit each other in so long in this game. Both
Yeah,
teams
it's
are
true.
so afraid.
yeah, and
They're
Roche is only 2
petrified.
minutes away from maybe respawning.
Yeah, like... Oh, man. Nigma now grouped together. They're going to go for a smoke. Run through the mid lane. There is a ward here on the Radiant, which is scouting FBZ with the creeps there, too. They have some understanding. Dire scan. Think, hey, they might be in this area. And Narman blinks back, gets away. Immediately, BKB pops Supreme. Needs to get out, swapped. Keeps them some separation. This is a lot of the BKB used by Sumail, but they get the Omni off. Good damage already right onto him. Force right for it. A good stun there for the follow-up, too. And Narman tries to get out of damage. Supreme is going to go for the Yule Scepter, but everybody else has already run away.
Beautiful fight there. GH, exactly what you need. Coming through with the Sun Ray to help Sumail survive through that sun and get that cheese off.
Yeah.
That saves them from even losing. Like, they could have been an even trade at that point if they at least get Sumail. Won't be the case, though, is Bengen leaving this Wisdom Rune here for Ulnit. They want this
20.
Ursa big.
Can they get him where he needs to be?
I think
It's going to be a
try.
basher.
They're going to try. They're going to try.
Go for him. No BKB, no answer, but the save, the Yule Scepter lift up. Oh, the big answer. And already back in. They pulled forward. Sumail tries to get away, but the bash is there. And now Forrest chasing on. Miracle.
Oh,
the bash connects. Now the Omni Slash comes out. Will it be enough damage to take them all down? Forrest taking it for the squad. And now they move in. Narman. Avatos dead. Butterfly, not enough to keep him safe, and there's the Force Staff, the chase down. Kuro wants to stop it, but the Enrage Ulnit was ready. He was able to get the jump, and
Got no
now
blink.
barely getting out of there. It's going to be the rest of them. Kuro keeping his offlaner alive. It's going to come at his own cost of his own life as he is brought down low dead. And that is the danger of this lineup. It's why Nigma were so careful about what fight they want to take.
Damn, what a setup there from Bengen and Ulnit. Coming outside, sitting by the Wisdom Room, and planting that Ob Sentry combo. Lurking in the trees, waiting for their opportunity, and just enabling that Ursa's damage. 8,247.
Yeah, he's big. He's a big boy.
taken over.
And the downside to this right now for MOUZ is that it was not a quick enough Roche spawn for them to get the Aegis right afterwards. That would have completely flipped the whole thing on its head.
It will still be nighttime, and Jug will still be dead. So in theory, they could maybe still get it. But you're right.
Particularly if they can get this kill now. GH is going to get away.
It might line up. If they go back for it right now with Ursa, they might be in this position to get it. But it's a risky play. I mean, you can't just run up there and just pray that Roche is there, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get it.
He's going to check.
At least not for free. As we take a look at this replay here, you can see the jump in and Bengen in position, gets there for the swap. What a turn.
Yeah, I was wondering how he got back in there, too. And the bash is very timely. Miracle, he almost went down here before the Omni Slash as well. It comes up bash. That was kind of scary.
Right.
But
Yeah.
able to get off the Omni, shred through Bengen. Then force sacrifice, but then Ulnit able to come back in with the help of Narm and get through. And then, of course, holding the Enrage the whole time as well. They have finished off the Aegis and the Cheese in the real game, and they are escaping. So you're not missing anything here, folks, but yeah, good job.
Oh,
keeping
they got the
Enrage.
Aegis.
Yeah, they went up and checked with Tiny.
Wow.
Ulnit got in there. So life's good.
Damn. What a turnaround. What an absolute
And guess what?
that fight was.
So when Bengen
What's
bought
up?
back, he'd been saving for eggs for the longest time, right? When he bought back, though, and lost all his gold, he just bought a Force Staff. He's like, oh, I'm never going to get eggs. Guess who just got the eggs from the Roche, ladies and gentlemen? It's Vengeful Spirit. Shard online,
Whoa.
eggs online. Venge Shard is disgusting. It is so good.
That's going to be so much damage.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy.
So last hits wise again, what are we looking at? It's Jug that's at the top. Then it's Razor, Centaur. They each have about 200, almost 300 on Razor.
Yeah,
So
and you just
pretty
take off
substantially.
25%. Yeah, it's a lot. It basically negates their magic resistance, pretty much.
Okay.
Right? Ish. That's kind of a good way to look at it. It almost turns your ulti into pure or your missile into pure damage at this point. At these numbers.
Right. You know what's so rough about that series of events too was that like Nigma played the Aegis basically perfectly, right? They take all the tier 2 towers. They even manage to take a tier 3 tower. They dodge away from fights that look bad the entire time. They like wait it out, don't get picked off ever, get some good farm, maintain their lead, and then in the last minute and a half before Roche is going to respawn, randomly they separate a little bit and they find the perfect pick off on MOUZ.
Yeah, it's almost this like guerrilla style they were doing, where they're just like lurking constantly, like waiting to ambush, and it finally paid off.
Huge.
And I mean, this is again, I don't know, this is how I feel about these heroes on Nigma. All together as a unit, it feels like this was just bound to happen. Like I feel you have to play almost perfectly to win this game as Nigma, and they tried. Like I thought they played pretty well, but it's just those little mistakes. And now Bengen gets the ninja gear. This is like the greatest Venge build. He's just loving life right now. Smoked up Venge, outside of range. You die, you get to throw out your spells again.
They're set to take this.
I'm living through Bengen right now.
How do they manage this?
Oh, swap.
Oh, they swap him. They couldn't get him on top with the stun or anything after the fact.
I mean, that was they didn't have force close enough for the scythe. That was a force scythe dead.
Yeah. Toss back misses. They're misplaying right now.
Yep.
Oh, look at this. Nigma ready to go, but no, they walk forward and destroy him. He didn't stand a chance. Ulnit absolutely ate up that Jug for breakfast. And now the turn with the Enrage and the hits and FBZ. He's in trouble. They Hurricane Pike to try and keep his buddy alive. Not gonna happen. MOUZ too strong.
Abyssal online.
And they jump forward. They force it out. Good reaction there. Keeps him away for the moment. Ulnit, he still has that Aegis. Enrage at the ready. Now the walk forward. The egg is down. Can they take this down? Ulnit, he does still have Enrage. Gonna pop it now. Living, swapping, getting out of there.
Nice play by Bengen. Went down, but the eggs got his ghost out away from Miracle and then gets the swap to save Ulnit. What a bailout there on their Ursa.
Force gonna be chased by Kuro. Drops down one and not gonna be able to get back through the gate. Wait, they go through! They go through the gate! They're coming through the gate, Force! He keeps his buddies alive! And he lets them get in on the action. Sumail, gotta run, gotta hide, get out of there, mister. Still hunting. Miracle died to Force.
Yeah, dude, that was disgusting. He got hexed up, and then Ursa came through and abyssal them.
Oh, man. And now looking, hunting, finding Yule Scepter, lift up that ward, scouts him. And Sumail going
Lyrical.
to die.
It might be a fast day here, bud.
Jeez. A 2-0 into maybe another one if Nigma do not have an answer to this.
Dude, I'm dancing. I'm dancing about Supreme.
Supreme is having a good one. Supreme is killing it.
That was a sick Fiend's Gate.
Yeah.
I thought the Abyssal Horde was the Necros. Turns out it's actually just an Ursa and a Leshrac. Those are the most terrifying creeps I've ever seen come out with an Underlord ulti.
They're pretty scary. Oh, jeez. And no buyback on Miracle. I mean, this is another lane. I don't think they can stop it. Oh, man. Dude, what? All right, hold it. What are you guys going for this?
He just wants to
I
see
mean,
a glyph.
Miracle doesn't have buyback. If they're not reacting to it, Razor buys back first. Now looking for the stomp. FBZ not going to get it. Narman with the toss back and the stun. They got him. The Hex is out onto Razor. He too is going to die. No buyback at all. That egg is not going to live as they bring it down. Olnet with a double kill. They find another one. MOUZ hold themselves back from the brink of despair, and All Por Dios comes out one last time from Force, who had the absolute worst 3 minutes of this game I've ever seen. But in the end, they come out victorious. GG is called. Unreal.
Oh, man. That was a sick game of Dota. That was, I mean, painful for sure for Nigma. Hey, you know what? It's upper bracket. Hold on, folks.
That's right.
Relax. Calm down. Stop typing. It's all right. Leave them alone. No more DMs to the team. Give them some time.
That's right. Don't do it.
And focus on the glory of MOUZ. Because that was a really well-played game. Dude, the way they moved around this map and just waited and waited and waited for the opportunity, trying to ambush poor Nigma with their big lead, it paid off.
They handled their business, man. That was impressive.
Oh my god, the Scythe purchase was so good from Force. That was exactly what they needed.
That was a redemption game, if anything. Like, again, you look at like how awful of a first. I mean, I'm gonna look back real quickly at what like the player individual.
His player net worth was below Tiny at 10 minutes.
Yeah.
He had 2,300. He was below Batrider and Tiny at net worth at 10 minutes.
He was at the bottom. It was so bad. He had such a rough game, and to come back like that, off the back of stealing wisdom runes with Fiend's Gate, and you know, like all these different things, they were owning. It was really impressive by Force, and I think this is a team to watch. I mean, we've said that about a lot of different teams here. I still feel like Entity has looked like one of the better ones to watch out for, but that does mean that we have a little bit of an understanding of what the rest of this tournament structure is going to look like, what the rest of our matches later today are going to look like too. OG is going to have to play against Nigma in the lower bracket. What year is it? And in the upper bracket, it's going to be MOUZ moving on to face Entity. That match happening a little bit later today. So we've got some awesome stuff coming just right around the corner. Trent, what a series. What a day of Dota.
What a day so far. I mean, we're only halfway done, folks. Still 2 more series of Dota here to take place for FISSURE Universe 2. And you know they're going to be just as good.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. Dude, they will have a little bit of a break on the losing side. Entity versus MOUZ will take place first, and then afterwards it will be OG versus Nigma. But I think going into the next game, who are you predicting as? Do you want to throw it out there? Who you think is going to be moving forward? Is that too much? What are your thoughts?
I think in terms of Entity versus MOUZ, the draft, I'm really going to be watching for the draft because I feel like they've gotten away with a lot for no one so far. Like, we've seen him play Storm. We've seen him play TA. He will not be getting either of those heroes.
No.
So we'll see if they can, achieve the same success because they did lose to Nigma just like 2 days ago, and it looked pretty good for Nigma. But Entity since that have really come online. So we'll see if they can just keep this ball rolling. I would probably take them a little bit over MOUZ.
Okay.
But MOUZ are looking sick too, for sure. Like it's no slight to them. It's just like how well Entity seem to be playing, and I really like their drafts.
What about the OG versus Nigma matchup? Dare we piss off two of the most vocal fan bases online? I mean, no matter what it's going to be a great match, everybody. Make sure to go check that one out. And, of course, give our Twitch pages some follows. Just right there in the title. Our names are there. Just click on it, hit the follow button. It's easy peasy. Oh, man.
It's a good
idea. But are you going to say a name or no?
Oh, in terms of the team? I would... Both teams have struggled a little bit. It feels like they haven't been able to find the heroes they need for their players. Like the Sumail Razor, not really loving it. It feels like the ideas they have are like maybe they've practiced things that are just getting banned out. Like Ariel, the Spirit Breaker, he's been putting time into that. It's getting banned out. The Marcy, I'm not as convinced with yet. It seemed like he wasn't able to make that work. And other teams just seem to be more in tune with like the broken stuff.
Right.
Compared to these guys.
Okay.
I mean, losing a game like this is Nigma also has gotta hurt. Like, you have a huge lead in the laning stage. Kuro's probably like, I can't do more. I don't know what else I can do in this game. They need to get better heroes for Miracle. Not loving the hero pool so far for him.
All right, we'll see if they can make it happen. As we get ready to go a quick break, when we come back, we're going to have the next series on. See y'all then.
Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet.
Respect.
From 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect from 1xbet. Respect.
I hope everybody enjoyed that break after the last 2-0 series that I thought Bo3 was gonna go all the way, but now we are in the upper bracket finals here at the FISSURE Universe Episode 2, and we're gonna get our first grand finalist here.
Oh yeah, MOUZ versus Entity, and I gotta say, considering how this tournament has been going, I wasn't expecting this specific upper bracket finals, right? MOUZ, they struggled a lot to get out of Group B. Entity, they were looking pretty good, they were looking hot, but I don't know, OG was looking good, Nigma was looking good. MOUZ Entity is probably one of the least likely combinations of teams for this upper bracket final, to me at least.
Yeah, when the group stage ended, OG was at the top of the group and Nigma was at the top of the group. So, we just assumed that's how it's gonna go. But MOUZ and Entity, they really did strike back, showing that they have what it takes, and well, they might just wanted a little bit more, right? Obviously, we're not gonna talk about Nigma and OG right now, but everybody thought Nigma was back, and then, well, they did get smacked by MOUZ quite nicely.
Yeah, apparently, the first series of the days always have to be 2-0, and when we actually get to casting, that's when the games get a bit more close, and I'm hoping for a very hype upper bracket final here. And I would say both of these teams have very different play styles. I think MOUZ has been trying to group up with heroes like Darkseer, heroes like Underlord, whereas when I'm looking at Entity, it's all about the Axes and the Centaurs, so they're very different in how they're approaching here this new patch.
Yep, I mean, we looked at Group B mostly. I mean, we haven't casted any Group A games, so it's gonna be our first time casting Entity, but in general, there was a lot of different picks, but the standard is still the same. Storm Spirit is super strong, Tiny super strong, everybody wants to play the Razor. It's just that the bans have a little bit of a different priority in both of the groups, or had different priority in both of the groups, and now when it mashes up, then that is when it gets exciting, really.
Yeah, for sure, but I think all of those really contested heroes, they barely go through, or at least in the first days they were going through, but not as much anymore. And then when you remove all of those, the options that both teams are going for, they're not really the same. They're playing a lot of Juggernaut, for instance, on MOUZ. I think that's one of the carries they play the most. Whereas Entity, I don't think they played a single game of it. So it's pretty interesting. They have different flavors that they like running.
Overall, though, is your Dota in offline mode at the moment?
Not really.
Okay, no, it got better. Okay. Was there for a second, so everything is fine. Sides have been chosen, Bo3 here in MOUZ versus Entity. Game 1, first pick goes to Entity. MOUZ will be playing the Radiant side. You mentioned that the sides don't really matter all that much, and really everybody is just going for the first pick over and over again.
Yeah, it's all about, can we get TA? Can we get Storm? Can we get IO, right? It really depends on the team, but when we're looking at 2 European teams, I think IO's contestation rate's just going to go through the roof, and I would be surprised to see, IO or Chen or Storm go through. But, I think one hero that a lot of players are sleeping on, and we do have a player that can run this hero here, is Meepo, man. I think Meepo is actually pretty good in the right game. I would love to see Entity trying it out.
Well, you do know that Supreme is actually a pretty solid Meepo player. I don't know, he
Oh,
hasn't
yeah.
played as much in the in
It's been a
recent
while.
games, but both him and Watson are big Meepo players, so it would be quite cool to see. Is Meepo good currently in the meta? Are let's say heroes like a Tiny something that he would naturally be afraid of?
Yeah, I mean, Tiny's always been though. I don't know. Meepo has about a 61% win rate in carry right now, so not
Oh,
strong
only-
or
only
anything.
61?
Yeah,
Okay.
only 61. So I think he's viable. I would say he's okay.
What was the win rate of Legion Commander on the first day of the patch? Something close to 70.
It was
right?
really high. I think it was like 60 something. Because a lot of people were experimenting with the different facets as well, so it's hard to say. But if they didn't change that hero and you got the ring rate like after the first day, it would probably be very close to 70%.
Overall, looking at the odds of this series, it is very much in favor of Entity. Do you feel the same way, or do you think people and our sponsors there as well are underestimating MOUZ just a tad bit?
Maybe a tad bit. But no, gotta be honest, Entity, they are looking really sharp. A lot of their wins are 2-0s as well. Like, they are looking really solid. I can see, pretty much every single win that MOUZ had in this tournament, besides their match against Nigma, was 2-1. So it feels like they're still maturing. But I wouldn't say the odds reflect how I feel about this series. I would say it's a bit closer, at least to me.
Okay, any particular heroes that you think are going to be highly contested between the both teams? Some heroes that neither of the teams want to actually ban and that everybody wants to play. I'm guessing Lash we're not going to see. There's no way. But anything else?
I think Venomancer is one that I've seen both
Yeah,
sides
that's
try to run. But yeah, just looking at their heroes, the hero pools are very different. Like, even support-wise, we see MOUZ going for their, witch doctors, and they even play an IO game. Whereas for Entity, they like to flex their Wyvern, where it's played as a support, but it can also be played as a core. Their carry pools are totally different too. Their offlane pool is totally different. They like to play a lot of support Weaver on Entity, whereas for MOUZ, I don't even think they played a single game of Weaver. Yeah, so it's definitely it's an interesting stage of the patch where we didn't really converge in ideas just yet. So we might get to see the super OP heroes banned, and then everyone just kind of playing their own game in a way.
Okay, talk to me about this. So, the qualifiers for TI, everything like that is underway. It's gonna be happening, so open qualifiers and stuff. Do you think people are playing pubs now, or are they watching FISSURE Universe Episode 2 just to see what these teams are going for and what can actually work in a competitive match? Or would you say that for a professional player, it might be better just to play a billion pubs?
Wow, so I'm friends with a lot of coaches and Position 5 players. And the answer I have to you is, what usually happens is the core players, they're all playing their pubs, they don't care. And the people actually doing the work, doing the investigating, doing the whole analyzing.
Playing pubs is not work.
Well, it's a different type of work. And, you can kind of trick yourself into playing pubs while you're not necessarily getting as much knowledge as maybe you could, right? Because, like, you can just play 15 games of Dota. It doesn't mean you're learning from those 15 games of Dota. You know what I mean? And the complaint that I hear a lot from these Position 5s, Position 4s, and coaches is that they are the ones that feel burdened in actually having to do that, and then they're not playing the pubs. Like, there's a minimum amount of pubs that you definitely have to play at certain level. And yeah, I've heard stories, of players that they play their 15 games and they're like, yeah, I mean, I'm actually training, you're not doing anything. But then they have like these mistakes that they're not fixing, and they're kind of also bound to old ideas. I think it really goes both ways. But answering your question, I feel like it's both. Core players, they're gonna be grinding those pubs, and
So you didn't really answer
hopefully
my question. That's not fair.
I definitely did.
I
And
wanted
hopefully
a straight up answer. I wanted
your
a straight
org
up
has money for multiple coaches so that your supports can also play pubs.
Okay, makes sense. Not even get me started on how cores act on boot camps and when you're preparing for big qualifiers or tournaments. I remember once I was boot camping, there's a guy. He was used to be like even rank 10. A pretty solid player. His nickname was Ignitables, but I think he now even stopped playing Dota altogether. We were boot camping and we got into a pub together. In a second, I see that he's completely AFK. I turn around to look at his PC, and he added whoever was with us in pub that he doesn't like, and they are flaming each other on Steam chat, not playing. Two of them are in the fountain. So yeah, if that's the idea of practicing pubs for core players, I think that's the real work, Bowie, not the standing beside there and just theory crafting. Oh, Undying is good, Veno is good. No, nobody cares. It's the pubs. It's the mental fortitude that you need to actually get all of the knowledge from that one.
So you gain mental fortitude by flaming random people on Steam.
No, you don't. You flame between yourselves, right? So that's yeah, you both participate in it. It's like a dance. That's how you should you should look at it.
I think I would definitely not describe it any different way. But yeah, I mean, this MOUZ versus Entity matchup, you know, we have a new coach on Entity, right?
Wait, did you see our ticker down there? GPK and ATF are flirting with each other in chat. You know that it's called flirting, right? That's what it.
I
what it
will
is.
never mention anything that. So I will never mention anything that is there ever again. I had a traumatic experience that I will not elaborate forward.
Okay.
But yeah, you can read whatever is there. I'll
Sure.
I'll pretend I'm listening to you.
Okay, sure. So I shouldn't read the ticker. If Bowie says we shouldn't do it, then everybody for sure go there and read the news. Very important info for you guys here at the FISSURE
Type it in
Universe
chat,
Ep.2.
please. Yeah.
That is,
But yeah, as I was saying, Entity, they have a new coach, and he used to be the former announced coach during TI. There was a lot of uncertainty. Entity, they had a coach for a very long time, and now having this new coach, I think there was a little bit of doubts on whether Entity was going to be able to get back to their former glory. But at least so far, they are cruising through this tournament.
Yeah, with Boom Esports being eliminated, Bowie has to latch onto any remnants of South America here in the tournament. So Astini is the coach of Entity. For people that don't know, of course, we are going to be enjoying ourselves here with the draft, as it is going to be starting MOUZ Esports versus Entity. Who's going to the grand finals? We'll be finding out in this series. Will it be a 2? Will it be a 2-1? We all hope for a full 3-game series, Bowie, but that is... We'll see if that does happen. Entity are coming in as the favorites. They have a 14k MMR player that cannot be beaten. So I don't know how MOUZ are going to do this.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if Entity is going to be able to enable that 14k MMR player. If they're going to be able to get good strategies. Because, in general, MOUZ has looked pretty good. I really like the way that they play around each other. They are a very, it doesn't feel like any of the players... Like, it feels like their team is better than the sum of its parts. And with a lot of other teams, sometimes, even when you see teams doing really well, like, you have these 1 or 2 standout players. Whereas for at least the games that I cast for MOUZ in this tournament, they are looking like an actual team. And it's very promising, with TI around the corner. I think it's always nice to have faith in your players. But yeah, some interesting bands here. The DP, I hear that I think a lot of people don't consider strong whatsoever.
They don't care.
One of favorite Supreme's heroes. Yeah, they're going to take it out.
I like it. I like it that they're thinking about just taking away his heroes, right? And Supreme himself, he probably told his team, yo, get rid of the ledge. They can play it as well. And you definitely don't want to play versus that hero. We've seen it so many times. All of the patch favorites that we constantly talk about, the Axe, the Slardar, the Phoenix, the Tiny, they get left in the pool, and then people just pick the Lesh. That's how strong it is.
All right, so will we see that Tiny you're talking about? Because to me, that's the standout hero that pops up here. But yeah, Tiny's in the pool. Io and Chan are in the pool. So there is a lot of really juicy heroes, and very curious to see. Oh, Veno. That's definitely not the one. True, it is a contested hero, but... okay, so what do you do now? Tiny does get kited by Veno. Maybe just play Io.
I like an IO. You know, when I see a Veno, instantly something like a Lifestealer comes to mind, but you're not gonna first pick that for sure. You could go something like a Phoenix, right? That is a hero that doesn't really care about the Venomancer all that much.
Oh, okay. So they're gonna go. That's definitely. There's some mind games going on here because these are not the super contested heroes of the patch right now. I did see Narman playing a lot of Rubik, and I was impressed with his Rubik. But it does feel like they're playing with fire here and what they want to go through or not. So I'm guessing Tiny definitely gets taken away here. Io and Chen, it's still in the pool, is crazy. So I'm guessing at least one of these three gets taken out.
Do MOUZ play the Chen at all? And is Chen still that strong, right? He has a very cool bunch of facets, but I don't know how powerful he is in general.
Well, I can give you a stat for that. Right now, Mr. Chen has actually not picked that much in pubs, but he has a solid 52% win rate, which is,
Okay.
yeah, definitely not as high as it used to be for sure.
For me, Spirit Breaker is the hero. I think the herd mentality is just that freaking strong. Even if you don't do anything in the game, just giving that extra experience to your team, it matters so much. We've seen it so many games. Yesterday, people even started banning it in the first phase, and today in one of the series I was watching Lyrical and Trent casting, the Spirit Breaker was highly contested, especially as a ban in the first phase.
Yeah, the Tiny is... sorry, the Spirit Breaker is looking really strong. We saw... I think MOUZ played one game of it. Boom, I think, played another. Both of them were wins, as far as I remember. And I think the scary part here is they do have 13-14 for Entity, so we could see some interesting combos popping up. I do like the Darkseer band. That's definitely one of the strongest heroes MOUZ has run. And the thing is, MOUZ has the advantage of playing Underlord, or at least they already showcased that they can play it. If they pick the Tiny, then picking Underlord doesn't make that much sense. I feel like their Underlord is just as good as having the Tiny on the other side, so you get value out of it. So maybe they don't want to pick the Tiny, and that's why it's left in the pool. But then Entity is like, well, if we pick it, they are definitely going to pick Underlord. We don't want to ban it. Well, never mind. They do finally get it here.
I like all of
still
your
be flexing, though.
brainstorming there, and the MOUZ just put a rock.
We'll pick Tiny
Yeah,
because it's good.
they
Yeah,
don't care.
pick Rock, win game.
Exactly, and it is a hero that can be flexed to 1, 2, and 4. I haven't seen it on the offlane, but I would assume that it would work relatively okay in the offlane as well. So I would not mind it whatsoever.
He's Supreme a Tiny player though, because his hero pool definitely a bit wonky. I'm gonna double check here. He played
Didn't play
the last
in
100
pubs.
games he played one game of Tiny in his last 100.
So 1%, you know, that's
Yeah.
that's okay.
Sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah,
All you need.
exactly.
He played it once at least. He knows what the spells are supposed to do.
The Supreme used to be a much bigger killer than he is nowadays. You used to always play like the Queen of Pain, that Meepo mid lane, the Shadow Fiend going around killing people. Now he's more stable with his Lashes and the DPs and pushing the towers. So I think something like a Tiny fits his playstyle, or fits the playstyle that he used to go for. So I think it's possible for him to pick it up. But this Grimstroke, it's somewhat of a deny pick. We've seen Grimstrokes with the Tinies do really well in every patch, actually.
Yeah, not a hero we saw a lot, maybe at all in Group B, but Entity, they did play it twice.
Yep.
100% win rate with it so far. And it is very strong with the Vino, right? Because you can get the Noxious Plague facet.
Yep.
And then you're just gonna be destroying those team fights. Also, like the TK, a lot of synergy here with the Grim. They even played one game of carry DK, if I'm not mistaken, on Entity. Yeah, they played... Oh, they actually didn't play. I think it was Tundra that played carry DK.
I think I would really like to see a Phoenix for MOUZ. Do they even... has Bengen played the Phoenix? I think not, though. Yeah, I see no... oh, he has one game in the Dota.pro tracker, but that's not really something to go by.
Banned Phoenix 4 times, but they did not
picked
play it just yet. And I think you lose the flex of this Tiny. I think it's really hard for them to pick Phoenix because they're going to lose the flex and they have overall last pick, so you also don't want to last pick your support. to me, this is a point in the game where you probably pick your carry, right? Because you do see the possible offlane there, plus your other support. The thing is, yeah, this Tiny makes things weird because you're gonna lose the flex anyways.
So if they're going to be picking a carry right now, it's going to be a Juggernaut or a CK. That's something that they went for, unless MOUZ want to play a carry Tiny, right? Which is not impossible, but Yolnit in his pubs at least only has 1 win out of 5 games on the Tiny. So I don't know if he feels confident playing it here.
Yeah. I mean, he plays a lot of Sven, so, you know, they're pretty
Similar.
much the same. Yeah. So what's the other support here? Let's say this Tiny is going to be a core no matter what.
Oracle.
Oracle.
That's a Bengan hero.
Interesting. You can get silenced, though, by that Grimstroke.
True, but he needs to come close, and Grimstrokes don't really go that deep into the fight. I would assume that's not gonna be happening. But if you want, also carry Lifestealer would be solid here. We talked about it ever since we saw the Veno, and it does look pretty solid here. Other than the Phantom's Embrace, everything else you're quite good against.
Yeah, but hard to spell. Very good against the DK. Not that good against the... Oh, that's a new one. Can we see Core Ogre here? Is this the day? Or maybe it's just support Ogre for the Tiny.
Yep, that's what I was thinking. Or Core Ogre for the Tiny, who cares, right? But I don't think that we're gonna be seeing a Core Ogre. I'm going through Bengan's heroes, however, and I only see 1 Ogre recently, so maybe that's something that he's been keeping in his pocket.
All right, yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm looking here at the games right now, and we do see way more support. I guess there's a little bit of offlane Ogre going on. They do pick this Razor here. I mean, a lot of flex, right? This Razor can be all 3 lanes. Tiny can be in 2 lanes as a core, and this Ogre can be 2 roles. Really hard to read what MOUZ is doing.
The learning curve facet of the Ogre is actually quite interesting. The level requirement of all spells and talents is reduced by 1,
Yeah.
but you get 0 ability points at level 1 and 3 ability points at level 2. So you start without spells. That's
It's much better as a core, because like
Yep.
you just like go mid and you get level 2. But if you're playing support, it is a bit wonky. Have you seen how the talent tree looks like when you have that facet?
no, it's like 9, 14, 9.
Yeah, so but that it like they made this wonky looking banner as if Ogre himself drew something in like
Oh, really?
crayons and they stamped it over, and it's really cool. Like,
Okay.
you know, Valve is so weird with how sometimes they use a lot of effort in the most random thing, but like it's really cool. They get the brew. Not a hero I've seen this patch at all.
DM played it once so far in the tournament, so
Okay.
I'm not completely surprised, but I like it here just because there's not all that much burst on MOUZ. Tiny can provide burst, but it's not the type that's gonna kill this tanky of a hero. So I think he's getting his split off every single time, doesn't care much about the Razor, is pretty fast himself, so can get away from the static link in lane. I like it.
Yeah, I wonder if you can punish this somehow. If you can possibly play like carry Razor, mid Tiny, and you just pick an off lane last here, because you also don't know the carry matchup, so you would actually get a lot of value out of less picking off lane for MOUZ.
That would be solid. But what's the hero pick here for Entity? You were mentioning a potential carry Dragonite, but I'm pretty certain that it's gonna be a no-one Dragonite. So what does Watson play?
I mean, he plays so many heroes. He could play... Well, Pudge looks pretty bad in this game. You're also playing against Rubik. He played a fair amount of Naga in this tournament. He played a fair amount of Ursa. If this is going to be carry... Honestly, Ursa looks pretty solid here. It is a 23 Ursa, so maybe there's like something that they can pick that kind of counters it. But in my mind, it looks like one of the most solid heroes. CK is banned too, right?
No, CK is in the pool. It's there. I actually think it might be the best one.
It's kind of bad against Tiny, but it's
There
solid.
it is.
Oh!
There it is. That's also kind of bad versus the Tiny, but he does pick up the Meepo, not caring much about it. So now when you see this, do you think about something like a Core Wyvern? Is that a possibility?
well, they haven't played that on MOUZ, but yeah, other teams do like it. And I think it's probably one of the reasons Entity even plays this Wyvern, to be honest. Oh, okay. That's actually... I like this, right? It's very good against Meepo, just the way it is good against Tiny. The root is insane against Meepo, and you just build a lot of auras. You get tanky. This is very similar to the games where MOUZ had a good time. Like, you just have this aura offlaner on fours that actually has a really good matchup because you less picked it. You have the best carry in the game with Bloodlust, and a solid mid hero here for Supreme. I gotta say, I feel like if MOUZ plays just as well as they did in the Group B matches, this looks like a solid draft for them. I'm giving them a slight edge because Watson's Meepo is also crazy strong.
Yeah, I mean, he can create a lot of chaos on the map, but in general, I don't see how this Meepo is doing damage to, let's say, a Tiny. You try to attack him,
yeah.
His passive is gonna come
Craggy,
into play.
Whatever.
Yeah, then you have the Fade Bolt and the Underlord. He's literally... I don't see how these cores of MOUZ die unless Entity are snowballing around the map. This is gonna be a tough one for Entity, not gonna lie. That's why I like that no one went for the Corrosive Dragon, because you need to push the map. You need to control the map. It has to be Watson everywhere killing people, and for that the towers need to fall.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much the style no one got known for, just being active, and I think that DK definitely does it. We saw a lot of Frost DKs in the mid lane in our games this tournament. I was not very fond of it. I think it definitely has its place, but in the mid lane, I think Poison to me seems like the most straightforward one. What DK was, known in the past and can still relatively do well. But yeah, this Meepo, he is a hero that can snowball. Like, you're saying, oh yeah, Meepo needs to snowball. That's exactly what the hero does, and that is why Watson is so good at it. Like, Mina 5, there's a freaking Meepo ganking you for some reason, and now that you get it level 3, I'm assuming that's the fast that he picked up, right? Let me double check here. He picked up the more Meepo.
Yeah.
It's literally called more Meepo. It's so funny. You can get a level 3, so there's so many plays. You can steal Wisdom Runes, you can gank the mid lane, you can gank through the Twin Gates as well. So Watson, to me, he's a very scary player. But if this goes like late enough, they don't snowball too hard on Entity, I feel like this Underlord's going to be a huge wall that might make the game hard for Entity.
And the odds here favoring Entity still, for a good reason. They are the favorites to win this one, and they want to start off on a good note. These are two tanky fat guys, especially the Ogre with his 6 armor. They break the smoke, and Bengen is gonna know that something is up. Ulnit also scouting them, getting into the tower, and you are not gonna dive at Tiny this early on.
Surprisingly here, Ogre did go for the learning curve talent, so level 1 might be troublesome here for this. Probably one of the weirdest lanes ever if the Ogre doesn't get a spell. Like, usually he's a strong level 1 hero, but not this case.
Oh, look at that. Chit 91. He did receive the SF Arcana, so he's gonna be burning in his pubs. I think I know that nickname, so the guy is always here watching our games. I'm actually glad that he got something out of it.
Yeah, it's my mom. She plays.
She was born in 1991. Your mom?
No, 1991 is the year I was born because she loves me a lot, so she just had it in the nickname.
That makes a lot more sense. I apologize, Bo. Narman eating a Gale, Fishman eating a couple of right clicks, and with the Fade Bolt, Rubik usually wins this trade. Not if Watson has something to say about it. Narman, I think he knows he's dead, so he's just gonna fight until the very end. Fairy Fire being used. Narman is staying here, wondering why the hell did I choose to die. At least the first wave there will be going to the Underlord, pretty much uncontested, but this is not a good start. We talked about the snowball factor of the Meepo, and that is a best possible start.
Yeah, and he has the most glorious set as well. He's the Chicken Meepo. This is gonna leave some scars if he wins. But yeah, I mean, that's free gold here for Entity. Sure, the Underlord got a free lane, but he also didn't get a lot of deny. So at the end of the day, Watson still benefits from pretty much the entirety of the first wave.
So the Razor went for the Dynamo facet. It says Razor gains 1% spell amplification for every 20 points of attack damage. That's actually quite a lot if you steal a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's pretty good team fight.
Bang
but
in
he's
his
struggling
bottom.
here in this mid lane.
How are you killing this fat ogre? I guess you use
he
that
doesn't
time
have
when
any
he doesn't have
spells.
spells, yep. Olnet is gonna be tossing the tree, not nearly enough to finish off Kataomi, and he gets smacked as well. One guy doesn't have spells, the other guy doesn't have armor. These guys on Mars are crippled in the bottom lane.
That's the crazy part to me. Like, I really feel like this facet's amazing if you're a core. Maybe, you know, it still pays off. Like, you die once in lane, you already can add first blood somewhere else. But this first level is awful. It's so bad for the other. Like, what do you even do when you can't cast any spells? You guys would just tank a lot of damage.
He did tank a lot of damage, a little bit more than he could actually take. Talk to me about why this mid lane is going so good for the Dragonite that the Razor cannot stand this ground. You just take the damage, you deny. Is it not possible versus the DK?
Yeah, I mean, DK is just arguably better than he was, because now you don't even need to skill your Worm's Wrath if you don't want to, because like your armor is now relative to another spell. This hero is just crazy. You know, it gets obviously easier for the Razor as he gets level 3, but the first levels are super easy for the DK.
Overall, the Meepo is not farming well. The Tiny isn't farming well either, so both of the carries are having a bad time with the fact that Watson, of course, he did start off with the first blood, so he's not going to be in that big of a slump as the Tiny himself, and of course, rotations are something that we should be looking at. But already, here, Entity do have a 1k gold. 3 minutes in, it's nothing to laugh at. First, Healing Lotus for Bengen, and MOUZ did get it on the other side as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Meepo doesn't care that much if he doesn't get farmed, because all he needs is levels for ganking and for farming. Whereas Tiny, you need to have a good lane because you rely a lot on the Echo Saber shard timing. You want to get that shard at minute 15. Oh, dang.
Avalanche. He's fine.
Should be fine.
MOUZ almost losing both of their supports, but it was the Rubik denying himself to creeps, or no, Force denying him through the Gale. It's very easy to deny people with the Underlord. You have very good animation, and of course you have a ton of damage.
Did get nerfed though. You still give away the experience, even if you get denied. You just don't give away the gold.
You know, it still feels better to be at 0-2 than 0-3, so...
Of course.
Psychological
I just say
part.
that I think this is one of the reasons this Vino hero, like, he got a lot of buffs, and that's a soft buff that you know, not related to him necessarily, but still helps a lot.
No one's laning has been amazing in this tournament thus far. I think that's one of the things that he even got known for, is that he was almost impossible to deal with in the laning phase. And you see, a Razor versus a melee hero is pulling the waves in the mid lane to be able to get anything.
Yeah, it's really annoying, and Razor also struggles just because of the poison damage, like the right clicks, the Brief Fire applying it. Razor doesn't have a lot of HP regen as bottom. Own it.
Fine. Not even close. Kataomi did go for the Inkswell facet, so it's pretty much the same as it was. It just Inkswell lasts a second less now, so I really wanted to see that curveball. No Force dropping low. We see there's gonna be a deny going for Fishman. That poof wasn't all that good, but Force is dead 100% now. The only question is if there's gonna be a deny, and it's not a question because Norman is so damn good. Now he will be caught in and out with beautiful body blocks from Watson, not allowing him to get into the tower. Norman trying to find a way to get the escape, but with another poof, that's not gonna be enough. He pays with his life, but at least he does get that deny. So in general, Entity, they brought down 6 heroes. They're gonna be bringing down the 7th one. It might only be 5 kills, but they are still crushing the lanes here versus MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how snowballing is what they need, and that's what they're doing. They get first blood. The game got quiet a little bit after it, but they are still getting so many kills around the map. In the mid lane, the hero that's supposed to maybe pick up the slack for MOUZ is not having a great game. That DK is just having a field day against the Razor.
Speaking of field day against the Razor, right now Supreme is being chased up. If you can see there on the minimap, yep, no one is not going to be chasing any further, but that dragon form is nothing to laugh at.
Yeah, and Kataomi already understanding what the Razor is going to be doing. Gets some vision here in the high ground. They have a lot of deep wards. Look at that other one on the... There's one on the left side of the river that gives vision of the rune, gives vision of possible stacks of MOUZ. I think Entity, they have a laid out plan, and if nothing happens in the next 5 minutes, they are set to snowball off of this game.
But we talked about Boom Esports crushing MOUZ every single time in the laning phase, and I thought it was Boom Esports playing super well, but it just seems that MOUZ has an issue with their lanes. This is one of those situations where you play 2 versus 2s until you literally drop. Right, because this is not acceptable that you lose the lanes this much every single time. Even versus Nigma game 2, they lost so much in the laning phase and then they came back. But this might be too much in Entity. Don't look like the team that are gonna give you this game back. Supreme is draining the damage from no one, but they're draining your life. Much more important damage with the overtime. Okay, so MOUZ, they have 3 kills. It's not really showing on the kill score because they've been killing each other, but you know, at least you're getting something.
Well, imagine if they didn't get those 3 denies. This would be what, a 5k goal lead? This is tough. But as you said, MOUZ, that's exactly how they train. They lose their lanes, but they still come back. So I'm not that worried so far.
You should
like
be.
they're gonna lose this tiny.
I think Bo3 should be very worried if you if you want MOUZ to do well in this series, in this tournament. You should be very, very worried because this is looking like a very big stomp. Of course, we talked about the problems of damage that Entity could have later on down the line, but you might not get to the later on down the line part.
Yeah, that is very true. Meepo, just such an active hero. Unlike any other carry, like he can be farming, he can contribute with these rotations. And finally, we see Supreme getting a rune, so there is a chance he can make a rotation happen on the top side. But no roots on Force just yet. I wonder if they have the lockdown to kill Watson.
They're gonna try anyways. They have Narman in the vicinity. The damage output of these two is quite high. They'll look at the preparation from Entity. They're here with so many heroes. Watson is actually baiting the DM in the trees.
They're super ready. This is gonna work out. They're actually gonna go.
Yeah, they're going in. The barrel gets dropped there onto Supreme. He is drunk, and
They dispel the
he's
haste.
gonna soothe the pain a little bit because a lot of it is coming his way. Narman next on the menu with the pandas chasing him. There's gonna be the rock throw, Phantom's Embrace, and a couple of more hits to take him down. DM with the first split will be getting himself a double, and Entity continue to show, literally teach MOUZ how Dota is played here.
Yeah. You know, I understand what you're talking about, you know, with them consistently losing lanes. I think this Ogre, getting that facet, I haven't played Ogre, I haven't seen that many games. I feel like getting that as a support is ultra grieving if you have a melee carry as Force. Gets Noxious Blade.
That's gonna be their first kill of the game. Fishman going a little bit too deep. But at what cost? If you lose 3 heroes, it's actually amazing for Entity. And they're just killing you with overtime damage. Here comes the Tiny as well, offering up his life. It's gonna be the Ogre. That Phantom's Race comes back to Karaomi. They're gonna be getting another one on the Tiny. He cannot deal with it with that low attack speed. And now, the poor Underlord is all alone. They might just be able to bring him down as he doesn't have a TP. He can only wait for his death to come. Pit of Malice in 2 seconds. He's already caught in a net. Another one will be coming. He at least farms some flowers to put on his own grave. As Watson, he will dig it up for him.
Yeah, I mean, Entity destroying the lanes, just utilizing, playing off of these meeple. And you know, what this meeple does is something that no other hero, no other carry in the game can do. Like, you just get so much. You can be anywhere. You don't really sacrifice farming for that. I guess the closest hero is probably the old Nature's Prophet carry before all of the nerfs and changes. But even in P, sometimes doesn't feel as strong because the lockdown of Meepo is something that, you know, you can deal with Sprout. You can't really deal with Earthbind at this stage of the game. And they're going for another smoke, and it is probably going to be a dead Razor.
That is a huge kill. Instant Phantom's Embrace on him. No one shows his Blink Dagger. They get the kill easily, and they're even going to be looking for more. This Ogre is... he's better off just running away. He was in a solid position to break the smoke. Unfortunately, Supreme just came from the wrong direction.
This is a really hard place to come back from because this Tiny, he can scale. Oh, as I said that, I just jinxed the guy. Is he dead?
He's
Yeah,
very dead, Bowie. That's a black dragon because of the ink swell. Looks pretty menacing and scary as they're not even looking at the tiny. The overtime damage will deal with him. There it is. The noxious plague will spread the rolling barrel as well. So much overtime damage. There's gonna be another split. Supreme joining in on the fight. He now knows he's dead. Actually, he's gonna be turning around on no one. Goes down. DM running in. Supreme trying to finish off the pandas and DM running away with his wind panda there, or storm panda. So that's gonna be 3 heroes dead. Entity getting ahead of themselves.
Yeah, huge fight. They have to commit for the tiny, and a TP plus this Underlord coming allows them to fight. And I'm very surprised this Underlord only gets Fiends Gate at level 8, because in a game you're losing this hard, I feel like if you just get 2 or 3 sets of boys to help you in a fight, right? Like if you're losing a fight, what do you need? You need numbers. And he only learned Fiends Gate level 8. It's very surprising to me. I guess, you want the 2 levels of Atrophy Aura for the lane. You want 4 levels of Firestorm for the Meepo. You definitely want a bit of Malice. So it's weird, but I'm very curious to see how strong this facet's going to look like. In a lot of the games I watched, it kind of looked bad, to be honest, but let's pretend it's super hype and that it could offset this Meepo's strength.
I mean, you need a bit of an army of your own. You're dealing with Plague Wards, you're dealing with 4 split pandas, and then 4 Meepos, 5 Meepos at the end. You need a bit of an army. You need the boys, as you mentioned.
I mean, I guess there is one aspect to this. Meepo is gonna poof, and he uncontrollably clears all the boys, which will proc damage. So maybe, if Watson goes for a poof and doesn't really notice all the boys around, he could kill himself. It is a lot of damage.
You have to get unlucky to kill every single one with the same Meepo, right? And that's very unlikely to happen.
Don't say that. Don't say that. And I think, at least in the past, it was pure damage that they dealt. I'm not sure if they changed the damage type for this facet specifically.
Yeah, I doubt it, as there will be a bit of Malice into no one. It's well used. There's no shard just yet. Lift it up. Pull into a bit of Malice once again. That's where no one will die. MOUZ, it seems that this is their tactic. They lose the laning stage heavily, make their opponents think that they're scrubs, and then they turn it around.
They're very good at playing team fights and playing off of each other. So I think their positioning, when they're winning and when they're losing, which is why, like, once they get control of the game, MOUZ rarely gives it away. But it seems like they're often in this position in the early game. And, against a team like Entity, they might not have what it takes to bounce back. But good moves so far. This Tiny, even without his Echo Saber, has some decent attack speed. And I wonder if we even buy the Shard without the Echo, just because you have the Bloodlust of the Ogre. It might be a choice because he's so far behind.
I think that's what he's going for. He's only with the Ogre Axe. Speaking about the Ogre, very much dead. Inkswell will pop and the Ogre will drop. Watson gets the kill. He does have his Mega Meepo ready as well.
Force steal the Wisdom Rune at least. He used the Fiend's Gate to the other side.
That's solid. A win probability very high for Entity. Kind of expected when you're this far ahead.
They can, they're gonna take a tier 2 minute 14. It is very rare to see it these days, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them getting Roshan once it goes back to dire side. So Entity with full control of the game. This Meepo already has an Axe, mind you. So if killing the Meepo is already hard, imagine the Mega one.
Yeah, and speaking about killing, we have the 1xBet kill race. So guys, if you do want to participate, scan this QR code and it will take you to our social media. Also, you can go to 1xBet esports on our X channel, and that's where you can win amazing prizes as we do continue on in the game here. MOUZ, they have 5 kills. They have 3 denies on their own hero so far in the game. We'll see if that does continue, as well as Veno, of course, is a hero you can still deny people against. Speaking of the Veno, his life will be denied, surrounded by so many heroes. Turns around, actually starts spreading the plague, so that patient 0 really comes into play. Won't be getting that many kills.
Very good job of MOUZ of defending this big jungle. They've been they spread wards around this area, and they always camp it in a way that whoever tries to start getting control over it dies. It was the DK first, now the Venomancer. Entity, though, will smoke. Radiance up for DM here. This is a big timing.
He's had it for some time. There's the barrel roll. That barrel is actually quite cool because you self-ignite the Cinder Brew, right? Because it explodes at the end and deals the magic damage. That is a dead Razor once again. Supreme, he cannot get a break. No one hates him. I mean, like, no one, the player, not like no one. But you get the point, as they lose another hero entity. Wherever they look, they pick up a kill.
They're going for a pipe here on Force, so he pretty much has the gold for it now. It will be mitigating some of that Radiance damage, some of the Poof damage, and a lot of the Grimstroke as well. I just wonder about the damage. That is the biggest problem they have.
See, the Watson now has a blink as well. So it's gonna be even easier for Meepo to find openings. You literally just wait for the Pit of Malice and the Avalanche, and after that, inside of a fight, as this Meepo, you can do whatever the hell you want.
Yeah, it is. Oh, they're gonna try and defend this.
They might actually be able to finish off Watson. He still has the Mega Meepo. There's the mech. He's baiting them in. They understand how hard he is to kill, and that it would be foolish to go for it from the other side. There will be the Brewmaster going in.
They find Supreme.
Swell pops. He's being defended by the pipe, but ultimately he will fall. Force next on the menu. Watson getting so many hits into him. It will take some time, but they still finish him off. 2 cores of Mars are dead.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to take that fight without having their Tiny. And also, kind of a mistake from the Razor. Like, he got Dragon Tail from really far away, didn't BKB the Dragon Tail, and then has to BKB with 10% HP. Definitely a bit uncharacteristic there from Supreme. 1 and 5, not his greatest performance here on the Razor.
And it's a bummer because that was his BKB reveal, right? The 9-second BKB.
Yeah.
That should be able to change something, and then you mess up on the usage. Sometimes in games like this, you can get demoralized. I don't like that it is happening, or it might be happening here for MOUZ, but you can low-key give up sometimes.
Yeah, and that was a lot of time, as it was the pipe on the Underlord as well. If somehow the Razor BKBs that Dragon Tail, he just static links the DK that just blinked up, and you can actually force a good fight. But even still, it was a fight without Own It. It was a fight without his shard. He has money for it now, but he's saving gold for a blink. Interesting approach. Not at all what other carry tinies are doing, but this is kind of a despair moment as Rubik.
No one has a Hurricane Pike. He's gonna get himself onto the high ground. So much original Avalanche to stop Watson, who still has the Mega Meepo. Will be turning around on the Underlord. Very hard hero to kill, but ultimately will fall. There's the Dragon Tail. Wasn't the double one. Soulbind just ended. Here comes Patient Zero with the noxious flex. Supreme this time around will get the BKB. Seems that it wasn't the times as Watson jumps on him as well. DM still running forward despite only having one Panda alive. No, he's keeping the Storm Panda behind, safe and sound, as they find the Tiny. Only to be next to the menu. 4 heroes dead. Narman has been found. The net connects on him, and they are not done with the Inkswell going for the Rubik. He has the lift up. Actually gets no one closer to himself. Coming to the tier 4s where no one still isn't taking any damage. This is a Dragonite, mind you. Way too much armor, and MOUZ lose 5 of their heroes without a chance of getting anything in return.
This is one of the hardest stops in this tournament. This is absolute domination with an entity, and yeah, if there was any doubts that the new coach was gonna mesh with the team, I think they're fading away. They 2-0 Nigma. They are just stomping MOUZ. Obviously, the series is not close to being over, but this is a damn good showing.
I mean, it's a great start. Today they won the series versus wait, Entity played OG, right? They
Oh,
won
never
the
mind,
series
yeah.
in like 15 minutes. Total game time. No one now is going to be standing his ground. They're going for it, and with the Pike, he gets himself away from the Razor, which is the highest damage. The Supreme dropping low will ultimately fall. He's actually going to try to run away. Very speedy. Watson still on the chase. So many Meepos on the case there to finish off the Razor, while he's sending the rest of them to hunt down the Rubik as well. Poor Fishman will be left all on his lonesome, but even this hero is hard to bring down. You bring down one Reptile, and the other one blinks on you, stuns you as well. Kataomi has the shard with the Inkswell. He gets a lot of his HP back. Another fight heavily in favor of Entity, whilst the Ogre is standing in the base and wondering, why is he all alone in this world? Yeah, there it is. GG has been called. 20-minute game. Entity are crushing it.
They really, really are, and yeah, I don't know. I think this Underlord proved not to be good enough of a response for this Meepo, because even if he can scale well against the Meepo, what he's able to accomplish with those rotations, it's too much. Like, he rotates to the mid lane, he rotates to the off lane. I think a compounding factor was for sure his Ogre. I love the possible combination of Tiny and Ogre, but I don't think playing position 5 with that facet is good enough, especially when you're double melee against pretty strong lane on the side of Entity. I think for MOUZ, you probably need to ban the Watson Meepo in second phase. Letting it through is super scary.
I don't know. For me, I could replace Meepo with any hero. And I think still the same happens, right, Bo? Because they got stomped so much in the off lane, in the mid lane, and then safe lane, Watson was losing the lane versus the underlord despite getting the first blood. And yeah, sure, you got a little bit of action there around the map. Meepo, he plays fast, he makes a lot of plays, but I think any carry hero would have done the job for Entity. I'm not sure that it was a Meepo problem. In my mind, it's MOUZ. They have to fix their lanes. If you know that you're gonna lose them, if you know that you're worse, at least pick heroes that are gonna allow you to do better.
I will politely disagree with you about any carry doing the same thing, because I feel like any other carry would be slower in doing that, and I do think MOUZ not only had the better scaling, but they just needed more time for all of their timings to kick in. So I think Meepo specifically makes it so Entity runs over with this game instead of, taking 35-40 minutes. But I also that also doesn't excuse MOUZ's performances in the lane, so hopefully they're going to be able to do a bit better. And I feel like a big part of that is Supreme's hero pool, right? All the heroes he plays aren't so popular. I guess Razor is, and he does play Storm, but this DP seems to be his strongest hero, and somehow that first phase ban made him look much weaker than he was looking in other series. Obviously, the Leshrac also being banned by Dam even weakened his possible heroes for this game.
Now, overall, Entity today, they have been looking amazing so far. First game versus OG, 21 minutes. Second game versus OG, 35. Now a 20-minute game versus MOUZ to get them only one game away from the grand finals here at the FISSURE Universe Episode 2. We are going to be taking a short break to allow the teams to recuperate, especially MOUZ, to refresh themselves after that big of a beating and show us if they have something to offer in Game 2. didn't really feel like an upper bracket final game because Entity crushed it in just 20 minutes, beating MOUZ without giving them a single chance. I'm Harry, joining me is Bo3, and you're watching the FISSURE Universe Part 2. Bo3, going into the second game of this series, what are your expectations? Are they high for a good game, or do you think we might be getting another beating?
I definitely feel like MOUZ would be a better draft for me. Like that's just a case of let's let me pull through and we can counter it, and then you figure out, all right, hero is busted. This hero wasn't really tried that much in dispatch, and they tried their idea of having this Underlord against it, and it did beat the Meeple in lane for 5 minutes. But the thing is, Meeple doesn't have to stay in the lane. Meeple can do anything because Ice Frog just loves that bad boy for some reason. And yeah, he just wins the game solo. He's everywhere. He can TP to the fountain, get regen, come back. You get kills, then you get farm as well. And I think maybe with more time, maybe with better lanes, they could held on and eventually turn this game around. But yeah, the rolling boulder of Meepo is just too fast, and they got a 25-minute win.
Okay, you mentioned that Ice Frog loves Meepo. I can't help but feel that you were insinuating that he shouldn't love him all that much. So from your perspective, which heroes deserve more love, especially after the recent patch? Is there somebody that was left in the dumpster?
Wow, you know the answer, but because I do want to maintain a healthy Dota career, I'm not gonna say the T word. But if we're not talking about that hero, I would say, yeah, there are definitely a couple that jump to mind. I mean, you know what T word I'm talking about, right? Just
Yeah, I know. I was just expecting an H word from you, so...
Oh, Huskar. No, I think Huskar is in a good place. Like, Huskar support is coming to your pubs, all right? Huskar support, I'm not sure if you read all the facets, but that's the new technology that will happen at TI. I'm here, and I'll let you know it will happen.
Someone clip this, please. Somebody just clip this so we can play it to him every single time when it doesn't get picked, which is going to be every single game at TI. Sure.
Mac Rush Huskar. It's coming to you. Dude, have you read what Huskar does now? Like, you can have a Mac and not spend any mana?
Can you explain it to us, Bo3?
Alright, so Huskar doesn't spend any mana, first of all. So in a long fight, which Huskar thrives off because he has a lot of HP regen, he's a tanky boy, you get infinite glimmers, as long as you have the cooldown, infinite 4-staffs, infinite max, because even though he's a strength hero, he doesn't have to use mana. Then you heal in 500 AoE the damage you do with your OT. And yeah, you can go in. Once you have an eggs, you also have a stun, so you can drag people around. Your Q silences now, instead of only disarming, which actually makes it better for a support to show his face in a fight and then just silence and run away. I think there's a lot of good arguments for Huskar support. It might be, you know, for the untrained eye, for the unprepared, it might look scary. It might look even dumb, but, you know, give it time. Give it time. People are going to figure it out.
Imagine if I play a support that constantly is on low HP or loses that much HP with every spell that he uses. That is hella scary. I like your point. I like your point with being able to spam things, but how are you gonna farm? You're gonna die.
He's a good laner, right? Viper support is good. A lot of people play Viper support in the past because he just stomps the lane. I think Huskar is similar.
Okay. No, not gonna argue with you. You're the one with the billion Huskar games, so maybe you are right. And it's definitely might be something they were gunning for. When I saw that, is it a facet or an innate ability that he doesn't use mana? I think it's innate ability.
It's innate. The facet is the heal with OT.
Yeah. Okay. So when I saw it, I was thinking more BKB. So something like an anti-mage, a Pango. It's not going to be a problem for him. He's always going to be able to BKB, TP out, things like that. I wasn't really thinking about 4-staffs and Glimmer Caves, but makes sense. Could be fun to see. What's also going to be fun to see is Game 2 draft of MOUZ versus Entity. They did get themselves into it. The lobby has started, so we should be seeing it on our screens fairly soon. And Bo3, what kind of changes are you expecting? You mentioned Supreme's hero pool. Does this mean they're going to target him again? And then they're gonna first pick his hero no matter what on MOUZ, just so that he doesn't get banned out completely.
I think that could be a good choice. Like Supreme, to me, he's less of that type of player where he can play anything and you less pick it and he's gonna be okay. And he's more of like, I'm a specialist with this like 8 heroes. So give him something that he likes, whether it's the primal beast that we sometimes see them force, whether it's your his Kotl that I think is pretty decent. That is a hero that kind of slept through the cracks, and with TA being banned all the time, I don't think there's that many awful matchups for the Kotl in the mid lane. So I think both could work.
And we'll see if that's something they're gonna go for. Actually, they left in the Leshrac. That must mean that no one is confident in some matchup versus the Leshrac, because it's getting picked up 100%. There's no doubt
Storm
about
is also
it.
left, bro. Like they can actually ban the Shrek with Storm.
Or ban the Storm pick Lesh. I think ban Storm pick Lesh is what MOUZ will do.
You think Storm has more counters? He might have.
I think they are more confident with the Lesh than they are with the Storm. That's
Okay.
how I feel currently.
Yeah, they're definitely thinking because those two heroes are very like they're popular Supreme heroes. Storm maybe a little bit less than the left side. Yeah, there we go. You gotta abuse the meta, right? Storm's too broken. I feel like even if the left side
This is the first time I am casting a Void Spirit. I know that he got nerfed in the A patch, looked very strong before that. So can you explain to me why this hero is so popular, or why you're picking it into a Storm? It's a melee hero versus a Storm. Naturally, you lose the matchup.
Yeah, he's just way too good of a laner, right? His animation is crazy. Now you get an all damage barrier, which means the Remnant doesn't do as much damage to you if he goes for the fast, which seems to be a more popular one. And I think the scaling of this hero is crazy, right? He has the innate of you get 33% more benefit from your stats than other heroes. So like he's already a universal hero, one of the best stat gains of the game, and you get 33% more. It's just really hard not to argue. And I guess he doesn't die to the Storm, right? The lane might not be the best one, but it's not a hero like Sniper or Zeus where Storm gets 6 and you die. Like in general, the Void Spirit should be able to hold his own against the Storm and even mirror his rotations pretty well.
How is this intrinsic edge balanced for a
Yep. Universal hero? I don't know.
For it? It's not fair. For people that don't know, data and ability of Void Spirit is 33%. Secondary stats are gained with every stat you get. So you get 5 strength. That means that you're going to be getting 2 agility and 2 intelligence as well, which is going to do wonders for his right click. It's insane. And there's the Disruptor. I've been wanting to see him. Do you reckon that we might see a wall? I still want to see that wall picked up. We saw Puppy play it with the normal way, right?
Yeah, I think you just lose too much value of the synergy with the OT. Maybe if they maybe make it stun if you make the person boink into it. Like make it so that it has something else besides the kinetic field, because I think you lose a lot from not having the circle.
Especially versus the Storm, right? Because Storm Spirit would be the one that you want to catch in it, and if there's only a wall on one side, he can just walk to the other and zip away.
Yeah, too many mobility. Like I feel like if this version of Disruptor existed 5 years ago, it would be totally fine. But there's way too much mobility in the game now, right? I think out of pretty much every hero that got released in the last 4 years, we got some sort of mobility. Muerta might be the only one that doesn't have it.
That is a lot of OP heroes for MOUZ. Storm and Tiny. They had a Tiny last time, didn't really do too well for them. Kind of got crushed in the lane. Do you think you just get a different support, despite Bloodlust being great from the Ogre? Do you just get something that's going to allow you to do better in the lane?
Or pick Ogre off lane, I think it's fine. Pretty sure Force could play it. Maybe pick Ogre 4 even. But yeah, that lane itself was really bad, so let's see what they're gonna go for here. They pick up the Io. Holy moly, that is a lot of value. They're just getting the highest tier heroes of the patch right now.
Who do you sit with if you're the Io, the Tiny or the Storm? It's actually a very hard
I think
pick.
it's Storm in the early game and Tiny once you want to siege, right? Because you want the levels on the Tiny. Because I feel like with a lot of carry matchups where the Io chases you, you're just level up so slowly. But later on, you definitely stay on the Tiny.
But this is IO into a Disruptor. Do you think this Disruptor was prepared by Entity knowing that the IO might come out?
Probably. It's definitely a decent response with having the Static Storm prepared. But I think just like the other game where we saw Storm versus Oracle, Storm will be so ready for this Disruptor, right? This might be just a Kaya BKB game on Supreme, and your job is literally to kill this Disruptor 24/7.
Kataomi plays a lot of heroes that could be good versus this. He played that Grimstroke, so could play it again. There's the Doom, so is that Doom Grimstroke? Could be a way to go. Very good versus the IO, no heals for you.
I love it. It's very good. You're gonna get that synergistic anti-heal with it as well. You have some pretty weak supports going for that route, but I don't know. They're just winning the lane so hard that I don't think you care if you get out of the laning stage of a 2-3k goal lead. It doesn't matter. Your supports are weakish because the Storm just doesn't have the net worth and the resources to kill them.
He also plays a Muerta quite a lot on Kataomi, so that's something I would like to see as well. But it's gonna be a Spirit Breaker. Yeah, it just makes a lot of sense. A lot of your heroes are experience hungry on Entity, and this is probably the best way to enable them.
Usually a pretty weak lane, but IO Tiny just not strong, right, in the lane. It's too melee, but don't really have any damage on the IO. The Tiny doesn't offer that much in the beginning, so you can kind of get away with this pretty weaky, greedy lane on Entity.
Yeah, and plus Tiny and the IO want to be together, so you can just steal the waves, create shenanigans in the lanes. Both of these heroes are pretty speedy, pretty hard to kill themselves. Even if you had two high damage dealing heroes, it's not easy to bring down the Doom or a Spirit Breaker. So yeah, I agree with you. I think it's actually something you can get away with.
I'm very curious to see the build here, because I've seen Ramses playing his Doom, and he did go for the Midas, did go for all the shenanigans with the Facet. But yeah, in this game, maybe you want to play a different way here, as they will pick up this Darks here. Dude, I love this game is such a much better draft here for MOUZ. You get to ban the Pudge, you just ban Meeple here, and I think you're ready to go as MOUZ.
There's a lot of Watson heroes though that could do well. Something that comes to mind is a Juggernaut would be pretty decent in this game. He could play an anti-mage. Haven't seen him play an anti-mage for a long time, but it would be a great one for Entity.
Yeah, I think so. I still would ban the Meepo though. I think the anti-mage is a more one-dimensional hero. Like, you need to do well in lane, and then you need to wait and get your items. The matchups are great for the anti-mage, but I feel like what Meepo provides is just unparalleled to any hero, and the hero just proved to be really strong. Despite picking it on 23, having a chance to counter it, MOUZ just crumbled in 20 minutes.
And Entity are banning out carry, so I think it's gonna be a tiny Darkseer lane, which is fair to assume, right? That would be one of the better position fours to actually lane with the Darkseer.
So what is the 23 pick here that they can flex to position 4? They can be a carry and this position 4, so you keep them guessing. Is there any other carry that flexes to 4?
I mean,
probably
there
not, right?
is like a
Huskar,
Weaver.
maybe. Yep. Huskar support.
Yeah, sure. Huskar support. I think maybe something like a Weaver, but I don't think they're gonna be going that.
Oh, Weaver is nice. Weaver is, honestly, this is not a bad Weaver game. You can build Lincolns against this Doom and the Spirit Breaker. It's not a bad IO pairing. I think we actually cast a game of IO Weaver doing really well not too long ago.
Yeah,
maybe
not
it was
in this
Rob.
tournament.
Yeah, not in this tournament, but I don't hate the Weaver suggestion.
They go for the Sven. That's the hero that you do hate, but it goes really well with the Vacuum and the Avalanche, and then you have the stun, a lot of AoE damage. Armor on Entity is actually quite limited when you look at their heroes. No agility heroes whatsoever, and agility heroes naturally don't do too well versus the Darkseer. So this actually is a pretty decent one for MOUZ.
I don't mind the Sven as much as I mind them keeping the Meepo open. I still feel like the timings of Sven are not fast enough. It's not fast enough, bro. Like, this Sven needs 20 minutes. Meepo is ending the game in a 20. I understand what they're doing, but like, they had a response to the Meepo in the last game. They had 24, and they still lost with a good response. How do... I am a bit scared, not gonna lie. But I know it's comfort for Own It, so I'm not gonna hate on it too much. He did have some really good games on Sven, and I think it does synergize well when you have an IO and when you have a Darkseer. You have this Sven is gonna look better than average.
This is a troll pick for Watson. For me, that's much better than a Meepo here. I would be afraid to play a Meepo versus a Darkseer Sven. It's just that hard sometimes. But a troll later on with Nags, very strong. Yeah, there it is. It's a straight up one. If you get strong enough in this game that you can get an Axe, because it is kind of a luxury item, that means that you're already winning. Imagine purging off Warcry and all of the spells from the Darkseer. You literally just win the game.
Yeah, it's really strong having that Dispel here. The lane is also going to be pretty good against the Darkseer. I think Watson, like this Disruptor plus Troll lane is super annoying. You can't really position yourself too aggressively in the lane or get glimpse and then definitely run down. But one thing that I really like is this, just the value of the heroes on MOUZ and this Darkseer. They prove to be very good with Darkseer. I actually gotta check their win rate. They are 2-1 with the Darkseer. Not that many games, but I was definitely impressed with Force on this hero. In general, I like their chances way more than
Sven also going for the damage talent, so the one that reduces 25 of his base damage at the start. I guess Doom and the Spirit Breaker shouldn't be able to annoy you all that much, but I don't know. I agree with you that MOUZ have a decent lineup going for them and that they should be better in the early and the early mid game. But then I look at the Sven and things that he has to deal with. Very hard to catch Void Spirit. Troll that beats you in a 1v1. Sven hates heroes that can actually stand their ground and fight him, and Troll is one of those. And the Spirit Breaker, that is one of the heroes that he can just literally sit on the Sven and not allow him to do damage. The rest of the pack on MOUZ, they do a solid amount, but they're not really going to be finishing off heroes. So in my mind, this is a 2-0.
Okay. I get what you mean. I think that the Sven doesn't need to beat the Troll 1v1 though. Like what they have with their draft is a lot of ways to mitigate the damage of the Troll so that he is just chasing you around. You have the IO move speed, the IO sustain, the surge, the vacuum. I think the ideal fight for MOUZ is they commit on the target, and this target can get sundered, he can get surge, he can get tethered. And as... As entity...
Glimpse.
Ooh, no.
Trouble. There's the Infernal Blade, body blocks, blood grenade, and... You know, before the time of blood grenades, in situations like this, you could sometimes survive. But yeah, that's... in the previous game, it was Watson, now it's no one. It might be a lane that the Storm can win, not if the other guy has a first blood.
Yeah, I thought it changes the balance of that lane. Like, he already started with a zillion Iron Branches. He has a full one now, and will still have a good timing on the bottom.
Supreme is not happy. He is making some weird faces there, trying to hide. But he's frustrated. He should be. His laning phase hasn't been the greatest in this tournament so far, and now he's playing versus one of the best laners who has a first blood. That's not good. DM gets stunned up, and Remnant walking towards him. He doesn't wanna look at the Storm. Both Storm and the Doom are very narcissistic, right? Who's that handsome devil? Both of them say it.
Yeah, very true. Also 3 bounties here for Entity, so they're going to be even happier sociopaths on the Radiant side. I look at these lanes, though, and there's definitely potential for MOUZ to kill the Disruptor. Like, the level 3 timing on MOUZ is very strong. But their safe lane is rather weak, as we already discussed. So this is a game where this Doom will probably go for... Like, he can go for the greediest build possible. He can go Midas if he wants to. He can go for some Veil. And that's very scary. Just the standard counter against Io with all of that healing negation with his ulti.
He didn't go for the facet that allows him to sell things, though. So it is just gonna be him having 2 charges of the Devour, with an increasing his the levels of the creeps, which is in the early stages of the game, it can be very hard to deal with for some of these heroes. And in the mid lane, Supreme applying pressure to no one. It's to be expected, Storm versus melee hero, but because of the first blood, the bottle is already flying out here for the Void Spirit.
Yeah, he's gonna be super happy. Already has a level advantage as well with the experience from that kill. So no one once again set up for success. And I wonder what the build is going to go for. Sometimes you can see Orchids on Void Spirit, and there's an argument for both Storm and Void Spirit getting one. Maybe that's the route he's going to take. Maybe he gets an Ags, very good against Io as well.
I think Aghanim Scepter would be a good path. We'll see what the item build will be. We have seen a couple of Void Spirit gains, but then patch comes, something changes, people get a different idea on how they want to play it. Though one thing that I'm seeing in this game that is different from most of the MOUZ laning phase is that they're actually doing okay. Actually doing well in the laning phase, especially their safe lane. The Sven is farming so much more than the Doom.
Yeah, that's surprising, right? Disruptor is one of those heroes where cutting creep waves is a bit harder, but I guess the cooldown being long, if you force it, you can go for the second wave and drag it around. We also see on the other side, Own It just being very aggressive with the creep pulling on the side of Entity. And the mid lane is even. That matchup was much harder for Supreme than the current one, even if the first blood is going to be much easier than playing against DK. So, as you said, MOUZ looking pretty good. Like, game 1, they barely even got to play Dota. And this time, we are actually going to see how these two teams can play when they are even.
When there is a close start, it's probably going to be a lot easier for MOUZ to show us what they got. Here comes the charge, though. It's gonna be seen a little bit too late. Are they gonna go for this kill, or is just Kataomi gonna be annoying? Seems the second option will be the case.
Yeah, I mean, not much for Kataomi to do when they can pull on the side of MOUZ there, and the Doom is also holding his own, so you actually get a lot of value of just leaving Doom there by himself.
Is Watson losing this fight? Yeah, he's losing it with the double Ion Shell. He's gone. Fishman could be in trouble as well using that glimpse.
No glyph.
Of course. Yep.
Okay. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty big as Supreme, though.
This time around, it's gonna work out. Gets taken out. He was winning the mid lane. He has more CS, but now it's gonna be a second kill for no one. And Kataomi, he understands the what he needs to do. Doom is gonna have impact in this game versus an IO no matter what, and then you just give a good game to the Void Spirit. This is actually very smart.
A lot of patience from Spirit Breaker as well. He goes the first time, kind of peels the storm, knowing that the water runes were close. And now they get the kill. They deny the other water rune. Very strong moves by that SB.
That's gonna be a 1k gold lead for Entity. Still a much better start than in the previous game for MOUZ, doing relatively okay for themselves. Fishman, what is he doing here? Not really sure.
No, he will find Narman here. Maybe they can get an Avalanche Toss back situation.
That's gonna be very uncomfortable for him. Of course, he does have that passive. It's gonna push them away if it does come to it. Surge and instant glimpse back. Narman is in a lot of trouble. Where are those nets? One more hit, not gonna be doing it, but Fishman will finish him off. Either way, here comes the charge as well. Without the surge, Force is gonna be in a ton of trouble. Slowed down by the Whirling Axis, doing even more damage with the melee form, and that looks like Force is going to be going down as they see him clearly with the Thunder Strike. This time around, it's gonna be Watson who gets the kill. Kataomi changes the flow of the laning stage completely.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's no counter play Desire can accomplish right now. He just doesn't enable anyone to kill either mid or this Doom. I think that was very smart of Entity to get the Spirit Breaker. They realized that all the benefits of the IO come later on into the game, but he's a very weak support, and they're abusing both mid and the offlane as, Bengen, he tried to TP mid, but he can't really do anything but react. There's no actual kill potential on this hero right now.
And DM, he ate the Wool Assassin. It says regen reduction 80. That is actually insane. Right, so it's definitely gonna help versus the IO once the time comes. Bengen going for a TP, which is gonna be cancelled by an Infernal Blade. So that leaves Supreme all alone. Does have level 6, so it's a much harder kill on the Storm now.
Alright, so Rune was Narman's dead as well.
Oh, let's see if he is. There is no mana for the glimpse at the moment. We'll have it in just a second with Avalanche. They keep him away. Vision, it's gonna be there. Fishman gets close enough, pulls Narman in. The question is, do they have enough? Yeah, right clicks from no one are insane. That innate ability from the Void Spirit is just dumb.
Just 100 damage, minute 6, you know, pretty normal stuff.
Yeah, you have 100 damage, level 1
Yep.
on Atrian Protector. DM though, gonna be pulled in, Blood Grenade as well, looking very slow, trying to run away with a Healing Lotus. He's actually a hard guy to bring down, but will ultimately fall to the damage of Supreme. That rotation was successful on the bottom lane. They're doing the same thing here though. It's only the position 4 that is rotating, which means that no one is farming all this time, and Watson is farming heroes with the help of Kataomi. This bottom lane
Wisdom
has
rune
become
time.
a disaster. No, they're trying to steal it. Io tries to get it, but what an Ether Remnant, making sure it doesn't go their way. No one is standing his ground and actually winning versus Bengen. They cannot go through the Resonant Pulse Shield. Nice movements from Bengen, however, will be able to get himself away with DM joining in on the fray. There's another Astral Step. Supreme has a solid amount of mana, no Ether Remnant mana, therefore no one to cancel the TP out. Nice attempt from MOUZ, but in the end, they do not get that Wisdom Rune.
That is awful for their supports. They both really need levels. Tiny maybe not as much, but Io really benefits from it with having that level 4 overcharge. And that also means the Spirit Breaker that was just roaming a lot, didn't really get a lot of experience, is now pretty close to level 5. This is going to speed up how fast Entity can take the mid-game engagements.
It's gonna be a big deal, right? Because on one side you steal their Wisdom Rune, on the other side it looked like MOUZ were perfectly set up, but Supreme didn't want to take the Wisdom Rune for himself, and that ended up costing them. Ether Remnant, it's gonna be a rune on the bottom lane. Neither of the teams have an Oracle. He's gonna try to get it. Fishman waiting for him. Come, Little Storm, come. Gonna get charged up. Going through onto the IO. Bengen being marked up. No one. He wants him. He knows that the Storm is gonna be a hard kill, so Bengen will be the first one to fall. Losing the Disruptor in the process. Avalanche does Kataomi dropping low as well, but he's pretty tanky, so will survive for now. Even with the Iron Shell, Narman doesn't have enough. Supreme, another Astral Step being chased forward. No one.
What?
He's the big brother. Has the Invis Rune, so he's not going to be taking all that much damage. Another Resonant Pulse is going to be coming in just a second. There's the charge, and they get the kill with it. Toss might kill Kataomi, just enough damage. Norman has a level 2 toss, so it will be enough to get the kill. But in the end, Entity are still the ones winning the engagement.
Okay, very close, but this no one Void Spirit is just popping off real hard, and we might start seeing this Void Spirit response against the Storm. You know, I know no one is forces good vacuum, but yes, that.
There was no way you get out of that. It's just a Disruptor versus the Darks here. That's how good
Zip.
it is. He's gonna pay with his life. Gets pushed away there on the Storm, but it is still a ranged hero. Doesn't give as much value versus ranged heroes when you push them away.
I'm liking a lot what Bengen is doing though. They allowed this Sven to enable himself, but as I say that, he will be jinxed and killed with a good ward planted by Kataomi.
Only is in trouble. Look at that. Kataomi has a charge, pushes him back, instant bash right after it. One more Astral Step. No one is on a mega kill streak after being pushed back a little bit in the mid lane. Now he's just getting everything that he would ever have wanted.
Straight up eggs on no one. He is rushing it. Already has one of the components very close to the second one. 5-0-1 minute 11 with no IO. Just sheer outplay in the mid lane. I guess the first blood definitely did help him a lot.
Yep, and that rotation from Kataomi that killed the Storm Spirit as well. He was getting help, but he is the type of player that can definitely use the help quite nicely. The Snowball does suit him. It suits his hero. Once you get the Aghanim Scepter in this game, this early on, it's going to be done at like 15 minutes. MOUZ are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, so much closer game than game number 1. We'll see how much Supreme's gonna be able to accomplish here. Like, this is a hero that is broken right now. This Storm is really, really strong and powered by the IO. There's a lot of potential here, especially when you have Iron Shell in the mix.
We're gonna try to protect this tower. Glyph is available on Entity with champion from the voice break. There's a static storm, perfect. Looking towards the storm first. It's gonna be the Eye that goes down. Avalanche to stop the charge. Supreme gets out of the static storm. They're all inside of the wall. That's gonna be something that you need to deal with. All of the illusions. No one has the arcane rune. Not something you're gonna fight against. In the end, MOUZ, they only lose the supports. Is that really gonna be the case? As Force is trying to run away. Ether Remnant missing. That allows the offlaner of MOUZ to TP away.
Yeah, I mean, they still take that awful fight with a ward in the cliff. It's kind of crazy how Entity is overpowering them despite having the vision advantage. And as you said, tower is defended at the end of the day, with Doom not even being cast, so Entity still has moves available if they want to try and force MOUZ hands.
Yeah, make a play of their own, because that was more of a reactionary one they were ready for. Going to the Resonant Pulse, the charge is going to be amazing, and no one just goes forward with the Astral Step. Not enough to finish off either of them, especially with the Seeds of Serenity being planted.
Yeah, they are trying to push each other out for the 12-minute rune. And they do have more numbers here on MOUZ, so it probably means they are the ones to take it. No one's so bold. He knows against 3 heroes, and he doesn't care.
Narman got the AD rune. Oh,
no.
He got spooked.
This is awful.
It feels awful. It's not that big of a deal, but yeah.
It is an AD rune with an eye, bro. You know how much spell amp that is effectively?
That's a lot of damage. You're right. With Watson having such good game sense, it's not like they would have been able to use it seems.
They're gonna go through the twin gates here. They see the M. This might be a kill.
Well, let's see on the top lane if they're gonna be able to hunt him down. Meanwhile, they are losing their mid lane tower, so can you at least get something? DM did get close to his team. This is not an
Yeah,
easy
it's
kill
really
anymore.
good. This is definitely a good position that he has. This is a bait.
Yeah, he's baiting them so well, and now with the charging through all of them, Static Storm only to keep them at bay. Now they push him into the Static Storm as well with the Doom being cast. That is a dead storm. No relocate out whatsoever. Here comes Olnet with a double stun. DM is still baiting him in. He has the speed creep, and here comes Watson, has the ulti if he wants to use it, but might not even be needed actually. He did pop the ulti there with the Battle Trance, trying to go for Olnet. Another kinetic field, not allowing them to move. No relocate out for you with the charge going through both of them, but they don't care about no ball that is shining around. They want force, they want the cores, and Entity will be getting just that. That's a triple kill for no one. Might be setting up for an ultra on Bengen as they leave him be.
I'm speechless. Entity is playing incredibly well. I think a big part of both games has been no one. Like, this feels like VP no one grand finals against OG. Like, he is just absolutely crushing every matchup. They get this Void Spirit, not a hero a lot of people are really trying out that much, and making it feel stronger than the Storm, to be honest. And that's a Storm with Vi on top of it.
Yep, and he's 2k gold behind this Void Spirit who has the Aghanim Scepter. Fights now became 10 times harder. It's not only the Doom and the Static Storm that you have to think about. This Resonant Pulse is a big deal.
Yeah, not only that, but when you look at this troll, he is significantly ahead of the Sven as well. And they will connect with that silence.
Okay, they're gonna get the IO. At least the Storm escapes. That's something. If the IO dies, maybe they're gonna be going for the Storm as well. There's they want to kill him. Bengen going down. Where's the charge? Isn't gonna be going through onto the Storm. Oh, he did plant the Seeds of Serenity. For that reason, the Storm might live for a second longer. He's still gonna die to the Nether Strike from Kataomi.
The execution in the fights is so perfect. Like, they don't misuse a single spell. They know exactly when to fight. The Doom joins when he doesn't have Doom. Like, they don't care about bringing the numbers because they understand that when you're this far ahead, you don't need to min-max your farm. You just need to push the enemy out to just create these perimeters where MOUZ is really afraid to ever cross the river. And that's what's happening.
That is exactly what's happening here. The question is, can MOUZ change this some way? And we also have some questions for you guys as well. It's quiz time here at the Universe Part 2. Scan the QR code. You go towards our social media, and there are going to be questions. If you answer them correctly, you are going to be winning some nice prizes. 19-5, Bowie. 16 minutes in. We wanted to see a longer game. Entity, they don't want a longer game. They want to crush everybody in just 20 minutes. Kinetic Field there. No one will have the simulate. Goes forward with it. Will be leaving the poor disruptor to die. Fishman, however, he is going for a TP out, and he survives next to all of them. That's just rubbing salt into the wound.
Yeah, you remember when you said some plays makes you want to give up the game, make you want to grief? That's one of them. Minus 16. It's not even a Glimmer Cape, it's the Shadow Amulet Disruptor just TP'ing in front of you, and look at that. They're gonna find another one, looks like.
They're everywhere. Another strike, pushing the IO back. Even with the mech, he tried to tether and got bashed immediately. I think he would have died anyways, but it still feels ultra bad.
Yeah, I mean, this is really tough. When you look at this MOUZ draft, they have a lot of heroes they played in one with. They have incredibly strong meta heroes. No meeple on the enemy side, and Entity is still making them look like fools. Like, this is not even close.
Yep, you are not on our level. That's what they want to say. If you just get one net here on Watson, you might be able to kill the Storm with the Max Berserker's Rage. Doesn't go for him. No reason for Watson to really just put his life in any kind of danger in this game.
Alright, so own it. Still decently farmed. But yeah, I guess his Blink Dagger is really what they need. They need to somehow get a good God Strength with Blink and kill the Void Spirit. If you need to take this streak away from no one. That's so much gold he has on right now.
If he just gets one Resonant Pulse off, I think he's fine.
They know where Own It is. They are chasing for him.
It wasn't hard to know where he is. He's farming very deep in the enemy jungle, thinking that he is safe. Nowhere is safe. We know where you are. He has been charged, and his death will soon come. The only question now that remains is who actually gets the kill, and no one will be allowed to be the one to draw the final blow.
Yeah, also going for a Manta here. We'll be able to
and no one is sleeping.
Disjoint. Yeah, this is not stimulating enough for me. You guys need to step up, or else I'm gonna give up mid-game. Too easy.
How does MOUZ make it a little bit harder for Entity? That is the real question, Bo. Is it even possible in a situation that they have found themselves in here in Game 2?
I think it is. Like, they are playing... They have a fair amount of mobility on the cores of Entity and their heroes, but you have to find them apart. They didn't really got to use the Blink Dagger on Sven, but now they finally do. That's probably something they can do with the Sven. Yeah, I think you try to take a fight, knowing that if you don't take a fight, this game just gets harder.
Falls back, tossing the troll. You can just ulti here if you want to. Didn't even use it.
They're afraid.
Access enough. They can't go for him. At least get him onto the high ground. Let's see now. Without the troll, you have your Sven with the blink. He just blinks away. Actually goes for Fishman. Needs to keep in place. Static Storm completely off the mark. This is a perfect fight for MOUZ. It is now or never. They will have to a nice dodge on the charge. Kataomi's actually living with the Bulldoze trying to get out. Supreme finishes him off at the cost of all of his mana. Fishman searching for forward. There will be a Doom being used. Sven is looking very much dead. Watson is back into the fray. At this point, I don't know if you can ever win a fight. They had the position. They put the troll on the cliff. They kited
Dude, the troll had to TP to a tier 1 tower and wall back to the fight, and he still managed to do that. Like, if the fight takes that long, 5 versus 4, and you don't kill a single enemy hero, you're in trouble.
They got everything there for MOUZ, and they didn't get even close. They killed the Spirit Breaker barely, with every single mana point of the Storm being used.
Well, you were talking about Storm's mana. He still has 6 galvanized stacks. That's not a good showing
he's
here.
gonna have
Supreme.
3.
He's gonna lose another one.
Goodbye, Storm. Goodbye,
Goodbye,
galvanized
Io.
stacks.
He relocated. He's gonna die.
You maybe let him live just because you feel bad about him. No, look at Bingen. Look at the face of a dead man. Okay, Bowie, I'm ready. I'm ready for your expert analysis that's gonna explain how MOUZ are ever gonna take this game back, take this series back, and be a contender to go into the grand finals here in the upper bracket final, or is this just looking impossible at the moment?
All right, I have an answer for you.
Okay, let's go.
So, if we check the net worth of Supreme, he has 8,000 gold, right?
Okay.
And when you sell an item, there's a penalty. You lose half of your gold, correct? So you're gonna have 4K. What you do right now is you sell all of your items to get an egg. You're gonna have that AoE pushy push. He only has 1 point of vortex, so my plan is not perfect, but it's all I have. You get the egg.
Yeah, your plan, it has some faults. I agree that your plan has some faults. They actually found them. That was a very swift response from Only with the blink into the trees, quick thinking, and it just doesn't work versus Entity. Today they woke up and they decided to be the best team in the tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely looking tough here for them as Narman just been solo killed by Doom.
Storm, oh, he instantly caught him in a net. That's the unluckiest Storm Sprint in the world. Bengen will follow. He came over to hold the hands of his Storm Sprint. Unluckily, they were ripped apart by a troll very fast.
Yeah, they were, and that troll wants to rip the tower apart as well. I mean, if Troll wasn't already good at taking towers, now you're pushing towers with like 45 armor minute 22 as you get more armor stacks. This is nasty.
Oh, Force has been found as well. They're gonna try to kill him. The Purge creep is there. DM and his creep choices in this game were perfect. He had the speed creep when he was baiting people. Oh, into the Ether Remnant. They're just ready for everything. Okay, when you're MOUZ right now, you think that these guys are unbeatable because every single thing that you tried to make happen, it just blew up in your face.
Yeah, they really got outplayed this game. I don't really think you can talk too much about the draft. The playstyle that Entity decided to choose against MOUZ was also great. To me, Kataomi was the MVP of this game. He totally destabilized mid and bottom. The Aya couldn't really do anything to help against that. And now this is kind of a, alright, hooray smoke. They didn't get the Dags of Storm.
Troll into the tier 4s. He has the Aghanim Scepter. He can purge off everything. We talked about it. And yeah, they don't do any damage. Looking towards Fishman at least. Has the Glimmer Cave to protect himself. Ulti from the Troll will be used only to kill the illusions. But the Storm Spirit is inside of the Static Storm. And he will be able to leave with an Avalanche. On no one tossed into the air. He still has so many one charges to play with. And Watson, even without his ulti, is just going to be running in. He dealt with the illusions. Now he wants to deal with the real heroes himself. Very hard hero to bring down. This walls charges being pulled into a very uncomfortable position. He says, nope, you are the ones that should be feeling uncomfortable. Finally, they do bring him down, but no one turning the fight around himself. He is beyond godlike Io, buying back no one. He does have the Manta trying to dodge these attacks from the Storm. The toss from Kataomi is there, has the invis. Where the dust gonna be used? Here comes the tree flying towards him, slowing him down even further. Charge available, turns around, actually goes in. Head first, Kataomi not afraid of anything, and with the Shiva slowing down these two supports, they're never gonna be able to kill him. They burn. They will freeze from that Shivas as well. And now, oh no, Bengen, you're gonna right-click me. It doesn't matter because he's not taking any damage whatsoever. DM stands his ground, gets a double kill, and MOUZ, even with multiple buybacks, cannot finish this fight in their own favor.
And I mean, Sven's gonna respawn, but he has no ulti for 40 seconds, which means DM is just chilling here in front of the barracks, not afraid at all. But yeah, finally, if the Darks are spawning, they're gonna chill. They forced how many buybacks? 2 buybacks on the side of MOUZ, and I guess they killed 2 big cores. But still, it's a terrible situation.
It is a terrible situation. At least it's a nice situation for our viewers. Another QR code for them to download the 1xBet app to get yourself so many stats and of course make that betting much easier and more fun for yourself. 25k goalie, 25 minutes into the game. Does this mean that the game is over, Bowie? Is there a chance for MOUZ? What does Dota
Well,
Plus
as I
say?
say that Supreme dies, so I think they have a higher likelihood of winning when we don't really talk about what's bad happening. And, well, as I do that, Force will also die.
Well, maybe not. He is inside of the kinetic field. The rest of the team is coming. Here comes the Troll, tossing their Fishman. As the Glimmer Cave protecting himself. Nice vacuum as well. Fishman is dropping low, still alive, not for long charge through all of them. Pushing the Sven closer to the fountain. Dude, you should be in the fountain. That's where you can actually live. Kataomi. What was that push from the Sven? I'm not sure how Kataomi moved away from... Oh, he has a Hurricane Pike on the Spirit Breaker. That's an interesting item.
What?
Yes.
Okay. Is that... Huh.
That's really cool, right? You use the Nether Strike and then you push them
Even further away.
That's actually cool. Oh, that's a very long toss on DM, but a very tanky hero at that. Turns around, gets the Doom onto the Sven. IO heals are not going to be doing anything. Just wants to bathe in the fountain because maybe their entity aren't going to be chasing for him. No one's standing in front of it, and he doesn't care. He knows that he's stronger than the 3 remaining heroes. Actually going for the kill. He's got him. With the Dissimulate, will be able to get himself again into the fountain and die. He's very happy.
Well, that's pretty clowny, but I mean, Watson's still getting the other tier 3. This is 2 sets of barracks, possibly 3.
Come on, I want to see the spike. Oh, gets pushed in. Kataomi. Almost dies. There it is. Hasn't used the pike. Pushes him away. Yeah, that is very fun. GG will be called another series in favor of Entity that doesn't even... This one didn't even last 50 minutes. It's a 48-minute series in their favor, with MOUZ not having a single chance, neither in Game 1 or Game 2.
Yeah, Entity. They are making everyone look like fools here in this playoffs. They are by far the best looking team, and I think deservingly so. We'll get their spot in the finals. Now it's on MOUZ here to beat the winner of OG versus, well, you know who's playing OG? It's Nigma. So our lower bracket semifinals and finals is going to be incredibly hype anyways.
Yeah, but it is gonna be huge. But let's talk a little bit about Entity and MOUZ here. MOUZ, they have gotten better throughout the group stage, and it was only 2 days. Do you think they're the team that could actually come back tomorrow, win the lower bracket finals, and put up a fight versus Entity?
For sure. I mean, MOUZ was the team looking the worst in Group E, right? They got they were very close from being eliminated and end up beating everyone that beat them. And they also took Nigma Galaxy 2-0, a team that was looking pretty sharp. So I think they have the coach that could pull it off. You know, Immortal Faith is very skilled. And they have a full day, at least, to try and figure out what happened. I think laning stage, as I said, was a big part of it. But their draft, especially in Game 1, was not the greatest. So make sure you study Nigma and OG. You got to be prepared for whoever wins that. But you also need to be prepared for MOUZ.
Okay, so we should be having a bit of a longer break. We heard from production that it is going to be a 20-minute break, but in general, Bowie, the next series is scheduled at 8 p.m. Maybe they just got OG and Nigma to play a little bit earlier, so we are going to be taking that break and just follow the stream here to find out when the next series will come. It is going to be OG versus Enigma, and it will be an elimination series, so make sure that you do not miss that one.
respect. From 1xBet 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 respect. Respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect. From 1xBet respect.
The first day of the playoffs is coming to an end, Bowie, and with a series that everybody probably thought might even be the grand finals, but no, one of these teams is ending their competition right now here at the FISSURE Universe Episode 2. And Bowie, before we even get into the draft, do you have a hunch who it's gonna be?
Well, I think the easy hunch is probably OG, right? Even though Nigma started showing signs of life, even though they had some pretty convincing wins throughout the tournament, I still feel like on average OG should be the more stable team. I was surprised to see them 2-0 by MOUZ, but I think they probably know what happened, and I do trust OG quite a bit. We'll love to see a 3-game series though. I think Nigma is looking really sharp, and it would be a waste to only have 2 games in such a contested series like this one.
I think Nigma played MOUZ, right?
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah.
And in this, I don't know if you watched the second game, the Underlord of MOUZ was third in net worth from behind for like the first 15 minutes of the game, and then they turned it around. Miracle Juggernaut was so strong, and then 2 fights in a row, he doesn't get his Omni Slash off, and they lose the game. So it was a very weird game from Nigma. I thought that they were going to be turning that, at least getting to the third game in that series, but unfortunately, it didn't happen. So we'll see how it's gonna look for them. In general, I don't know if you've been checking Reddit in the past 2 days. Nigma are back, Nigma are not back, Nigma are back, Nigma are not back. I think their fans, they like always, they expect a lot. Do you think Nigma can maybe deliver?
I definitely think they can. You know, they took lots of convincing wins during this tournament, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them take this series. It's just that, you know, if they had to play this 100 times, I would probably expect OG to win a bit more than them.
How? OG only has 1 TI winner. Okay, he won it twice, but Nigma Galaxy has 4, right? That should count for something.
Yeah, yes. You know, some of those TI wins were a while ago, but yes, it definitely helps a little bit. It's a lot of experience. But, you know, Dota, at least these days, it seems to be all about the younger players, the actual, you know, 14k MMR players. We're seeing Entity just cruising through this tournament so far. So, yeah, it's like you need a balance of the TI winners and the youngsters. And even on Entity, like, we have a no one that's looking, like, incredibly sharp. It feels like it took a while for him to found back his form, and, you know, now he's looking really good. But, you know, they're not even in this game. I'm just mentioning this because, yeah, lots of TI winners on Nigma, but it's not the only thing that matters for winning a tournament
it's quiz time. It's quiz time. I know our viewers have the quiz on the 1xBet esports Twitter, or X, however you want to call it, but I have a quiz for you. So we talked about those TI winners. Give me the years that each of them have won.
So Sumaya won TI5, right?
Which year is that?
Oh, come on, what are you doing? 2015?
Okay.
Miracle won TI7.
Okay.
Kuroki won the same one. GH the same one.
Okay.
And that's it, right?
What about the 5th one? The guy that won two times on the OG side.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant only one team. Well, for OG, it's Mr. Sab, right? He won 2020 and 2021. If I'm not mistaken.
What 2018 and 2019,
Oh,
Bowie?
All right.
Oh boy.
I
Okay,
know,
I thought
man.
that was an easy trivia question for you, but okay. It
You're
seems
just
that you know
tricking
your
me
Dota
here.
history.
live. I think this is disgusting what you're doing right now. You're
Okay,
tricking
I want to
me.
see some disgusting
You're
drafts.
smearing my name in such an important match like this
It's
one.
never gonna happen again, Bowie. No problem. I'm gonna give you an easier question somehow next time, as we do have a draft ready. So let's get into it here, and let's see how it's gonna go. It is an elimination series, so everything that you have, you're gonna have to pull it out here right now if you want to continue competing in this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And I do like what they're doing here. OG already taking away this Dark Willow that was working pretty well for Nigma. I think it's the highest win rate hero that they have at the moment. Then we just see, the Tiny being removed. Naga is definitely a hero some carry players are utilizing a lot. Watson being one of them, but Timado also did play a game, I think. But yeah, I mean, a lot of the other heroes might go through. Nigma actually played Chan, mind you. I think Chan got ignored in the last series, but we might see Nigma trying it out.
Do you let it through? I know Kuroki had a interview where they asked him about the Chen, and he says, I like it that it is strong, but I would like for it to get nerfed a bit so that only I can play it. And well, today when only he played it, it didn't go too well. Storm Spirit will be the one that OG gets. BZM is going to be playing it versus Sumail, who won a TI literally on this hero. You think that's going to be the response?
I mean, when Sumail joined Nigma, he was only playing Void Spirit and Ember. So wouldn't be surprised to see either one of those two eventually popping up. But they actually get the Grim. Very good against Storm. The Silence and the OT, obviously. But I actually expected a different response. Very curious to see what is the one core OG is going to bench to protect the Storm.
So is this a GH Grimstroke or is it a Kuroki Grimstroke? Or do you think it is... the hero is picked because of the flexibility between both of the supports?
I would say so. I think there's a higher likelihood of it being a 4, but I haven't checked because they have at least one Grimstroke game. They have one, yeah, and they won with it. I don't remember who played it in that time.
I would say that it was GH. Let me check, because there was a Venomancer. I'm gonna assume that GH didn't play.
Oh, yeah. Venomancer's usually a 5 in dispatch.
Yeah. Okay, so it was GH playing it.
And they do take away the Void Spirit. So definitely a hero that they are scared of. But when you get the Grimstroke, you increase the possibilities here of the Storm counters. I think Ember is definitely a decent one. We saw it successfully being played on the offlane, carry, and mid lane position. So a hero that's starting to make waves. Maybe not as much as Storm, but it's one of Sumeo's best heroes of all time.
One of the heroes that I think could be a Storm counter that I think is being underutilized is the Shadow Shaman. When I read the hero after the patch, for me it looked like he is gonna be a big deal, saving people with his Hex, awesome, then turning into a piggy himself and running away. That also looks pretty decent. So I was hoping we are gonna be seeing more of that. Obviously now with the Grimstroke most likely being position 4, we are probably not gonna see it one more time, as there is gonna be a Dragon Knight. Both FBZ and Sumail can play a pretty mean DK.
I like it. I don't think it counters Storm as hard as maybe I would like it to, but it's definitely a stable mid hero that Sumeo can win the lane with and transition. I think it's not too different from what we saw no one do in the game that they won.
Do you just go for the Poison Dragon? I have been very unimpressed by the Frost one, and of course the Fire one. Nobody wants to farm all that much. Maybe if somebody's going to be playing a carry DK.
Yeah, definitely possible. I've saw some players try it out. If there's like a 1% chance this is going to be flex to carry. But I would definitely like it to see mid way more. You just get the tempo, you beat the Storm in the mid lane, you get those early towers, and once you have Blink, Grim, and DK just play together the whole time.
So Phoenix, good versus the Dragon Knight. When we look at Nigma Galaxy, their ability to kill the egg does not exist, but that doesn't mean that it won't be existing. There's so many heroes nowadays that you can pick. It might be Snapfire. Yep. Ursa? Is this an Ursa pick just straight up?
I like it. You have a Grimstroke. You're gonna have a hard dispel for the Ursa alongside his Enrage. The laning stage is a bit weird, right? Because I feel like Timbersaw now beats a lot of the heroes that used to destroy him in the mid lane. I mean, whatever lane, to be honest. But Ursa 17 sounds okay. There's not that many counters. Even Jug, I think Ursa is supposed to deal with very well. Tiny is removed, and there's no chance that you can pick like a Slaughter or something that could destroy the Ursa game, because you already have the Storm in the mid lane. Timbersaw has to be off lane, so I like it.
I'd get something like Ursa CM. In my mind, that would crush the Timbersaw, and CM could be dangerous versus the Storm as well. If you start snowballing with this lineup, it would be amazing. Of course, two squishy supports can sometimes backfire, but you know, you're not gonna count on that backfiring. You want to be positive.
Yeah, looking at the Hero's Miracle play though, Weaver seems to be the one he played the most, and I also don't hate it here. And they're gonna go for a Wind Ranger. All right.
They do get the CM, so one blonde, one redhead. That's fine. How does the Wind Ranger do in this game, right? Why is it better than, let's say, an Ursa? Is it a flex hero here? Can every single core on Nigma actually play it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can. I'm assuming it's gonna be carry though. When I see this Wind Ranger, it's a hero that can pressure the Timber a lot, and it's a hero that also can kill the Storm Spirit as you get Dragon Tail, right? Like the Dragon Tail is going to be the disable, but you're gonna need a little bit of extra burst damage. I'm also assuming that maybe if you go for the other facet of Wind Ranger, I think it works on the egg, right? Because you just attack target. It's not a targeted spell.
Yeah, it should.
So I'm assuming it should be pretty good against Phoenix, whereas the old Wind Ranger wasn't.
How does the facet work? What does it actually do?
Like, you press it, and I think it has a cooldown. Like, there's a number of hits you do to each hero, and it has a cooldown per hero. So if only the egg's available, you should like attack 4 times, I think, before it goes on cooldown, right?
But it does prioritize heroes, so it's gonna be hitting heroes around the egg more so than the egg itself. But yeah, if the egg is positioned aggressively, then you can take it out.
Yeah, I'm assuming it works that way. I'm not sure if like the egg's some type of ward that works differently, but hopefully it does work that way. And I'm not sure if it was intended, but this Wind Ranger is supposed to be good against the CK as well, just because of the miss chance.
Still, if the CK gets on top of any of these heroes apart from the Dragonite, he's gonna rip them apart. Sure, the Wind Run is gonna help you, but in general, the Chaos Knight is the type of hero that just blows you up, and I like it because you are a little bit lacking on the stun department here on OG, so having a carry that contributes to that department as well is a big deal.
And now, okay, so they feel like this could be like a Sumea Wind Ranger with off-lane DK.
Yep.
And they're gonna ban the Ursa nonetheless. Definitely a good matchup, even against the CK that has all of those units that the Ursa notoriously doesn't address that well.
This could be a good... oh, Dark Willow and Hoodwink are both banned. Okay, so what is Ahri going to play in this game? We're going to assume that Seb is going to be the Phoenix, right?
Yeah. Well, his heroes are banned quite a bit here. No Batrider, no Hoodwink, no Shadow Demon, no Willow, no Tiny.
He plays that Shadow Shaman that I was talking about, though I don't know how good it is versus a Grimstroke.
Yeah, I don't like it too much here. I was in the poll. Oh, yes. Okay.
And the Shadow Shaman. Poor guy, he has nothing to play. Literally.
What's fun about this patch, though, is that even though OG has 24 pick, they just get their carry. Because there's so many OP heroes that they would rather force that and less pick a support that's probably not going to feel super impactful. Just because the impactfulness of the OP heroes matters more, even when you have overall less pick. That's pretty fun. Oh, never mind. They don't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, they have 23, so it makes sense.
It's a good techies game, though. Ahri hasn't played it recently, I think. But it's not bad. You have some stuns, the single target stuns for him to burst people down.
Yes. What about a Weaver for Ahri? He definitely plays it.
He does, but you are missing out on some lockdown, and I think it might be... So Rubik is left in the pool, right? So why not?
Yeah, Rubik's okay.
Ah, there it is.
Nice. God damn. That's good. Now you either pick your carry, or you pick your mid laner, or you pick your off laner. So what does Nigma think they lack here? I feel like they lack a big boy, because this DK is going to be initiation, and the Wind Ranger wants to play like the sides of the fights, wants to find like supports and solo kill them. Even if they pick a carry, I would like to see something that's a bit beefier.
I don't know if they're gonna pick a carry. I say Miracle has played some Wind Ranger matches recently, so I'm gonna assume that he's fine taking that hero. And then when I look at FBZ, he doesn't play that much Dragon Knight.
I mean, there's lots of options, right? You can go Underlord for FBZ. You can go some type of
Primal Beast? for
Primal
FBZ?
Beast.
Yep.
Yeah, or in the mid lane or in the off lane, to be honest. Because I think in the off lane, the Primal does suffer against the CK. There you
There
go.
it is. Yep, that's an FBZ hero. So we are going to be seeing a Miracle Wind Ranger. Let's see just how well he's going to be doing on it. Pretty solid versus what OG does have. I'm not sure about this OG lineup, as you don't have much AoE to keep people around the egg, but you do have burst potential between Timado and Whisper. So, and then two very squishy supports on Nigma Galaxy. In my mind, this is a very close draft that can go either way.
Okay. I think looking at this, that the Sprout pick is really good because they lacked AoE to deal with the CK illusions, but I still feel like their scaling on the side of Nigma might be lacking. Like, the CK is going to be absurdly strong. Like, the new facet with the Manta, with the OT, you just destroy all of the supports. Even if they buy Glimmers, he eventually gets like a Nullifier. He also goes Orchid a lot of the times. I like the OG lineup. Yeah, they don't have the best lockdown, but I think Storm by itself can solo kill a lot of these heroes if BZM snowballs from the laning stage. Storm plus Phoenix can kill pretty much every hero there besides the DK and the Primal. And, that's what Storm does. He just feeds off of the backline and supports.
So overall, the Wind Ranger did go for the Tailwind facet, so it is going to be movement speed for allies, 50% for them. What's the Wind Ranger movement speed cannot be lower than 240 and can reach 600. Okay, so that's her innate ability. That's actually pretty cool. So to be able to maneuver around the fight. You're gonna have to give me a prediction. I still like Nigma's lineup, but I think that these squishy supports give opportunities for OG to punish. So hard one to say. I still think I'm gonna go OG. I think they have been showing a little bit of a better performance thus far.
Yeah, I feel like the more stable team for sure. And I'm going with them. I think the drafts aren't that far apart, but I do like the heroes, the raw value of heroes on OG seems to be a bit better for me.
I just want to see Nigma Galaxy go super aggressive in the early mid game. That's where the Crystal Maiden and the Grimstroke can make things happen. Odds, of course, favoring OG as they are coming into the entire series as the favorites, as you mentioned, the more stable team lately. But Nigma Galaxy, they have been back in the first day where they crushed it. Today they didn't do too hot, but they had one game where they were actually looking pretty decent. Unfortunately, they did lose that one as well. Both of these teams were at the top of their group, so just got into the playoffs on the first day.
Looking for me?
Let's see how things are gonna be shaping up. Some pretty standard wards gonna be placed around the map, and in terms of runes, Nigma thinking about invading here. FBZ not really having the guts to go forward. Kuroki's gonna have to be careful with that CM, but in the end, nothing much will be happening at the start. Just a couple of spells flying out here.
All right, so nothing too major happening. And I mean, looking at these lanes, to me, the make or break lane for the game is probably going to be this bottom side. I feel like the CK Phoenix has a lot of potential. Definitely a lane where GH can die if he misuses his spells or is out of position.
Oh, but on the other side, you could see the Primal Beast and the Grimstroke getting kills. So how about the mid lane? Is it again the Dragon Knight cannot lose a lane? Is this what this Corrosive Dragon provides?
I would say it's very unlikely. Maybe he can die, but honestly, I would be very surprised. in general. DK is beating Razors, DK is beating like anything you think would counter this hero. Somehow DK just beats it.
Storm is naturally good versus melee heroes, however, but BZM, they're missing a couple of CS. Still pretty solid. We'll try to deny the range creep unsuccessfully, and so far Sumail hasn't missed a single CS. We'll see if that does change underneath the tower, as we are in the bottom lane that you mentioned could be the one that makes or breaks this game. And as you mentioned, kill potential on both sides. We'll see who does get it. A lot of kill potential on top as well. Any lane that has a Crystal Maiden can go either way.
Yeah, for sure. I think Nigma's safe lane is... I think both safe laners are stronger than the off lane on the counterpart, so there's definitely more chances for kills. But I do think the bottom side should be a bit scarier for Nigma. I think... Yeah, there's kill potential of the Primal, but usually Phoenix can just Icarus dive away, right? You have to be very low for them to 100 to 0 you, unless it's like past level 3 or 4.
What about killing the CK? Is that gonna be a possibility?
Pretty unlikely, I think, right? He has a lot of lifesteal. Even after all the nerfs, the creep lifesteal got nerfed, but the actual hero lifesteal, which he will be hitting that Primal Beast a lot, is still very good.
And Primal Beast did get the uproar. Here in the top lane, we're seeing Ahri just being super annoyed by the Frostbite into a power shot. Something that you really can't do much about. You're always just gonna be eating a lot of damage. Kuroki very low on Mana Whisper going forward. There's gonna be blood grade on both of them, with Kuroki dropping low, lifted up, tossed onto Miracle, who runs away, tries to give some movement speed to his buddy, but Kuroki will die, and nothing that his carry could do about it.
Yeah, Whisper, level 2, no points in reactive armor, still getting that kill. And, you know, it is huge. We're not seeing that much offlane Timber anymore, and I'm very curious to see how strong it's gonna feel like, because yeah, the hero got a couple of changes. That level 6 one still feels really impactful. Like, as players are getting better with the you know, what's the name of it?
Twisted Chakram.
Twisted Chakram. Yeah, it
Weird
does
chakram.
a lot of damage if you can use it well. Like, you pretty much want to cast it and then close the gap on the enemy as it's coming back, because then you guarantee it's gonna hit at least twice.
And it's a lot of damage when it passes through, really.
Yeah.
We'll see how good people get with it. When a new spell gets at it, it's very hard to use. You know, it's the same with the Grimstroke and his Twisted Stroke of Fate that no people are going for at the moment, or the Puck, and him just making sure that the orb goes left or right, doesn't matter, but we're seeing that the Puck isn't doing too well. Maybe it's because people aren't that good with it.
Good position by Ahri. Will secure BZM a rune, and Sumail will be able to get the bottom one if he wants to, but you know, he's a DK, he doesn't care.
BZ is taking a beating while that is happening. Pulled in, minus armor, but you do have the uproar. Still, Seb is going to be hella annoying with those fire spirits. Very far, and 8-stick charges were ready, but you are always close to death versus a CK. A random crit can just surprise you and kill you.
Yeah, once GH get his level 3, that's when the kill potential on Nigma here starts increasing with that Ink 12 level 2. But I think you need the silence to kill. Like, Seb is definitely the easiest one to kill, but you need the silence for that. Stop lane. Roki might...
Oh, extra armor out. The blood grenade flying towards him. He will be going down. Miracle can't do this on his own. Had the wand charges full stack there, so gets a lot of his HP back, but still cannot save his captain once again.
Yeah, armor doesn't protect you from blood. Ahri there with his hands all tainted. Gets a second kill for the top side. OG. I gotta say, Ahri and Whisper have been the... Like, every time I watch them play the lanes, it's so incredible. Like, I think they are probably the players that get the most kills in the first 10 minutes on OG. Like, they're always playing really well off of each other.
Storm got pushed to the base, and with Kuroki rotation and the Dragon form coming, this could be Storm going down. The question is, does Kuroki want to stay in the vicinity? He just places a ward and runs away. That could have been a solid play. He stayed there.
Yeah, it's still kind of a hard kill, but now with this rotation here from Ahri, he identifies that there is a ward, but doesn't find exactly where.
Yep. Misses on the spot. He has a ward very deep into the enemy jungle there, so he sees Kuroki's movements now. At least that means that the Storm is gonna be pretty pretty safe. Looking forward until he gets his level 6, unless he runs into GH. He has vision there, so BZM should be fine.
Yeah, and look at Nigma. They have huge stacks on the triangle already. 3 on the large camp. No ancient stacks just yet. It's probably going to be the Primal that will get it once he's level 5 or 6.
Look at Ari and his HP, just how easily it drops with the AD rune being on the Dragon Knight. You get the AD rune on the DK, this tower is going to be taking a massive amount of damage. Luckily for OG, they still have a glyph.
Yeah, BZM is nearby as well. We'll just draw aggro here, but you really don't want to try to be aggressive. There's 3 heroes in this mid lane just protecting Nigma, understanding how important it is to take this mid tower, take away the mid camp, jungle camps away from BZM so that he doesn't scale.
It's just gonna be a straight up blink dagger for Sumail. I like that. You have some kills that you can get on this map, and a lot of heroes on OG actually just die from the blink dragon tail into an inkswell. There should be a good chance to get a good amount of kills there for Sumail if he gets that one early. And considering how well his laning has been going, it is going to be the case.
FBZ just farmed a huge stack in the triangle there. He was able to farm pretty much everything as Miracle.
Yeah, focus fire with the silence as well. He got the chakram off, so he cannot remove the silence. Inkswell does get a Kuroki. Gets out of the chakram just in time. Whisper coming forward, a couple of more hits. The creeps almost got him. Those kobolds, however, don't have the damage necessary to kill a Timbersaw. So Miracle gets the kill. Does he have a javelin? Nope. Even without it, they just went for it and got it. The chase is on
Ari.
Ari.
Big chase here.
No shackle, but you have the power shot. If you connect it perfectly with all of the slows, you might be able to get the kill. Nice turnaround from Ari. He will be able to survive.
Ooh. Yeah, the creep's tanking a little bit of the damage, but even if they didn't, I guess he didn't have enough. As minute 8 runes. Time for the fights there.
Is Sumail gonna get lucky again? Nope, it is gonna be on the top lane. It is an arcane rune for the Storm Spirit. He doesn't see it at the moment, and the Grimstorm does, so he's gonna be preventing it from getting.
Okay. A lot of small movements happening here in this game. I know it looks kind of boring in the kill score, but there's stacks going on. There is a lot of warding happening from the supports. I think the next move is probably related to GH and this Primal Beast being level 6. I think FBZ could maybe rotate to one of the other lanes to get a kill if he wants to.
Let's see if he's gonna be doing that. Whisper. I get targeted. On the bottom lane, there is going to be some engagements with Sumail rotating. Seb drops a little bit low, but other than some damage onto the tower, this Nigma Galaxy rotation isn't really going to give them all that much.
Yeah, interesting that Sumail, he's afraid of committing to the mid tower because he would need like multiple supports to help him there. Instead, he rotates to FBZ tower, even though it was full HP. So they might not get...
that's a big deal with the focus fire. The CK is taking too much damage. Timado is dead. Nicely done by Miracle. They bring in all of their cores here, and with that, the tower should fall.
Yeah, there's 2 Focus Fires getting core heroes killed. Very important for Miracle and Nigma, as, this is a dead tower. They don't have the resources to defend it.
This time around, he did have the Javelin, so just increases his damage output by so much. While this is happening, OG, they were farming quite spread around the map, so in general Nigma Galaxy didn't get a big lead out of that movement, despite getting a kill on a core in the tower as well.
Yeah, but the map control is definitely gonna matter. CK is not a hero that moves that fast around the map, so he definitely likes to extend his laning stage and have that tower being up. He will not be as free to farm as usually you would like, right? CK is a hero that wins his lane, and because of that doesn't lose his tower.
And going for some mail, he just got his blink and is in some trouble. There's the Twisted Chakram, the real Chakram as well. And Whisper with his rotation, they weren't expecting this. They were actually chasing Whisper, so Sumail should have known that he was coming, but he didn't know it's going to be this many heroes.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. The DK, he really wanted to utilize the Blink Dagger. They already have 3 points of the Inkswell. But unable to do so. In a different game, they can probably kill the Storm, but it is the DK that dies. Good rotation for Whisper as well.
That's a stolen onslaught from Ari. Will get himself away. Quite hastily, he sees that Primal Beast with a shield rune, and it is not a hero. that you want to face. All 3 of the power runes did go to Nigma, and that is a big hit to a Storm. We can see he lost the mid lane, and even with the DK dying right now, there is a solid difference in net worth between the 2.
Yeah, that is true. And now that the DK gets his Blink Dagger, they can enable Sumail even further. They're gonna smoke instantly here. Who is the better target? I guess CK is a good one, but he's really deep into the map.
You want the
maybe
mid lane
Nigma
power. Let's get Ahri and get the tower. He has the onslaught, so it's not an easy hero to kill. Very nice positioning from Ahri. FBZ
Yeah,
using
love the
Ian
patience as
ability.
well. They don't force it, even though they really want the tower.
That pulverize, that is kind of forcing it. They're coming. He gives the pulverize away. That's gonna give them the opportunity to go forward, but the Rubik instantly gets caught, lifts up some mail. Silence onto the storm. He'll deal with it immediately. No more Phantom's Embrace. Inkswell will pop. Only onto Whisper, who doesn't care, doing so much damage, and onto the Dragonite. The egg was used as well. Nobody focusing on it. Kroki on the other side, melting to an egg. The cold never bothered her anyway, but the sun will. Whisper, however, he's the one that gets the double, and the tower still lives.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think the biggest problem there was Nigma, they were patient with not going in, but they had to retreat slightly with the Primal so that they had Inkswell when OG committed for the fight. It was 3 seconds on cooldown. If they had it once the DK blinked forward, that's a totally different fight. Instead, the Inkswell didn't get used and they just couldn't kill anyone. Miracle was also really far away, so for him to connect, it just took too long and the fight was already over when he could have possibly joined.
And giving the pulverize away that easily, that must have been a mistake from FBZ. That just shouldn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was a bit hesitant on the Primal Beast suggestion. You know, I love the hero and I know that Nigma plays it well. But against Rubik, it's so easy for that hero to steal the spell, and it's one of the best ones you can have on Rubik.
You
Cooldown
have
is
so
low.
much range. You have so much range. Who's next on the menu? Miracle could be in some trouble here with the smoke, but they don't necessarily know where he's hiding. So Miracle will be fine.
Oh, huge stacks. They're going to be spotted here by OG.
Can they get him? Yeah, definitely. These 3 heroes, Fate Bolt is there, Pulverize as well. That is a big stack that is taken away. FBZ would have loved to get it. Nigma Galaxy, they don't know what's going on, not using the scan, bringing in the heroes. BZM did lose a good chunk of mana and HP with the haste. He will be fine. TP is away. Nigma Galaxy now, they find out they've been working for the enemy.
Yeah, they even get a really good ward there in the staircase close to the Dreamstroke, so they will not probably de-ward that one. Yeah, the sentry off the mark there. OG. You know, this is the type of smoke that gets you so much. You didn't really risk anything. You get a ward. You force the entirety of Nigma there, and you just get nothing out of it.
Yeah, clean performance from OG in general in this game, with the mid lane tower still standing versus a corrosive dragon. Big deal, and BCM zips out just in time. Ahri coming over, lifts up. FBZ will still get pulverized into the ground. That is a dead Ahri for sure, surviving a little bit longer than they would have wanted with the freezing field. BZM, he still will be able to live through it all, has enough mana to run himself away. Egg is available if Seb wants to use it. We'll decide against it. Good choice. Surrounded by 2 rage heroes who would have died either way. Whisper. Gonna get Dragon Tail. FBZ going forward. There's the onslaught as well, pushing him in. And finally, Enigma Galaxy. They get the fight that they were looking for, plus the mid lane tower.
Yeah, Nigma had that really deep ward in the big jungle close to the mid tier 2, and that allowed them to know exactly how many heroes OG had in that fight. Really good, clean execution. They get the tower. And all right, I mean, this game looking much closer than maybe the first minutes indicated. Nigma, you know, they did well in the lanes, but OG, like BCM, is back. I think his net worth doesn't really reflect how impactful he's been in this game. Already has 9 galvanized stacks, and once he gets the Eternal Shroud, he's gonna be unkillable this game. I don't think they have that much lockdown.
Yeah, speaking of kills, 1xBet kill race is available for you guys. Scan the QR code. It will take you to the 1xBet esports Twitter, and there you can participate in it and win awesome prizes that we have ready for you for this entire tournament. The gold lead now is only 1k, but it is the CK at the top with OG coming over for a fight. Tomato, once the fight goes for the ulti, doesn't get lucky with the illusions, but it's only a CM. For a CK, they're just a couple of hits.
Yeah, good rotation. With Catapult Wave, we're gonna get a tower. They equalize the mid lane. And we'll be able to start taking some map control away. At the end of the day, though, the scaling is relatively close, I want to say. Like, the CK, he needs a lot of items to deal with the Wind Ranger. So I think that is the biggest advantage Nigma has. Like, eventually he will have, you know, your Orchid Blink Nullifier. But at that stage, you'll probably also have BKB Ags on Miracle.
You can
But
Bloodthorn,
until
I
that
think.
point, that's when Miracle is the strongest. Like, until that point, I feel like he is the strongest hero in the map.
Let's see. BZM has 9 Galvanized stacks. That's before he's level 12. He's gonna have 14 Bowie and the Regen Rune. This is a scary Storm Spirit. Once you get the Eternal Shroud, it's gonna be very hard
Ooh,
to kill.
Jackal.
Rubik, he's not hard to kill. He just gets taken out. Looking towards the Phoenix as well, and no chance to aggro against the Phantom's Embrace and the Polarize. Looking towards even more. Finding the Timber Saw next on the menu. FBZ gets the kill with the right click, and Storm, Regen Rune, pushes out the way, will not allow his tower to take any unnecessary damage. This is such a cool play from BZM.
Yeah, I mean, they're just utilizing Sumeo and GH spells so well together. Good shackles from Miracle. He's joining most of these fights, and now GH pretty much has his shard. And that's when the fights are going to become a problem. You talked about OG's lack of lockdown. Once you have that hard dispel, how are you actually locking down anyone? Like, it's so easy for GH to protect them from the CK stun. And besides that, they have maybe 2 seconds combined of disable between the other heroes.
Yeah, all of their spells are single target, right? So
Yeah.
you are going to be focusing on one hero. Things will last for 4 seconds. Nigma can literally bait you on one hero. Though, I think this is where the CK comes in. And once he gets the Blink Dagger, his burst damage is so high that he can surprise you, just burst down a support at the very start.
Yeah, I think the best target by far on the CK post Blink Dagger is going to be GH. Like, if you can find GH with the OT, you just get that solo kill. The fight's, like, over. You already have Orchid, right? So you don't even need to use your stun to kill this Dreamstroke at this stage.
He's going to be hard to find, though. GH is aware of his position in this game and his importance. I don't think he's going to be giving away his position that easily.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to vision, which right now it's hard to get during nighttime. There are not that many OG wards. They have a pretty aggressive one close to the mid-tier 3. I don't even remember when they placed that one, but besides that, I guess they have one close to the top tier 2, but they are... Yeah, it's only 2 wards, and I think OG is still lacking the BKB on Timbersaw. I think that's when Whisper really gonna feel comfortable joining these fights.
Yep. The Timbersaw, as you mentioned, going for that BKB. He still has the Blink Dagger, so it is the burst, I think, that OG are going to be focusing on. Kuroki has his Glimmer Cape. That is not an easy CM to bring down.
Oh, good dodge.
All alone, he did get the wind run off, gets silenced up into the trees, he's pulled in. He's gone. FBC with an Inkswell running forward, finds the storm with the Polarize, will try to get him the double Dragon Tail, will connect. They're still trying to focus him down, and in the end, it will be the Phantom's Embrace damage that gets him Curl, protecting his buddies with the Glimmer Cape, so that does leave him all alone. Stolen breathes fire from the Rubik. Oh, a big usage of the Whirling Death. Samael has the BKB used only for running. That's not the way that you want your 9-second BKB fight to go.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. It was a clutch dodge from BZM. He dodges the Gleipnir of the Wind Ranger, gets that kill. Sure, he dies, but Nigma forced to use BKB, forced to, disengage, losing both supports. OG definitely punching back. And this game is so back and forth. It feels like anytime someone is close from actually having full control of the map, the other team goes for a good move, finds a pick-off. So, I mean, this 4K goal lead, I don't even think it matters that much. The scaling on the drafts is so close that I think you need a way bigger lead to say you're ahead.
Our sponsors, they actually differ here, but we're giving a lot of a bigger chance to OG. There will be a shard for FBZ there into the Primal Beast. That's the rock throw, right? So that shouldn't change the game too much.
Rocks are very strong. Tiny is the strongest hero in this patch for a reason.
Yeah, and now he's gonna be used as a like a dodgeball. So it goes to show how strong your hero is.
So At this stage, can you force Roshan? I guess you can possibly do it on Nigma. OG might be slightly harder, but and there's not that many vision heroes on OG, so I wonder if Nigma feels like this is a possibility. They are controlling the Radiant side pretty hard right now. Yeah, I think they're gonna do it.
I'm still very much afraid for this Nigma Galaxy lineup. You have a Crystal Maiden. This is the type of hero that likes to snowball run around the map getting kills. If you look at the other side, Rubik plus Phoenix, that's stronger late game support than what you have on Nigma Galaxy. And for me, that could be the game changer when that does come through.
Well, not sure about that. I think this Grimstroke in the late game can become that hero. You get an Ags, and you're gonna have a strong illusion, a strong illusion, because the Aghanim already gives you a strong illusion, so it's strong times 2, and you know, times 2 is bigger than 1.
Yeah, sure. This does not exist in Dota, just if our viewers were actually thinking that it does. But CK illusions, they are very powerful. Overall, I don't know if one of them is gonna help, because CK does so much physical damage, so your Dark Portrait might just die. If it does come to that point, he is the lowest net worth hero on the map.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty poor, Mr. GH. But we'll see. We'll see if they can get more gold. Maybe he did drop a Philosopher's Stone, but things will change.
There is an Eternal Shroud on the Storm, and again, he has the Region Rune. So Nigma, with a smoke, are going to try to make something happen. OG are in a very aggressive position, despite being up against an Aegis.
Yeah, but they have this beautiful ward, and they have Seb, level 12, by the way. He's doing really well in experience. The supports inside of Nigma, super underleveled, level 9, both of them.
Oh, look at their position.
They're going to break the smoke.
They
yeah,
know.
this is... Oh, he actually gets out before the smoke even breaks. That's some pretty high level stuff right there.
He left Seb to do the hard part, right? Because
you do the breaking. I'm just gonna get the hell out of here.
Exactly. I mean, Seb is older, so it's less of a problem if he goes down.
Okay, so you're saying the old people are less worthy of living? Is that what you're saying?
No. It's just that it's more natural. So if it's because Seb would feel so bad if the Storm would die. That's
Okay.
why. It's for his own sake.
Oh, good scan. I mean, OG, they're so on point. That's an instant scan on the moves here from Nigma. They're gonna read this like a fiddle with Seb.
And
again, breaking the smoke.
You see, he wanted to die, right? It was his time.
Okay. All right, I will trust you. I think you're tricking me, but I will trust you, as they might still want to fight here. What is Whisper doing?
Not sure. That rock throw, it's gonna be a problem for him. He has the BKB that he might never get off with the focus fire going on him. He knew they were there. His support just broke that smoke. I think now Seb is not too happy about his death.
So, are you saying he also wanted to die, or is
No.
Is that different?
I think this was a mistake. Seb's death was kind of intended.
I think chat's gonna think you're an OG fan.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, that's pretty good. Nigma, they were struggling to get some control of the map at these ages, but despite all of that, despite the 2 kills, the gold advantage still increasing here for OG. The CK is gigantic.
Yep. Very, very big. Is he gonna be going for that Bloodthorn? Yeah, he wants the heart first, and then the Bloodthorn will be on the menu, so poor Wind Ranger. Of course, Bloodthorn doesn't go, or the mischance nullification doesn't go through BKB. That's one thing that's definitely gonna help this Wind Ranger. That Chaos Bolt, it's actually not gonna stun me. If this was a 6-second BKB, would have been a problem. Still, Dinkswell is there to protect Miracle, unnecessarily using his 9-second BKB. And now you don't have it for a fight during your Aegis. That to me is a big mistake for Miracle.
Yeah, I think OG can now chill, understanding that very unlikely Nigma can get a good fight. And they also burn through a lot of their smokes. They only have 1 left on GH. Very curious to see if Nigma think they can even fight, because okay, they want to connect with the Primo. FBZ will move through the Twin Gate.
Very deep. He does have a BKB of his own. There's a shard on the storm. So all of those CK illusions, they are gonna have the overload as well. BZM. He's on point with his movements.
No TP though. Doesn't have a TP.
Are they gonna find
If he
him?
gets found, this is huge.
Just don't breathe. Just don't breathe and you're gonna be fine.
That's very lucky for him. His TP was flying out. Still flying out.
He's fine. Oh, he's gonna go over division now without that much mana. They're picking it out. He does have mana for a TP, not going for it. Miracle is coming. Ahri dies on the other side of the map, and Miracle gonna be trying to find the storm on that division. He got the TP out. Okay.
Yeah, if he used the power shot Gleipnir, maybe he could get the kill.
Still,
Now
they
they're
did
looking
bring
for
down
more.
Ahri.
There's an Invis on Sumeo, and they might be willing to connect here to Whisper. He does have a TP though, so he should be fine.
If he goes for it now, but he's not doing it just yet.
He's a pro player. He knows what's up.
Also, our viewers, if they don't have all the stats, they don't even have to know them. You can scan the QR code, you go into the 1xBet app, and you're going to be getting all the info that you need to make your betting even easier there. As we do continue into the game, there has been this passive part during that Nigma Galaxy Aegis, so OG really haven't lost that much of a lead. They were 7k gold ahead, now they're 6-5. Then get the BKB off, and that CK bolt does connect. I'm surprised he didn't respond to that. Had the time for sure.
Yeah, maybe he felt... Yeah, I think he could have survived. I agree. And very interesting move here. They use the CKOT so they can push the waves, and they instantly smoke looking for someone. Miracle could be in trouble, actually.
BKB TP out should be available. Proven by the storm. Gives me some time. Whisper is coming, and there it is. But it is a 9-second BKB down the drain. Miracle alongside there was seen on his camera. Doesn't like that his BKB charges are being thrown away.
It was 7. It's now 7 second. Okay, so this is... I mean, it's not bad for Nigma, but they are being slowly out-farmed. I think they've been doing a good job at running around the map and finding targets, but this CK is getting out of control, and gold is everything Timado needs to eventually deal with this carry matchup that is not ideal initially, but, you know, you can itemize against it.
We haven't had a proper team fight in 15 minutes, Bowie, and that's weird to say. Okay, maybe not 15, but 10 at least. And I don't know where the next one will happen. Will it just be the Roche?
Probably. They are transitioning here towards this tier 1 top tower.
Good
but
positioning
look at
from
the
Ahri.
moves from OG. They are slowly infiltrating.
Oh, they're catching the backline. That's the perfect target.
Yeah.
If they can find it, Storm. Maybe zipping in. He has the Arcane Rune as well, but they have found GH. We talked about it being the best kill. Why is that illusion not killing him? Doesn't matter. The Sunray will. Kuroki next on the menu, dying to just the AoE damage. Tries to run away. They see him clearly once the Glimmer Cape ends, even without the vision. Invisibility is not invincibility in this game.
I mean, it's crazy. Nigma has really good wards. They have one on the left side, one in the mid lane, but still OG somehow wrapped around everything without a smoke, mind you, and he just got those 2 kills. Let's see if they get lucky with the Roshan respawn timer.
I think Nigma don't see a way of how they fight, right? And then they're just trying to, with good vision, control the map as best as possible, but at some point you make a blunder and you die.
Yeah, the problem is these U-Scepters, the supports in OG were so farmed that they got those U-Scepters so fast that you never really get to kill anyone with this DK plus Grim. Like, considering how good of a laning stage Sumeo had, it's kind of a shame that GH plus him couldn't fight together as much as they wanted.
OG are under a ward.
Oh, look at
It's
that.
dangerous. They're gonna get the stun onto Timado with the Gleipnir going with the focus fire also. Oh, they destroyed him. Yule's not gonna be happy. He catches him instantly as he tries to dive away. FBZ gets a double kill. That is the break that Nigma were looking for, and the Roche spawns. They're the luckiest son of a guns in the world. Yeah, they're really in Valve's favor.
They really are. That said, even after all of those kills, the gold advantage is still pretty big on the side of OG, and they're not going to be farming. They're going to be getting that Roshan for them, but even denying from that OG is good. I just feel like they are on a timer here, Nigma, and if the second Aegis doesn't pay off big dividends, it's not gonna look good. That CK is still a huge problem, and he is about to finish a hard.
To me, it looks like I'm watching a replay of the previous road. Taking Karaoke is almost at the same spot using his freezing field just to make sure that this goes as fast as possible.
Alright, so that's a banner, right?
Who's banner?
But, yeah, they have banner on the DK. Not that good at this stage because they can't really go high ground at the moment. Oh.
Ari's playing
Ari?
with fire. He's constantly
Hello.
doing this. He is in so much trouble. As the Inkswell got sunsed up, actually just baits in GH. That is a great hero to bring down. Now the Storm next on the menu. He had the shield root, so not really taking all that much damage. Just standing his ground versus them all. 1 for 1 so far. FBZ polarized into the ground. Whisper taking some hits, but still is going to be fine. Miracle trying to finish him off through the BKB. Gonna be so tough to do. Looking towards the dragon, and he's gone. Whisper destroys the Miracle. They're just ignoring him without the focus fire. His damage output is so small, and FBZ with the onslaught tries to get away. Whisper, he has already killed so many heroes in this fight. FBZ turns around with the blade mail, healed up into the air. Seb will not allow him to kill Whisper, and it will be a dead primal beast with Miracle coming back to the world of the living. He is still surviving. They cannot kill this Timber, baiting them in over and over again. With Nigma losing all of their heroes, luckily Miracle had his Aegis.
That is crazy. Like, Ari played that fight so well. He lured Miracle in, and like, he's the Aegis target. He's the one that should be taking through all of that initial damage, especially when OG had 2 heroes away from the fight. It took a long time for Seb and Timado to join that fight, but Miracle, their strongest hero, was chasing a Rubik that had Glimmer Cape Force Staff, and he just didn't provide too much in that fight, and OG, 3 versus 6, let's say, still manages to get the upper hand. And that's kind of the summary of the last 2 Aegis in Nigma God. Like, even though they get the Aegis, the fights in general are not going their way.
Now you have the Crystallis on the Wind Ranger. He has had the Nemesis Curse for quite some time, but it just looks like Miracle cannot do enough damage. Even if he does, it's only on 1 hero. And then what happens once the fight continues? You just don't have this carry that continues to do the damage.
I think, like, the fights that look pretty good for them, they involved really good soul binds, and they're not getting those most of the time.
It's not looking good, and the odds continue to reflect that OG are doing well here. Karaoke will be getting his Crystal Clone, now a little bit stronger than it used to be because you can choose where you get to push to. Nice shards on Nigma. Greater healing Lotus on the Grimstroke, so that's something that GH can also use in fights. On the other side, OG, they have a Holy Locket on Seb, so he's gonna be healing his teammates quite a lot.
Yeah, I do like the Blink Dagger on GH as well, so he can maybe disengage from the Storm or find that clutch soul bind he needs. At the end of the day, it's all going to be about those soul binds. He also has Side of Ice queued up, but that is a pipe dream for GH at the moment. He needs a long time until that's finished up. Oh, smoke here.
They're coming. It does break instantly onto the high ground. Stun for the CK. So Mail pops his BKB. Those Jewel Scepters don't do anything. Tomato being healed up. They don't want him to die. They found Miracle. BKB being used. It's only 6 seconds. Got Sans up. Turns around in the Storm. Doesn't do anything. JH is already dead. Miracle could be in some trouble himself.
They cancel it.
Fueled up. It is gonna be his BKB stopping. Miracle didn't calculate properly, and because of it, he's gonna pay with his life. CM also very low, but Karaoke, luckily for Nigma, did survive. Still, another great fight for OG, and you're not even getting close to killing a single hero.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part. The way OG is penetrating Nigma's defenses in this game is crazy. Like, they have the high ground, they have a ward, and somehow Nigma loses that fight 2-0. Like, they are using BKB defensively. I think it's very commendable. I think a big part of that is the Storm being huge with the items he has. Like, he can zip in, he can get the vision for the fight, and then Timado can just follow up, and it's been a problem here for Nigma. They might just lose a tier 3, and no buyback on Miracle, no BKB means that even when he spawns, it really doesn't matter that he's alive.
Nah, this is gone. You don't have BKBs on Nigma Galaxy, and you are versus a Bloodthorn that just got finished by Tomato. If you come close, you're just gonna be losing heroes, so you're better off just letting it go. This is the one thing I love about OG. Every single iteration of this team has been very, very aggressive. So that is, they just don't have the fear of going in, and I really love that.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the fear, but it requires a lot of finesse to do what they did. Like, it's not about, all right, we're fearless, we're gonna go in and let's hope it works. There's a lot of small things with which hero jumps in, speaking of jumping in. That's a dead Sumail, maybe.
No, he does have Inkswell to allow him to get the BKB off. Nice Soulbind as well, turning it on. Focus Fire from Miracle, trying to finish off Whisper. Not gonna have the damage necessary there, just way too far behind. Egg pops, stuns FBZ, even through his BKB. He's not gonna be able to escape. There's the extra armor from the Uproar, not gonna allow him to live. Ari finds another one. Grimstroke next on the menu. They saved Sumail at the cost of everybody else.
I mean, this might be GG. They don't have buyback in 2 of their cores. I guess now FBC finally has it, but with no BKB, what does it even matter?
Okay, they're gonna try. It is commendable that they will try to go for a defense here, but it is not an easy one to mount up.
Team is gigantic with that heart. He has a Blowthorn as well. With no dispels, they can easily kill any hero they want.
There it is. FBZ going in, bobs the Blade Mail. Nobody cares about his Blade Mail. He just gets destroyed. That will be a dieback. Storm Spearing being caught by Kuroki. But the question is who caught who. That is a very nice Crystal Clone usage onto 4 of them. Obviously won't change the outcome of the fight. Won't change the outcome of the game. Even with the Soulbind and the double Phantom's Embrace. Nobody cares at this point. Nigma Galaxy had already lost.
Yeah, they played really well the first 10 minutes. I think their laning stage was good. Miracle had some good early rotations, but the overall map movements of OG were pristine. Like, they just walked around Nigma. They repped a lot of the times. Some smoke ganks at nighttime with no vision connected. I don't even know how. And, you know, Nigma, I think skill-wise, the laning stage and how they play their fights was okay. But the map movements of OG and the wards of OG were really good. Their vision was always there. And, you know, once you have vision for the CK or the Storm to jump in, the fights are very easy. They just have the burst damage, whereas it felt like Miracle, you know, had burst, but as you said, only on one target on a pretty big cooldown. Everyone else couldn't really do much.
For me, the main thing in this game, which was the most impressive part for OG, after which I thought, okay, they're winning this game 100%, was those 2 smoke breakages, right? And even though Nigma Galaxy did kill Whisper after Seb died, after the second time he broke their smoke, it still felt that they weren't getting much done around the map. So that is, that for me is the thing that kind of solidified that OG looked like the better team here. And Nigma Galaxy, after crushing day 1 here in the FISSURE Universe Episode 2, they are now only 1 game from elimination in the first day of the playoffs. We're going to be taking a short break, allowing the players to rest, and then we will be back with Game 2. OG was too much for Nigma in game 1, Bowie, but game 2 is around the corner and it is a completely different draft, completely different game. Can Nigma give a OG a run for their money? That is the real question here.
I think they can. For me, one of the biggest parts of that draft that I would comment on is the Storm being first phase. We saw some teams really well with it. And even though I think DK is a solid, decent hero, I also felt like I wish Sumail had a more individually, like a hero that could show his individual skill a bit more. DK is a very simple hero. And we saw what, no one was able to do against the Storm with his White Spirit. And I think DK might not be strong enough to respond against a hero like Storm. Right? Storm, even though he got absolutely destroyed in the lane, he recovered really well. I think OG found space in the map. And, I'm always talking about draft here. I know OG played a bit better around the map. But draft-wise, I think that DK response is the one I would make it.
Yep, I have a question though. With all of the new rising mid laners, Malrine definitely being right at the top, do you think Sumail, the king, might have lost his edge? Do you think he has what it takes to compete versus the new generation?
I mean, there is a point that a lot of the teams that are doing really well right now have this like insanely young and talented mid laners. I don't think you necessarily need your mid laner to be of that type, but it seems to be the easiest one to handle, right? I think at the end of the day, I do feel like Sumail is good enough to play at high level, but his hero pool is a bit weird. Like he has times where he's only playing like Ember plus Storm, and then he has times he's trying to maybe play this other type of heroes like the DK. And I don't think he actually found exactly what is the role he wants to be playing now compared to the old Sumail that was all about like exploding and destroying people in lane and playing super aggressive. I feel like he hasn't found maybe his new version that works for him and for Nigma.
Okay, Sumail 2.0 on the way. Hopefully in this game we have a draft ready. Let's get into it. Let's see what these teams have in store. Is OG gonna be giving us another clean game, or can Nigma actually make a difference here, push this into a game 3 and live at least one more game here in the Universe Part 2, brought to you by FISSURE and 1xBet. Looking at the bans, no surprises there. These are just heroes that both of the teams are very proficient at.
Yeah, for sure. Storm is definitely the big one here that I want to see if it will go through. But yeah, OG banning the Willow that I think they're playing really well. Nigma though, taking away that Ember Saw. Very interesting. I mean, we kind of talked about it, right? It's very good against Windranger, pre-BKB, and even though the Windranger can kill the Timber, if you just close the gap, he can also shred the Windranger apart.
I mean, it's one of Whisper's best heroes. You don't really want to allow him to play. They can pick it at any point in the draft versus whatever hero, and he's gonna be doing decently well. The Storm ban from OG, I like. Your versus Sumail, and Storm is really something you don't want to play against. Your versus Sumail as well, and he likes to play as Tiny, though Tiny is mostly played as a carry now. Do you think this is Miracle's hero?
I think they did play support Tiny, but it can definitely be flex, right? Theoretically, everyone can play it. Everyone but Kuroki would be able to play it. I'm surprised about this Batrider ban, though. I don't know. I feel like this hero was nerfed significantly, and you would only ban this Batrider if you're willing to pick something that gets like hard counter by it. And right now, I wouldn't say Tiny is that hero. So I'm curious about that, especially because support Tiny, if you flex it, is actually good against Bat. It's kind of odd to me.
Sumail was the one that played the Tiny on Nigma Galaxy, the only game that they played it so far in this tournament, so we can assume that it is going to be him. Phoenix is a hard hero to burst down. He's usually going to be getting his egg off, and that is a pretty decent hero versus the Tiny, who doesn't want to waste his 500 damage hits on an egg.
Yeah, for sure. And even those 500 damage hits are going to come pretty slowly if you get Fire Spirited up, which is why a lot of times when we saw Tiny being first phase, you would also ban Phoenix. But I guess when you ban Phoenix, you're kind of giving away that I want to pick Tiny, and it gets banned less, as the less option there for OG. curious to see what Nigma is gonna do. If they're still gonna give it to Sumail, or if somehow it's just gonna be a position 4.
So Phoenix is in general always good versus Tiny. You have so much HP. Sunray, it does hurt you so much. So we'll see if it is gonna be Sumail. You can put it on GH. You mentioned it multiple times. Still, I don't really think we've seen a support Tiny, and for a good reason. Those nerfs to the mana cost really have hit the support hero
There was
pretty hard.
definitely at least one. I think it was either Tundra or on Group A. There was definitely support Tiny, but I don't remember exactly which team that ran it. For OG, we do have that first pick on the next phase. We saw them playing that Spirit Breaker, and it is still here, but they go for the Slaughter. Interesting approach, knowing that Tiny could be a core.
I mean, it's still nice to have the minus armor versus him. It is what it is. So in the laning stage, the Slaughter does crush the Tiny. So in my mind, you just put it on the mid lane now if you're playing it as a core. If it is a carry Tiny versus Bash and Crush in the lane, you get destroyed. So I would not want to play against that.
Yeah, this game's smelling like Naga on 18 here for Nigma. They like running it on Miracle,
Yep.
and it's a good response for this very early slaughter of OG. I wonder if they can even flex this to BZM, right? You kind of talked about Tiny being put in the mid lane. In the past, there were definitely a fair amount of mid slaughters. I wonder, if this is a possibility. It should crush Tiny in the mid lane.
Well, let's check if BZM has been playing any slaughters in his pubs. Not really. Doesn't strike me as the type though, so I would assume that's not going to happen.
Nigma have the 13-14 here. What are you looking for? You want maybe a response for the Phoenix, so you could maybe solidify your offlane. Go for like Snapfire Centaur, Snapfire Mars. Definitely options to disengage from the egg and also have a way to break it if you want to.
I like it. You've been mentioning the Mirana a bit. We still haven't seen it. Nobody wants to play it, but it would be a cool hero to see versus the Phoenix as well.
I really like it. It was played so much in the tournaments happening after the patch, and it had decent win rate, but for some reason, like, everyone forgot the hero exists, even though it actually got buffed in 736A. That was kind of odd to me. A lot of people are kind of theory crafting about core Mirana, though, and so instead of being this like support counters Phoenix, you just actually go right click Mirana
or magic.
Yeah,
right
click.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I still remember TI5 some male core Mirana, and there it is. The Chen will be picked up by Kuroki. Penitence with the Tiny is actually very, very strong, increasing his attack speed. So
one thing I've seen against Chen is Nyx, right? Mind Flare now, one-shots creeps. I wonder if that's a possibility here for OG. It's a really bad laner, and especially if you already have a Slaughter, but I've seen like Nyx's going jungle, just like a Pudge. You can one-shot creeps and kind of get really fast level 3. Not bad against Shin and Disruptor. Not good with Slaughter, though. Kind of a weird position.
It would be too greedy between the supports. Both of your supports are going to be relying too much on their level 6s, so I wouldn't like to see it. What I would like to see is a Spirit Breaker. Does look really decent here for the side of OG, because they are experience hungry on the Phoenix. Even the Slaughter likes to have levels, so I wouldn't mind the Spirit Breaker here whatsoever.
Even against Disruptor?
Yeah, why not, right? You just get into the fight so fast. You have layered initiations. You can go with egg first and then just charge in to protect it. It doesn't have to be that you are the one always charging in first.
What about a Shadow Demon here for the glimpse counter? You can slow down the Tony so he doesn't run away.
I think you still get glimpsed even through the disruption.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Just like Tusk, you can protect against it.
Okay. I wouldn't mind it. I actually like it with the Slaughter, who provides a solid amount of lockdown and slows in the lane. It actually would make a lot of sense.
Ooh.
Okay, so it's a 4 Phoenix and a 5 Ogre.
Urge. Yep. They're assuming this is going to be carry Tiny. And yeah, if it is carry Tiny, this Phoenix just destroys the lane. Like, he doesn't get CS at all. And if it's going to be mid, you're going to be playing against a Shadow Fiend. and you already picked 2 supports. So you either play this Tiny off lane, and you can even have the Phoenix there. Yeah, this Tiny is Giga counter, basically.
I mean, you have solid supports to rotate to the mid lane. I, for one, think that OG would rather play it on Tomato. I think this is a flex pick for them to see where they're going to be putting DSF. But if it's a Tiny mid, and let's say a Disruptor rotates, you actually have good chances of killing the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I see your point. That said, though, the group up of OG is crazy. You have minus armor of Corrosive Haze. You have minus armor of the Shadow Fiend. You have this Bloodlust just amping up everyone. I'm not sure I like this Leshrac. Like, the usual build gives you 0 armor. Maybe the Chen's going to offer some auras here to offset that, but Leshrac's a tanky hero, not against minus armor. And the laning stage is, like, fine. I don't know. I feel like maybe there were better choices, but it is a Sumayo staple, so I can see, going for comfort being this thing. And you also lost your flex here. This Tiny very likely is going to be the Timado hero.
I don't
sorry,
like
the Miracle
this for Nigma because they suck so much at dealing with the egg. OG first picked the Phoenix, and you have nothing to bring it down. Your heroes hate playing versus this. And it's with OG not really having all that much to defend. Sure, Requiem is nice, but it kind of helps you to escape. So, and then Nigma Galaxy, their heroes aren't even all that mobile to run away from it.
Do you ban center here now for OG to prevent
I think it's
the
getting
disengage?
banned. I think it's getting banned. There's no doubt about it.
It's either that or the Darkseer. We saw Darkseer enabling Leshrac a lot, and he does give you that single target maneuverability against the Egg. But I think Darkseer is a stronger hero, but Centaur is probably the best ban for the game.
Yeah, most likely. If you pick the Darkseer here, and let's say it's an Ogre SF, they're just gonna run you down. They actually ban out an LC, which I don't necessarily like, as the burst damage of Nigma Galaxy isn't really all that high, but it does help versus Ignite, Corrosive Haze, all the Phoenix spells as well.
Yeah, that spell's pretty good, as you said. What do you ban here? You probably assume they need either a mid hero or a carry. And they do have 24 on OG, so it's a pretty bad position Nigma is.
Yep.
Like, you are already behind the draft because your 18 pick just didn't give you that much. Okay, they go center. I don't hate it. I feel like there is a hero that might just crush you in the lane. If that's a Lifestealer or if that's a, I don't know, like a Ursa Monkey King, whatever it is, it's gonna be hard for.
I like the Lifestealer. I really like the Lifestealer here. Like, you get the Unfettered, you get the BKB, you never die. You are gonna win the lane. You are good at saving the SF. You have actually good synergy with all of your heroes. I wouldn't mind the Lifestealer whatsoever.
You heal like 100 HP per hit against Center and Tiny. It's a really good game. You can even go Deso this game and just go full on minus armor with your cores, and everyone's just gonna melt.
I mean, you still have the chance of putting an SF in the safe lane and go for something else in the mid lane. That's exactly what they're gonna do. So it just, when they pick the Ogre SF, you have to take into account that it is an Ogre plus a range hero in a lane, and they might have just been gunning for it, probably practicing it or theory crafting about it. And Void Spirit so far has been amazing this patch.
Yeah, I gotta say, if Nigma's gonna win this game, it's out of Kuroki popping off real hard with the Chen rotations, and Sumayo like playing like a god, because I look at their lanes, I think Miracle is gonna have a terrible time. I don't think FBZ, we're talking about Lifestealer. Shadowfiend is probably an even stronger matchup against the Centaur. So yeah, they really need this Chen and the Sumayo Leshrac to pop off. I feel like this time the OG draft is leaps and bounds stronger than what Nigma has. Just stronger and easier to execute as well.
So Kuroki got the Satyr convert, and GH got the kinetic fence. So we're actually gonna see it. I don't know if I like it versus the Void Spirit. I'd much rather see a normal kinetic field with a static storm just to kill this guy. But I have been looking forward to seeing, so I'm not gonna complain.
By the way, the Chan ended up going for the Satyr convert, which you don't see that much. Like in pubs, the highest win rate is actually the Centaur one. But you were talking about dispels, and you're gonna have that dispel boy available for you 24/7.
Do you? If you level up, don't you just always get the big satyr? How does it work?
Later on, I mean, I did not play this hero, but yeah, maybe you are right. Maybe you'd never, you never get more skill points.
Either a satyr mindstealer or a satyr tormentor. Okay, so you never get the the banisher. So it it actually doesn't.
That's
do
weird.
Yeah, you got super excited for nothing, Bowie.
Okay, he has mana burn, bro. Let's go.
Well, let's go. Let's burn their
Blue
mana.
boy, let's go.
Let's see. Actually, we might see a fight here early on. Immediately getting into the game, FVZ, his smoke breaks, has the hoof stomp, and it seems that he's gonna get crushed. But yep, into a glimpse, and most likely into his own death. Split Earth misses a couple more hits, and Miracle will be getting the first blood. That is a great way to start it off. A zero armor hero versus a Slarjar lane needs that first blood, and Nigma Galaxy, they get it for themselves.
All right, there is one huge aspect of this satyr, which is the mana aura, right? You start the game with 175 mana regen. That is actually bonkers. Not that useful with the tiny, but I can see lots of matchups where this mana regen, like if you actually have a Shadow Fiend in your lane, how strong that could be.
Let's see, Seb, he is thinking about something. Probably thinking, are we gonna kill them if they come to this rune? Move stomp available, MBZ gonna be pushed back. It will be a 2-for-2 in terms of runes. So the only advantage that the Galaxy get out of the before the laning stage starts is the first blood, and it's of course the biggest advantage that you can get.
Interesting that. So when you hover over kinetic fence, you can see lots of different information. It doesn't tell you the cooldown.
It says, yeah, you're right. It just says max charges too.
Yeah, well, curious to see what it could. I was like, is this like lower cooldown or something? We'll see. I guess we're gonna figure it out eventually.
Right, I have to. I'm gonna actually go into the patch notes. It has to have been said somewhere.
Well, yeah, thank you for giving. Well, I'm not gonna say anything. Let's
Base
just
charge
pretend.
time 20, 18, 16, 14. Okay.
Okay, that's actually pretty low. All right.
It does say, dude. It does say base charge restore time. We are crazy if you hover over it. Is somebody?
Never.
Is somebody punking us here?
Yeah, I think they just changed it. I'm glad that it could be of use here, and it was fixed just as we talked about. Maybe a patch just dropped. Looking at the lanes, though, it is a pretty even lane here against this BZM, Void Spirit, and the Leshrac. In the top lane, we have kind of the similar problem with this Ogre picking up the learning curve, but I think Shadow Fiend is strong of a laner where you don't get punished as hard as the Ogre tiny lane we cast a little bit earlier.
Okay, Nigma Galaxy lanes are looking awesome. You pick this Void Spirit into a Lesh, you knew that the lane is going to be hard. And Samael is one of the players who really wants to punish you. He's threatening with the Split Earth, trying to see if the Simulate was actually learned.
Oh.
And it wasn't! Is that a kill? It goes for the Resonant Pulse, a couple of more hits, and there it is, Lightning Storm. A kill for Samael. Both of the cores of Nigma Galaxy already have a kill, and there's the tips. Nigma Galaxy, they are giving all of their love to Samael, and they should.
Level 4, minute 2. Has this ever happened? He gets first blood and
It
crushes
has
the
never
lane at
happened in the
first.
history of Dota.
Level 4, minute 2? That's insane. Like, it's not like minute 240 something. It's minute 2, like literally 200.
It's one of those situations where you feel super bad if you're BZM.
Okay, so Slaughter is struggling a little bit on the bottom side CS-wise. Same thing for the Void Spirit. Can OG bounce back? Because this laning stage is looking Nigma all the way, just at least so far.
Yep. If there's one thing that Nigma Galaxy were always good at, it's the laning phase. They would... I remember some of the interviews of TI7 where they won, where they were talking about playing 2 versus 2 so much, practicing them, and they might still do it, right? Because Kuroki hasn't played a lot of pubs. I couldn't find info, so I'm guessing that at least he's practicing the laning phase with his buddies.
I wish it was, just like there is a lobby for 1v1s, there was a lobby for, like, side lanes, you just get 4 people in and you practice situations. I think that would be a cool mode to be added. Dota, everyone complains about Dota being individualistic, but that could be like a way where you actually practice lane with your buddy.
Yep. You mean you, 2 of you queue? You say we want to play off lane?
Oh, FBZ? Top lane is so low.
Yeah, but still alive and actually running forward to the shortest race. He didn't want to run away and then get the longest raise up into his face, but the cooldowns for the raises did come. Which facet did the SF go for? It is the Shadowmire one.
Yeah, it seems like everyone loves that one. And in the mid lane, I mean, BZM is being very pressured as well. At least Miracle on the bottom side, even though he's the lowest CS, everyone's kind of tied up. So he's not doing that bad.
We talked about low armor Tiny, but you do have the Divine Favor that currently is going to be on him, so that's always going to help you a little bit.
Yeah, the spell that got heavily nerfed only gives 20 armor. That's level 4.
Yep. Only. So you, for a Tiny, you indefinitely increase his armor on the first 5 levels when you use a Divine Favor on him. It's so huge.
Okay, so the only hero that is doing kind of poorly in CS here is Miracle, but he is a Tiny. He'll be able to recover, as we do see this Disruptor being killed by Seb.
Yep, nicely done. That was a really nice play from GH, instantly glimpsing Tomato, but I also like what Tomato did. He came close enough for the mid raise, and then he went for the long range one, got 2 of them. Miracle dropping low underneath the tower, even with the Divine Favor, will die. TP in from the Disruptor, meaning that's gonna leave the Centaur all alone. Dive away, Ari gets himself to a safe position. Nice disengage by OG.
Yeah, level 1 glimpse. That was kind of a wishful thinking TP right there. Very hard to catch the Phoenix when she has the dive on. But overall, he can still just go back through the portal. Those TPs aren't as bad as they used to.
I think Phoenix is a girl. Said
yes.
She. No.
Of course.
No.
It's a firebird. It's
yeah, but
obviously a girl.
in the world of the birds, it is the males that are beautiful, right? A female Phoenix would not have such bright.
But you're saying
stuff.
man can't be beautiful? Dude, it's okay. Like, even though your self-esteem is low, you can still be beautiful.
FBZ is in so much trouble. His self-esteem is going to be low on this top lane where Tomato and Seb are having a grand time. The second that GH came back to the Twin Gate, they caught him there on the Lotus pool, and it's just easy from then on.
Yeah, Tomato already with threats here, recovering pretty hard. That Bloodlust, you can already feel the impact. He's gonna farm so quickly. And, oh, look at that little ogre from Sab trying to sneak his way into a Wisdom Rune.
And GH cannot stop him if you just stand on top of him. BZM dropping low in the mid lane. Samael going for him, and he should be able to get the kill. No! He stops at the last possible moment, and now he's going to die. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing Seb stealing the Wisdom Runes. OG get both of the Wisdom Runes. They bring down the enemy mid laner, survive on their own. Seb going down. It is a small price to pay, and this is a hard hero to kill. He's actually going to
Oh my!
The cast is there. Oh, Seb, he might die to GH. He does not care. He's super happy with what he has accomplished.
Dude, the fact he gets that OT level 5, steals the Wisdom Rune, forces the offlaner, gets a kill. That's crazy. This game is... I mean, OG, they were getting trashed in the lanes, but all of those small moves already benefiting them so much.
That's what happens. Ari eats a penitence, doesn't care about it at all. These 2 supports of OG that are very experience hungry, and they have a lot of it. Ether Remnant, Samael has been having such a good time in the laning phase. BZM is going to be going forward. Ari gets glimpsed back. Stampede being used does allow Samael to survive. They're still coming forward. Kuroki has been marked by the Corrosive Haze, even with the Divine Fair, not gonna allow him to survive, as Whisper with the crush crushes this captain of Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, at least he denied the Region Rune from BZM, but at the end of the day, It's just OG. They're bringing the numbers, and yet they're not being punished gold-wise. The network fleet is actually on their side, even though they're bringing lots of heroes for those engagements.
Ultimato gets into the tower. They need the vision. Hiding behind the trees with the Requiem. He's gonna get himself away. No, he's actually going forward to kill Samael. 1 versus 3. I am the strongest one here. And the rest of Nigma Galaxy just run.
All right, at least they forced Requiem pretty early. Usually you don't want to skill it this early into the game, but yeah, still waste a lot of time. Sumail dies and now forced to walk back to the fountain.
Imagine how fast this Shadow Fiend is going to be attacking when he uses the Feast of Souls, plus he's going to have that Bloodlust later on in the game. It's going to be so much damage. You start running towards him with a Stampede, and I think everybody's just going to get clapped.
Oh yeah. That said, looks like they're going to have Stampede in 20. They could potentially punish OG here in the bottom side.
Slaughter caught. There is going to be the kinetic fence. Cannot go through it. There's over the crush. There's going to be another one. And you shall not pass. That's what GH says.
All right, that was pretty fancy with the walls, and they don't even use the Stampede, so they could still play aggressive somewhere else they want.
Fence-y?
Yeah, that was the joke. Thank you for explaining. It means it was great, right?
I thought, okay. I apologize, Bowie. I apologize. Your co-caster.
No, you don't trust how good my humor is. I understand.
No problem. As Seb coming forward, Ignite will be there. BZM does have to dissimulate to dodge the glimpse. Samael coming forward. BZM has to be careful.
Damage.
Has no more astral steps. And Samael, he wanted the rune more than he wanted the
shield rune.
With that shield rune, how long can he survive? They did go through the shield quite nicely. Resting Pulse gonna be used. Even with that, it's a lot of problems for BZM. Turns around, Nitrodan, we're gonna be connecting. Kroki, Stampede has been used, trying to run away. BZM playing around the egg. The egg will pop, stunning every single one of the heroes of Nigma Galaxy. And they lose Miracle. That's the important one. Kroki also gonna be dropping those fire sprays. They do hurt, but it will be the raises. Shadow Fiend is here to take their souls, to take their spot in the lower bracket finals as well.
Oh man, that's crazy. It felt like with the shield room, Sumail was gonna be able to take that fight, but he was out of mana. And OG, they're so fearless. Like, they bring everyone, and the lack of level 6s here really making Nigma struggle. Level 4 on GH, not level 6 on Chain yet. And it's all about the Wisdom Room. Sab single-handedly won this fight by giving this experience advantage to OG.
It was so easy to fight there around the egg. You have 2 supports on Nigma Galaxy who do nothing, and then you have 2 supports on OG who can do everything. Literally, the 2 of them were the ones that were winning the fight. But I was very surprised. I think Samael could have killed the Void Spirit and just left that shield rune be, but he was so greedy for the rune.
He was. It's tough, right? If he dies trying to commit there, it feels awful. But at the end of the day, like, the experience disadvantage, the problem is the Shrek here is really low, trying to farm some stacks, but should be fine. If they get that Wisdom Room, the fight could be totally different. You have Chen OT, you have Disruptor OT, and you just win the fight. Maybe the egg doesn't even pop.
Yep, you could have maybe done it, but it didn't happen. The Wisdom Rune was stolen, so hopefully Nigma Galaxy are not going to be lingering in the past, as it is the here and now that they have to worry about if they want to be going to the lower bracket finals, if they want to be winning at least a game versus OG.
Miracle still pretty low in network here. We see Sab just aggressively positioned. I want to take this tower here.
GH. There's the... Oh, they missed with the hoof stop. You could have been more patient, but FBZ still has the Stampede. Will be running away from the egg. That's gonna be 2 big ultis on Nigma Galaxy. Used OG using only the egg for the moment.
Can I say something?
Of course.
If you have kinetic field there, BZM dies.
Yeah. Also, if you use the hoof stomp properly, he dies as well. So that's another thing. Yep.
Gonna blame the center, or you can get kinetic field. I love the little idea with the kinetic fence, but I think he needs to get something else.
If there was a kinetic field there, you wouldn't have had your great joke for me to ruin. So that's the most important part. There is a smoke from
That's
Nigma Galaxy going towards the top lane. They don't have the Static Storm though, so I don't know if they kill BZM.
It's a really low percentage play. They have a use Scepter though. Can they lock this guy down?
Got him. Follow-up move, stomp. He got the Resonant Pulse off beforehand, but either way, Nigma Galaxy, they still do a hefty amount of damage with the Slash.
Alright, that was pretty good. You definitely need to get that kill if you're smoking up, and they might be able to even get this tower. Wisdom Room's not going to be stolen by anyone, it seems like, so at least
Have Vision
Nigma-
on Ogre? Both of the offlaners have their Blink Daggers now. Slaughter's was delivered, and Centaur's will be delivered in a second.
That's definitely big. Whisper also going for the shard, so that's the I'm gonna burst the hell out of you build. I really like it. It took so long for Slaughters to start going for that. I remember the whole Orchid situation, and like to me, Blink Shard is the most reliable build you can get on Slaughter. It's just really good.
The smoke from OG will be read by Nigma Galaxy. They understand the importance of the Wisdom Rune this time around. Will not be stolen. It's Nigma Galaxy's time to smoke.
Yeah, smoke on smoke here. Nighttime approaching. Can they get a good jump? I mean, OG, you have to... As Nigma, you have to understand OG can sneak this Roshan whenever they want, so you have to be ready. They're actually looking for Miracle, and they will find a jump.
They got him. Stampede being used, allowing him to escape. Let's see if the Slaughter can close the gap. He is pretty speedy.
Oh, good
Avalanche is perfect. This is the miracle that we all love, and the TPs are here. Now maybe FBZ can turn it around. Toss in place. He was expecting maybe another jump to come forward.
He was just happy to see GH. He was just, hey buddy, thanks. Thanks for keeping
Oh, he dodges that and goes with the 3-man crush. Immediately there will be a hand of God and a beautiful kinetic fence, but the egg on the other side trying to escape. Not gonna be happening. Whisper is dead. All the slows are there. Sumail left all on his lonesome with the Yules. Will try to buy some time. Where's the help? Where is my team? They're nowhere to be found. Miracle being caught there by the Requiem, trying to run away. The Ether Remnant was trying to pull him in. Miracle is not gonna allow himself to stay there. FBZ thinking about a jump.
Good ward from Nigma there, just getting that high ground vision during the fight. I think it really allowed them to at least trade evenly. You lose Sumail, you get the Slaughter, but that's a situation where Nigma could have lost way more. So I don't think they're too sad about the end result.
And that was very unfortunate for Nigma, right? Because they were supposed to jump on the Slardar, and he blinked out at that exact point, getting the 3-man crush. Also, guys, if you want to be getting some nice prizes that we have ready for you, join the 1x quiz by scanning this QR code. It will take you to the 1xBet Esports X channel, and there you can win some awesome prizes. Miracle with an avalanche, it will be enough to dissuade OG from chasing forward.
Okay. This game, we will see BZM going for a Mate Slayer. Not really bad against the Lishrak. I think that's the, your goal. You just don't want this Lishrak doing a lot of damage to you and your teammates. And, I think I'm fine with it. At the end of the day, you have so much scaling between Timado and the Slaughter that you don't really need to be this, solo carry type Void Spirit. In fact, they might just get the Aegis on the Shadow Field.
Where's the Slaughter? They need him. There it is. Whisper will be joining on the party. BSF not using the Feast of Souls. I guess you don't want to be losing these souls that you have. They're afraid.
Recent scan from Nigma, and OG somehow aware of that scan. That's crazy. As soon as the scan comes in, they understand that Nigma is coming. The awareness is crazy. Sumail though.
A little bit too deep. FBZ gets a nice stun. Static Storm just to kill the Ogre. They have the egg in a solid position, and with the Requiem, you cannot attack it. Stampede being used to Sumail use himself up. That's not a way that you want to go for it. Timado does a little bit too much damage. EH next on the menu. He will be pushing away BZM, but dies either way. Timado with another right click gets the kill. Crush forward, misses on it. Kuroki finds a nice spot to TP from. Still, a fight for OG, and now the Roche is free.
That was uncharacteristically... I don't want to use bad as a word, but Nigma, if they just committed aggressively to the Stampede, that Ogre, you probably get a better Static Storm usage as well. Instead, it felt like they were not in sync, right? As you said, Stampede after the use Scepter, Stampede to disengage instead of killing the Ogre. after you already committed so much, just not really in sync, and OG just totally aware. Like, they leave the pit instantly. They were ready to take that fight. It is the Ogre that tanks all of the spells, and obviously he's tanky. And I don't know, man. The OG awareness in this entire series has been through the roof. Like, it feels like they're reading Nigma perfectly every single time.
Yep. Is it speed that Nigma are lacking? Because I can see that there is an idea behind their movements. Their movements are not bad, but do they need to be faster?
I think they just need to execute those movements better. Like, that was definitely a fight Nigma could have taken better. So another aspect is they are a little bit underfarmed, right? You have this Tiny that, oh, speaking of him, Miracle could be in trouble here.
I has been found on the top lane. I should be fine.
Yeah, they missed the
Unless, you know who's not gonna be fine? It's gonna be GH. Move Stomp tries to save him. Tomato just needs one hit out of the Shadow Blade to get it. Split Earth to keep them at bay. Tomato still running forward. Whisper is super speedy. He has found Samael, marks him. Yules onto the Slaughter. They have the Stampede to allow him to escape. Those hits from the SF would have hurt a lot more without the Divine Favor.
You know, when we talk about Phoenix being good against Tiny, usually people are talking about the attack speed slow. But now that you also get the mischance with every other single spell, this matchup, I think, became even harder. You know, in general, whenever you see a team wanting to pick Tiny, they ban the Phoenix. So, Phoenix is dead.
Is he gonna use the egg? Pop it.
Oh,
Yep.
he will?
Smart. Ari is very valuable. He's almost James Bond 006. He, in my mind, I like that you mentioned him because this Phoenix has been amazing in his performance. His egg placements have been great, and you know you always have the SF to protect you with the Requiem, so I don't want to say it was super hard, but he is always doing the most amount of damage in fights. And versus an SF who is buffed up by the Corrosive Haze and the Bloodlust, that is actually a pretty big feat.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, Ari, for people that don't really know his story, he's probably the player with the highest MMR increase in the shortest period of time ever. Like, he has lots of intervals. I believe he was like 5k MMR maybe 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. And the guy's like playing for the best teams in the world right now. He is definitely someone that knows how to, like, they just got incredibly individually skilled in a short period of time. And, you know, it's nice.
Like Amar, 3k MMR?
I think so, but I think the ramp up of Ari was faster. At least
Faster, yep.
From what I remember. Yeah.
Okay. Was that a Mars story? He played Timbersaw and the Mars, he got very good, and then he started playing other heroes. Now he's, well, Falcons are looking like one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world at the moment.
Because I
Look
think
at how
when
fast they're getting these Tormentors, man.
Yeah, they get the shard here for BZM. It's a pretty decent one, right? We don't really have this shard used to be pretty bad, and I think it's decent at least as Whisper looking for GH to disengage.
OG are in full control here, Bowie. So, Nigma Galaxy, they have this Tiny. You've been talking about how powerful he is in the current meta. Is he powerful enough to change the outcome of this game?
He is, but he needs more farm. Like, he is being out-farmed heavily by Timado. That's very similar to game number 1 as well, where Miracle has pretty hard laning stage. After all, he did force his hero as a first pick. And now, in this game, OG, like, they didn't have good siege in game 1. They won out of just destroying Nigma in the fight. This Shadow Fiend with the level 15 power spike, he will take all of these tier 2 towers really quickly. With the Bloodlust on top of it, it's just gonna melt.
He's even using the Feast of Souls, doesn't care that he's giving 5 souls away. Also, his Necromastery is going up to 25. You talked about the infinite scaling. Well, it's working here for Tomato.
Oh, yeah. Look at that tower melt, baby. That's 22 minutes in. Maybe a toss back with Shadow Blade?
He got the hit out. Very good movement from Tomato. He did have a sentry. BC comes forward. Was hesitant. And because of it, he will get destroyed at least with the fence. They're gonna keep FBC alive. And of God, not enough! Step gets the kill. They will be losing BZM for their troubles. So might be time for OG to bail. GH, don't come. Don't come, please.
Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Really good toss. Yeah, the reason he didn't get the SF there was the sentry. Nicely done by OG, knowing of the Shadow Blade of Nigma.
Shadowblade has become a more popular item currently in the meta. Any reasons for that?
I mean, I feel like it's just because it's tiny and it's an attack speed item. Because I still feel like Shadowblade and Silver Edge still pretty meh. Eventually, you know, when you get a crit, it's okay for the tiny, but it's definitely a shadow of what he used to be.
Yeah,
and
but the
that's not a
SF
shadow
has one
pawn.
as well.
Yeah, but they're iconic. Like, there's both heroes that have a gazillion damage, right? And you benefit from just bursting people down with invisibility.
Okay, I get it. The SF is going for Satanic. I like this. This to me is giving vibes of OG wanting to end the game with the next Aegis. You get the Satanic, you get the next Aegis, you come high ground, and even if the Tiny tosses the SF in, he can still stand his ground and fight.
Okay, we do have a little bit of a pause there. Maybe some internet issues on Ari's side.
No, he's still on camera, so I think his internet is fine.
Oh no, it's. Oh no, yeah, it's definitely not frozen.
You got.
I love his
he
camera
stopped
though.
there
That
for a
is
second, yeah.
That's the perfect pro player camera, right?
Yep.
It's
Amazing angle.
just giving away maybe 10% of his body, and with like the most intentional. Not like it feels like it's intentionally bad, right? Considering like how little it shows of him.
He just wants to show, like, guys, I don't live in the dark. There is some light in my apartment there on the side. Imagine if the camera was just on him. I saw Nigma Galaxy. I think they're probably in their boot camp. It is very dark where they are.
So in the past, I used to work for content on, for some TOs. I want to see content where there's a competition for who gets the worst camera angle. All pro players competing for the worst.
But they have
you
to
still
be
have
shown
to
on
be
the
in the camera.
camera, yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. That's what I want to see.
Okay. And the thing is, judges can be biased, right? We should probably give it to the
True.
community to actually come up with the decision to vote on who had the worst positioning of it. It is a 7k goal lead, 25 minutes in. Nigma are definitely still in the game. The thing is that it is Tomato that is all this farmed, and it is a scary hero, especially with all of the buffs. I don't know if they can deal with him.
You know what? I, for one, think that OG's draft is less stable in the sense that, Shadow Fiend is a super scary hero. But, once his BKB charges are over, if this hero gets picked off out of position, like, you die, you lose your souls, and the game can easily snowball. I think there was a Boom game we cast yesterday with a Zeus that was like 12-0, and then he dies once, and the game apparently changes a lot. And to me, Shadow Fiend is one of those heroes. So if Nigma gets like 1 or 2 really good fights, especially maybe alongside Roshan spawning soon, I can see this game turning around.
It's not impossible. It's definitely not impossible. The thing is that OG have been playing very clean, and that for me is giving them the advantage here for sure. Ari, he's leading the charge. Smoke does break. Ward and Sentry plays.
Good
see
Sentry.
Miracle.
They know.
Another one. Oh, they're gonna be finding Miracle, reducing his armor. So much damage being taken. He will still be fine with Stampede. Running away. Ether Remnant, perfect. Miracle, he cannot run away. And there's gonna be another crush. Oh, the 3-course the egg is perfect, pulling them in. Even with the Yule's Bloodstone Samael, it's not gonna be stone, only blood on the ground. What a fight for OG. What a setup. There was just no chance.
It's just another good fight for OG vision-wise. Like, Ari is in the perfect position, gets the ward, gets the sentry, whereas Nigma, they were all like trying to bait Miracle, but he didn't have any extra vision to react fast enough, and OG just played really well.
They played amazingly well, and of course, for our viewers, still, the QR codes are going to continue coming your way, giving them this awesome 1xBet app, so they don't have to really go to the Play Store and download it themselves. We have automated everything for our wonderful viewers. As OG now, they have a 10k goal lead. Roche will spawn in 45 seconds, so it is going to be some time for Nigma Galaxy to actually prepare for that fight.
All right, you know something? I want this wall to block hits, right? You put the wall, you can attack outside of the wall. That's what I want to see. Make it like kind of like Mars Arena.
Yeah, sure, and let it give a rapier to your carry as well. I think that would be a good change as well.
I mean, you're the one trying to make defense work. I'm just giving you ideas. You're gonna be a hater. Oh, this glyph. Oh, this glyph was bad. The tower falls now.
SF doesn't care about your fence, Bowie. He's breaking through it.
By the way, Ogre Shard, really good against Tiny, right? You're gonna be taking away 80% of those first 3 hits, and they count so much for a hero like Tiny.
Shadowfiend still staying with the specialists already. He understands how big it is. Running into the Ether Remnants. Amelia should have done that. Has the ults and the Bloodstone. He'll be fine. 21 charges as well. Tomato with the Requiem sends them away. Turns around with the Satanic. Gets his HP back up to full. BKB down the drain, however.
Back
So
from
it
Miracle.
might be possible to go for him. There it is. Toss in. But Whisper, he's just waiting for a perfect opportunity. It doesn't matter. Tomato is still dropping low. He turns around to attack the Satanic. He doesn't have the active, but the passive is going to allow him to live and just destroy Nigma Galaxy in another fight. Ari also helping with the Sunray. Nigma, they don't have anything else left.
These buffs are so strong. You have the Solar Crest, you have the minus armor. How do you really fight into OG? That was a really good tossback, but Timado, even without the BKB, has a Satanic, so just stands his ground and lifesteals up, dispels everything. Just, I mean, really clean game from OG. Like, from individual performances to the way they're playing around the map, they just look like a better team today.
And also understanding when they can go high ground. They're going for the throne at the moment. BCM running forward. 2 cores are dead. GH healed up by the mech will allow him to live. BCM has the Manta. Doesn't want to get glimpse. That's why he will use Assimilate and just leave the enemy base for now.
OG just looking so sharp, and there's an AD rune here. Under vision for OG, so you can go Roche if you want to. Or maybe you just close it out. Not sure what they think it's better.
I mean, it's easier to go for Roche. It's gonna be cleaner, but I think they might try to see if they can make it happen. No, don't run into the Ether
Smoke breaks.
And Tomato just stands his ground, pumps the BKB. 1 versus 5, destroys one hero, trying to get away with the Stampede. Not going to be happening. FBZ next on the menu. Just a couple of hits from DSF will take him down as well. Miracle doesn't even want to try to get a hit in.
Yeah. Way too much synergy with this OG draft. He just gets it off, just pops the Requiem. They know they want this game. OG, very scary team. You know, they lost 2-0, but looks like they figured out what happened, and now they take a 2-0 win here. You know, Nigma still looking pretty good. They're gonna get decent position in this tournament. But yeah, today was not their day. They just lost 2-0 twice.
Yeah, first day of the tournament, it might have been the factor of not playing in the second day. Maybe if they intentionally lost 1 game on the first day, would have done better in the tournament. But we can only speculate. As Nigma Galaxy undefeated on day 1. In day 3, they didn't win a single game, Bowie. What was it? Just the matchups? I still believe they should have been able to beat MOUZ at least in 1 game.
Yeah, I didn't really get to watch that game, but in this one, looking at the draft, I think Enigma had the heroes and they were in a decent position after the laning stage to be able to turn around, but OG just fought super well. I think that 1 Wisdom Rune play mattered a lot this game. Kind of talked about how important level 6 of GH and Kuroki are, and that 12-minute fight, I think, with in the big jungle of the Radiant with the egg popping was a huge turnaround for OG. But I think Nigma played alright. You know, they need to sort some things out. I feel like Sumail had an okay time game 2, but game 1, I think his hero as well as the playstyle there with GH wasn't as sharp as it could be. So, you know, back to the drawing board, I guess.
It's, you know, Nigma, a lot of their fans got super excited after a very good performance on day 1. Do you think this lineup of Nigma can actually go the distance?
I mean, I think you kind of have to commit now, right? With TI qualifiers being so close, I think changing players now could be very risky. You don't really have that much time to adapt.
Hopefully it's gonna be better for them. All 2-0s today, Bowie. In the previous days, you and me did get to cast a lot of decider games. Not today. OG lost 2-0 to Entity. Nigma Galaxy lost 2-0 to MOUZ. And to OG at the end of the day, and Entity, they crushed MOUZ as well. Entity today played less than 4 hours. Sorry, less than 2 hours, right? Because both of their series were below an hour mark, just showing that they are the favorites to win the entire thing. But I wouldn't write off OG. I don't know if MOUZ can beat them, but I think OG, if they make it to the grand finals, they actually have a shot.
Yeah, I do hope they have a shot tomorrow. We have 2 games, as you said, BO5 finals and a matchup here between OG and MOUZ. 2 super exciting series. I can't wait. I just wish we could do it now, but we gotta wait a full day for it.
I don't want us to murder the players, right? Because they need their rest as well, and our viewers, they need their rest too. So we are gonna be ending the stream for the day. We are gonna be coming back tomorrow at 14 CEST. The day will start with a lower bracket final, and then there will be a small break where Entity is gonna be waiting for the winner of MOUZ versus OG. But until that happens, guys, everybody at home, have a good night and bye bye.